Time has passed about a year since Toriko entered the gourmet world. Today on a beautiful day, a soft candy suddenly fell from the sky and woke Toriko up. Fish suddenly jumped out of the ground in the field. Toriko lay on a big leaf and had a good sleep. When he woke up, Toriko said that he could function continuously for 2 weeks without sleep. Then it started raining soft candy. Today, the weather is sunny and there are many candy eggs. Toriko looks very satisfied while eating. Sometimes there are also chocolates and cotton candy. In some areas, there is even mountain rain where a mountain suddenly falls and a giant bird flies to eat the mountain. Taking advantage of their departure, Toriko climbs up a tree and takes the eggs. One egg can make a perfect fried egg dish. The area where Toriko is currently in is called Land Sea, and it seems that there will be big waves soon. When Toriko has collected enough ingredients, he will prepare to return. When talking about returning, Toriko is talking about returning to the human world. But before returning, he will bring the collected ingredients to his base. It is a super giant tree which is full of ingredients that Toriko has collected. These ingredients will be brought back to the human world. When hearing the news that he can finally return to the human world, Komatsu, who was cooking, was so happy that he cried. A year before Toriko brought Komatsu here, he started collecting various ingredients. Currently Toriko is a little worried about the situation in the human world, while Komatsu is 10% worried that he might die here. After all, he has been alone in the base for a long time, but with so many ingredients, how can Toriko bring them back? He just needs to chop down the tree with one swing and then fix his handsome hairstyle for himself and Komatsu. Toriko plans to bring the ingredients back directly. Returning to the human world, at this time, a truck is transporting something. Suddenly a pill falls from this cargo truck. In a high-class Chinese restaurant, people can only eat seasoning with the taste of ingredients. A year ago, after a fierce battle with the four beasts and the dark chefs, most of the ingredients houses and the land became dry. Therefore the human world is facing a food crisis and Igo's food reserves are also running out. In this deadlock, the food produced by Igo has to sacrifice the original taste of the ingredients and only retain the nutritional value. Because eating food tablets all day makes people go crazy. In a vegetable shop called Tata, normal ingredients like fresh honeyed turnips are considered high-class ingredients. It is not only placed in a tempered glass cabinet but also has 2 guards standing at the door. The price has also increased 100 times compared to before. Today Suguru comes to the shop to buy medicine. His mother is sick and bedridden and Suguru has a dream of saving enough money to buy fresh and delicious ingredients for his mother to eat. Because the shop is about to close, the owner gives Suguru a honeyed turnip and reminds him to keep it safe. As a result, on the way back Suguru is stopped by 2 guards. Don't blame me, blame this era. The job of these food guards comes with a restriction ring, and if they violate the contract their fingers will explode. Can this be compared to fresh ingredients? The 2 guards took Suguru's turnip. They are the ones hired to collect ingredients. Shortly after they left, a super large turnip fell from the sky. Suguru sees a super large rice bowl like a mountain and Toriko brings a pile of ingredients back. He smells the hunger and sadness everywhere. Toriko gently pushes the ingredients to everyone. These ingredients can soothe the wounds and hunger of humans. They are ingredients that can cleanse the soul and heal all wounds. Suguru also meets Komatsu carrying a basket of vegetables. He can directly burn the pan on his hand and the ingredients from the basket fly out. Komatsu quickly chops and stir-fries at an extremely fast speed. A delicious dish is completed. Everyone is very happy about the return of Toriko and Komatsu. Toriko says that without enough food and clothing, humans will lose their sanity. The 2 unlucky guards who were here earlier had their bones broken by the ingredients. On the other side, at Igo's headquarters, Chairman Mansam finally waited for Toriko to return. Toriko was quickly called and Komatsu was very happy to see the other 3 heavenly kings. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. Zebra's volatile temperament remained unchanged and Sani even asked Komatsu if he had undergone plastic surgery. In reality, Komatsu's appearance had changed somewhat. Komatsu, who had gone through many experiences, became stronger in appearance. Right after that, Rin, the beautiful girl, also arrived. After the battle, when Toriko was feeling down, Rin called on everyone to encourage Toriko. Now that she saw Toriko return safely, Rin was naturally very happy. She even proposed to Toriko to marry her. Okay, let's do it. But everyone thought something was fishy here. To make sure that this wasn't a joke from Toriko, Rin asked again. Toriko's answer remained the same. Everyone was surprised and even cursed Toriko. Aren't you and Komatsu a couple? Did you 2 break up? After that, the 3 heavenly kings arrived at the first biotope. They had been searching for a long time but couldn't find Old Man's main dish. Neither Coco nor the hairstylist Sunny could find its electromagnetic waves, not even Zebra's ultrasonic waves. The ingredients that Toriko brought back were just a drop in the ocean. The real solution was to collect Old Man's complete menu and find ingredients that could be used endlessly. Although the first biotope was completely destroyed by Zebra, Toriko still found some interesting things. He could smell the presence of many remaining creatures. Old Man had indeed passed through here a long time ago. Following the scent, Toriko smelled the direction of Old Man. In fact, in the image you can also see a creature standing in front of Old Man, probably a nitro. At this moment, Toriko felt his maturity on the path of gourmet hunting. Komatsu revealed that Toriko had relied on his sense of smell to find him all this time. Compared to the normal human world, every place in the gourmet world was dangerous. However, there were also safer places within it. Toriko named those places the break rooms of the gourmet world. It was similar to the invisibility technique of the invisible restaurant. It was a unique ecological environment. For ferocious beasts it was an unseen dark corner, however Toriko could only maintain it for a short time. At this moment, Toriko discovered a similar environment in the first biotope. He speculated that it was an old man's trick. Despite the entire island showing signs of destruction, why leave such an empty area? Inside it couldn't be seen, touched, or heard, but it could be smelled. Indeed, it was a safe area. Beyond the thick air wall there was another world inside. Looking from the inside out, everything was clear. When people first entered they discovered the final treasure chest, Old Man's complete menu. Before leaving, Toriko noticed another creature in the house, which was the nitro he had seen standing in front of the old man. It seemed to be a dried up nitro. After ignoring it, everyone arrived at Area 1 biotope. Seeing that Komatsu was safe, everyone was relieved. Kairu immediately asked about the other kidnapped chefs, but when Toriko found the Bishokukai base, it had been destroyed and only Komatsu was there. The other chefs had been taken elsewhere, but Komatsu believed they were still alive. Moving back to the main story, the chefs had come because they heard the call of the ingredients. Although Livebearer didn't hear the call of the ingredients, he had tasted them through memories. It was the billion bird, also known as the phantasmal bird, from ancient times existing in the gourmet world. Its entire body, including its feathers, could be used. Even more surprising was its reproductive ability. It could lay nearly infinite eggs in any environment with ease. Its lifespan stretched thousands or even billions of years. In the past it was also known as the king of poultry. With it the problems of the human world could be solved. Therefore the next crucial step was to hatch the eggs. Toriko had an idea for this. The old man's entire menu was designed to hatch the eggs. First, sow the seeds of the million tree for the appetizer. The eggs of the billion bird would only hatch when nested on the million tree. Then use broth made from various types of shrimp, jellyfish and other seafood as fertilizer, and the million tree would grow rapidly. Next, sow the princess straw seed for the salad on the tree, accompanied by the Lord Hail as a drink. Now they just needed to patiently wait for the eggs to hatch. The chefs went back to preparing while waiting. During this process Komatsu asked why the billion bird, if it was so powerful, wasn't noticed. Toriko explained that they were difficult to eat. It was said that the billion bird couldn't fly and had many enemies. To counteract these enemies they evolved an endless reproductive habit when attacked, but their taste was terrible, so the number of predators hunting the billion bird decreased. As the number of billion birds increased they stopped reproducing endlessly. It was said they became extinct, which left no other choice in the gourmet era. At this moment Komatsu remembered Setsuno's words, a chef does not choose the ingredients choose the chef and the customers. He wondered if the billion bird had chosen them, and he would stay until the day the billion bird was born. Surprisingly, the billion bird was born the next day. Sunny thought the newborn billion bird was ugly, but Komatsu found it quite cute. Next Toriko would feed the bird the fish dish on the complete menu Mitarashi kelp, so that after eating, the chick would grow quickly. Then, he would feed the meat dish on the full course nihil bud with the dessert dry melaron. After that the nihil bud would become an adult and the billion bird would eat it, and the feathers on the billion bird's head would take the shape of infinitely laying eggs. With this preparation everything was ready. Finally they just needed to startle it and the billion bird would lay infinite eggs, and the eggs it just laid would hatch immediately. This was the old man's full course, the infinite ingredient, the billion bird. With the billion bird as an infinite ingredient, the human world was finally saved, and now it was up to the chefs to create delicious dishes from it. The chefs of the human world were determined to turn the billion bird into a delicacy. Although many considered the billion bird unpalatable, its appearance suggested otherwise. Its dried and ground beak could substitute rice, its claws used as seasoning, and its meat perfect for stewing, simple yet delicious. This proved that the lack of delicious dishes wasn't due to the absence of quality ingredients, but a lack of culinary creativity. Chefs diligently researched various billion bird recipes, from curries to hot pots, each striving to create delicious and filling meals for everyone. In short, the billion bird might not be inherently delicious, but the chefs, with their skills, transformed this disregarded ingredient into culinary delights. Wabutora busied himself with frying chicken, the sizzling sound of oil a comforting melody to his ears. It had been a while since he last heard such a delightful sound. Finally, humanity had escaped the brink of apocalypse and could savor the true taste of ingredients. People ate with tears streaming down their faces, tears of gratitude for their saviors, for their own survival, and for the opportunity to enjoy such delectable meals. Though not the most exquisite dishes, they were not mere medicine, but the aroma of fresh ingredients, the richness of the sauce, and the satisfying feeling of each bite.
Everyone was moved. Rediscovering the joy of eating.
Toriko, witnessing the sight of people eating and crying, exclaimed, "Chefs are truly amazing. The taste of the billion bird I experienced in the gourmet casino's brain data pales in comparison to what everyone has created. It's remarkable to turn the billion bird into something so delicious." Komatsu disagreed. From the start he never considered the billion bird difficult to eat. On the contrary, he believed it to be an excellent ingredient, making its extinction even more unbelievable. Stroking the billion bird's head, he murmured, "Those monsters had no idea how delicious you are. To live for thousands of years unnoticed, going extinct in silence, I wonder how that feels." He recalled Ichiria's words, "Without someone to prepare it, an ingredient holds no value.
Just like my full-course menu."
Hugging the billion bird tightly, Komatsu said gently, "Everyone thinks you're delicious now. Thank you for being reborn into this world." Even before its rebirth, the billion bird had sensed Komatsu's care.
Now his heartwarming words brought tears to its eyes.
At that moment the billion bird understood Komatsu's feelings. It suddenly raised its wings, creating a rustling sound. Komatsu and Toriko watched in astonishment as its wings grew longer, vibrant feathers overlapping one another.
Soon a pair of glistening wings emerged. Though its face and wings seemed disproportionate, it didn't diminish its splendor.
The billion bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. "How can the billion bird fly? I thought it couldn't," exclaimed a surprised Toriko.
But with Komatsu's influence it seemed plausible. "Old man, do you see this?
Your full-course menu has taken flight." Tears welled up in Komatsu's eyes as he watched the billion bird soar through the sky. It was the first time he had witnessed such beautiful plumage.
Could it be that being recognized by the world allowed it to soar through the heavens?
The billion bird circled overhead seemingly joyful. Suddenly its rear end twitched with a thump, several shiny eggs dropped from its body. Komatsu swiftly caught one. Both he and Toriko sensed that this was no ordinary egg, it was entirely different from the previous ones. Komatsu firmly believed that the billion bird was a special ingredient, and these eggs were undoubtedly its essence. He immediately gathered Coco, Sunny and the others, sharing the news of the billion bird's flight.
Sunny, almost screeching in astonishment, exclaimed, "What? That filthy bird is flying now? And it's beautiful? Are you serious?" Komatsu swore it was true, adding emphatically, "It has a handsome face too."
Coco was more interested in the origin of these eggs. These eggs weren't laid due to an attack but as a result of praisem. This detail alone proves that this is a special ingredient. While such a phenomenon seemed unusual, ultimately as long as an ingredient was edible and delicious it didn't matter.
Eagerly Toriko cracked open an egg, pouring the yolk into a cup. The yolk was smooth, translucent like jelly with no sign of its usual opaque form. Everyone was amazed by its pudding-like elasticity. Observant as ever, Coco pointed out, "Look closely, the yolk is spreading, shimmering like gold dust under the sunlight."
Toriko gulped, immediately taking a sip. The yolk, as smooth as pudding, glided down his throat with a gentle suction. Overwhelmed by its deliciousness, he could only manage a delayed, "delicious." Komatsu, seeing Toriko's exaggerated reaction, panicked slightly.
Is this another hair-growing ingredient? Can it be mass-produced to save the balding population?
Oblivious, Toriko continued to savor the taste. Only after fully experiencing the exquisite flavor of the billion bird egg did he answer Komatsu's question. "My hair grew longer because it's so incredibly delicious. The rich flavor of the 1,000-year-old billion bird spreads throughout the body, opening up the pores and promoting hair growth."
Sunny, gazing at Toriko's long, flowing hair, felt a mix of envy and anticipation. It has such amazing hair-nourishing effects? He then eagerly took a gulp himself.
Sunny, already known for his incredibly long hair, found even his eyelashes growing to a startling length after consuming the bird egg, making it difficult for others to look him in the eye.
Coco wasn't spared either. His transformation gave him the air of a dashing male lead straight out of a romantic drama.
Zebra's eyebrows and hair also grew at an alarming rate, leading him to exclaim that the egg was more like a magical elixir than food.
Meanwhile, Komatsu, completely absorbed by everyone else's dramatic changes, remained oblivious to his own incredible transformation. Toriko closed his eyes, taking a moment to process the sensations washing over him.
"It's as if my body, down to a genetic level, is being completely revitalized, even the smallest of wounds healing at an accelerated rate," he murmured in awe. He cracked another egg, raising it in a toast to the others. "I've decided," he announced, a newfound confidence in his voice, "these billion bird eggs, they're going on my life menu, under the beverage category." The others responded with smiles and nods of agreement, their faces glowing with delight. Suddenly, Rin came rushing towards them, her face alight with excitement, only to stop short, completely speechless at the sight before her. "What in the world?" she stammered, completely bewildered. "Why do you all look like magical girls?" The Earth's magnetic field was in complete disarray, a massive whirlpool forming in the sky. The cause of this global anomaly, the three animal partners of the four heavenly kings, Terry, Kiss and Quinn, were engaged in a fierce battle. Each clash of their immense power shook the very foundations of the land, the air crackling with energy as their attacks collided. Finally the three managed to separate, panting heavily ready to resume their brawl when Terry noticed movement in the distance.
It was Toriko, he was back.
The fight instantly forgotten, they rushed towards their returning friend. Toriko beamed, running his hand over Terry's soft, luxurious fur. "I'm so sorry for worrying you, buddy," he said, his voice full of warmth. Terry had grown considerably in Toriko's absence, his massive jaws now a tight fit in Toriko's embrace. Looking at his other two companions, Toriko realized that all three were now ready to face the challenges that awaited them in the gourmet world. Suddenly Tom came bounding towards them, a bottle of sake clutched in his hand, yelling Toriko's name. He'd come to celebrate Toriko's return. They exchanged hearty cheers, draining their cups in one gulp.
Toriko, sensing his friend's thoughts, smiled warmly.
Their time was short. Before leaving, there was one last thing Toriko needed to do: confront the mysterious figure residing in the treehouse. After all, their next journey would be a long and perilous one, and who knew when they'd have the chance to return here again.
At the headquarters in Egypt, Mansam received exhilarating news: they've commenced operations in the city.
With the land on its way to recovery, other systems would gradually regenerate, breathing life back into the world.
In time the human world would be restored to a vibrant and beautiful home.
He issued an order for the reconstruction of Area NEO, emphasizing the importance of railway lines. Just then Johannes arrived with a report: the device for measuring capture levels of gourmet world ingredients is essentially complete. Having served diligently for so long, Johannes had finally been promoted to director of NEO's development bureau.
Mansam was immensely satisfied with their progress.
As expected, the full revival of the gourmet age relied on obtaining ingredients from the gourmet world, and of course the strength of the four heavenly kings. It was remarkable that Toriko had chosen to include this unique ingredient in his full course menu. Taking Toriko in all those years ago was undoubtedly the right decision, he murmured. He vividly remembered the day he and Ichiryu, the former president of the IGO, were on a hunting expedition in the wilderness. They came across a young, emaciated Toriko, weak from hunger and barely able to crawl across the dry earth. Ichiryu was the first to recognize the boy's unique nature. Toriko was a natural-born gourmet cell host. However, Ichiryu walked up to him without a word and handed him a piece of bread. Toriko took the bread and stuffed it into his shirt, then trembled and was about to leave. Ichiryu asked him where he wanted to go. Toriko thanked him and said he wanted to go to the village where everyone was starving. He wanted to bring this bread back to share with everyone. Ichiryu was touched by the boy's heart, although he was so hungry that his stomach growled and he staggered. He always thought of others. As soon as Toriko finished speaking, he fainted. Ichiryu hurriedly caught him and only then discovered that the boy's fingernails were almost gone. This was a sign that the boy had been gnawing on himself. He was so hungry that he had to bite his nails to relieve the hunger, yet he still endured it, thinking of the villagers first. Such purity, kindness and loveliness were rare in this world. Therefore he made a bold decision: I want to adopt this child. My life's menu is meant for those who have a sharing heart like yours. Later, if one day the gourmet age collapses, this sharing heart will certainly become a powerful driving force, shouldering the age and humanity. Mansam still remembered Ichiryu's bright smile at that time. He had said, I want to see what kind of magnificent menu this young man will assemble in the future. Although he was no longer able to witness it, there was no doubt that his belief had been passed on. Mansam raised his glass high, toasting to the great chairman, and also to those who always carry a deep concern for all living beings.
In the gourmet world's rock forest, Setsuno and Jiro came across a giant million tree. Upon seeing it, Jiro guessed, Midora must have cut it down to make a tombstone. It's well maintained, the stone flowers are even blooming. However, I heard the land here has been barren for a long time, Setsuno said. Could this be the work of the regeneration specialists? Jiro shook his head. It must be Midora's doing. The rock forest was the place where the three of them trained together, filled with memories. Back then, Midora was the weakest, but now, even Jiro himself might not be his match. Jiro took out a bottle of wine and slowly poured it onto the ground. He told Setsuno not to worry about that idiot anymore. Sooner or later, he would have to pay for the sins he inflicted upon the human world. Compared to him, the most important issue now is Schwa, Setsuno sighed. We have to be mentally prepared for a direct confrontation with him. Exploring gourmet world, we might very well lose our lives here. In short, we will wait for Toriko and Komatsu in the gourmet world. After all, they wouldn't be returning to the human world. Will the human world be alright? Jiro turned back to look at Setsuno and said, it will be fine. Those Toriko kids are more reliable than we think. At Setsuno's restaurant, Komatsu arrived looking for Setsuno, but Nono greeted him instead. Nono informed him that Setsuno had already left for the gourmet world, and it was uncertain when she would return. Komatsu said he would come back another time. Nono called him back asking if he wanted to stay for a meal. Though Komatsu himself had brought the billion-bird egg, she insisted on treating him. After bidding farewell to Nono, everyone gathered. Mansam roared, is everyone ready, all five of you? The four heavenly kings and Komatsu responded in unison ready.
Receiving their confirmation, Mansam swiftly stripped off his clothes, grabbed a glass of wine, and settled into a bathtub. He changes so quickly.
Why is he taking a bath again?
Before departing, Toriko led everyone back to the treehouse. He had a hunch about the place.
Previously, treasure chests hidden in different habitats were always guarded by beasts. Komatsu didn't understand. Is there something unfinished? Toriko walked straight into the air while the others following closely. Zebra grew impatient. This is troublesome. Whatever it is, let's finish it quickly.
He unleashed a powerful sound blast aiming to shatter the treehouse. However, despite his efforts, the structure remained unscathed. Such strong wood it probably only exists in the gourmet world, Sunny standing in front remarked.
There's a front door, why not use it? Everyone followed Coco inside.
The house was spacious, everything crafted from leaves, even the refrigerator and bookshelves.
Moreover, there were many adult books, causing Coco's small face to flush red.
Komatsu discovered an entrance leading downwards. It led to a bedroom with a unique bed and bedding made of leaves.
But the first thing that caught Coco's attention were the piles of adult books in the corner. Toriko intended to continue downwards to find the owner, but there was no other exit on this floor.
The only option left was to use his nail gun for a simple and crude solution. Komatsu and Coco were blown away by the storm created by the nail gun, but the house didn't budge. The hot-tempered zebra told them to move aside, wanting to try his super flame. Still nothing.
Toriko was sure his sense of smell wasn't mistaken. The target was currently on the first floor.
Sunny's hair fluttered wildly. This must be another one of the old man's pranks.
The entrance must be hidden somewhere in this small room. I'll find it.
He noticed something amiss with the scenery beside him. Komatsu rushed over, and indeed there was a path inside the well.
Following it, they arrived at a bathing room with an enormous hot spring. Instinctively, Toriko and Komatsu stripped naked, ready for a soak.
A speechless Coco asked, "What are we doing here?" According to the electromagnetic waves he was picking up, the pool in the yard was also suspicious, seemingly connected to another location.
"Let's dive down and see." With it, he jumped in.
However, after swimming from one side of the pool to the other, all he found was the bottom.
The pool was connected to a secret location. Zebra had already used echolocation to pinpoint the position. Meanwhile, Komatsu discovered that a window on the first floor could be opened.
In other words, the entrance to the first floor had been right in front of them all along. The hot-headed zebra immediately erupted, kicking the window open with a bang, urging everyone to enter. However, upon stepping inside, they were met with the sight of Nitro lying on the floor, his head smashed by the window. At first, Toriko, Zebra, Sunny, Coco, and Komatsu all thought it was a GT Robo, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a living creature.
Toriko asserted that it was Nitro and told everyone to bring water to water it. As soon as he finished his sentence, Nitro stood up and slapped him. The whole group was stunned.
Before they could regain their composure, Nitro roared, demanding that the five of them greet him properly. He grumbled that they were late and had even hit him on the head with a window. Komatsu hurriedly tried to calm him down and introduce themselves.
Nitro became even angrier upon hearing that. He couldn't believe they hadn't heard of him. Komatsu naively replied that they hadn't. Nitro was disappointed, kneeling and pounding the ground in frustration, reproaching them for not greeting him first. He then introduced himself as Chi-Chi, a partner of Ichiryu.
The five were dumbfounded, then gasped in astonishment. However, Chi-Chi corrected himself, saying the partner part was just a joke. Chi-Chi began to talk about his relationship with Ichiryu. They met 500 years ago when he had been asleep for tens of thousands of years but was awakened by Ichiryu. Everyone was confused because the story was so short, but Chi-Chi couldn't remember the details, only that it was 500, number 490, or was it 480 years ago? Chi-Chi changed the subject and asked why the group didn't come to see him when they saw him outside earlier. Chi-Chi was furious because he had pretended to be a withered corpse to get their attention, but they just walked away. He said he then planted seeds in the ground, watered them, and they grew into leaf chairs. Toriko awkwardly explained that at that time, he was prioritizing completing the president's full-course menu, so he didn't go in. Besides, his intuition told him that Chi-Chi wasn't a bad person, but very troublesome. Suddenly he noticed Komatsu and asked if he had met a woman before coming here because he smelled like a woman. Chi-Chi excitedly grabbed Komatsu's collar and sniffed him like a pervert. Komatsu hurriedly explained that he had met Nono at Setsuno's restaurant before coming here. Seeing that, Chi-Chi changed his attitude and begged Komatsu to give him his shirt, promising to tell him everything. Although reluctant, Komatsu had to give him his shirt. Chi-Chi was overjoyed when he received the shirt and shouted that he felt 100 million years younger. Everyone was speechless at this bizarre act, not understanding why he liked clothes that smelled of women so much. After getting the shirt, Chi-Chi told everyone to sit down and listen to his story. He said that before they went to the gourmet world, he had something to give them. The group looked around curiously, suddenly the ground shook, and the floor collapsed. They fell into the kitchen, where an apple was displayed on a plate. Although it looked normal, when they saw the apple, their bodies began to react. Although they didn't have time to think, the gourmet demons of the 4 heavenly kings and even Komatsu's appeared. Chi-Chi laughed, but then he changed his expression and punched the gourmet demons in the head. Only Toriko dodged in time. The other 3 were all hit. Chi-Chi happily remarked that these gourmet demons were so cute. Komatsu asked in bewilderment what was going on. Chi-Chi seriously replied that it was one of the dishes in Acacia's full-course menu. The 5 held their breath and waited, but Chi-Chi chuckled and said, sorry, I was just kidding. Toriko and the group immediately frowned. Toriko was about to rush over and give the old man a lesson in joking, but Chi-Chi stopped him and explained that although this apple was just an ordinary apple, it had been placed next to one of the ingredients in Acacia's full-course menu and had its scent. It was just an ordinary apple, yet no one could take their eyes off it. If just a whiff of the ingredient was enough to drive people crazy, how appealing would the actual dish be? Chi-Chi reminded them that the place they were about to go to was a world filled with such ingredients. Toriko wondered why he had been in the gourmet world for so long but had never felt anything like that. Chi-Chi exasperatedly explained that it was because he only hung around safe places. Toriko suddenly understood and became even more eager to taste those amazing ingredients. Just smelling it was already so intoxicating, if he ate it, he would surely go to heaven. Is this the level of ingredients in Acacia's full-course menu? Truly a whole other level. Chi-Chi picked up the apple and asked if everyone wanted to try a piece before they set off. Komatsu volunteered to cook something else. He remembered Chi-Chi calling himself a flavor sage, so was he a chef? If so, why not cook together? However, Chi-Chi refused and told everyone not to underestimate a flavor sage. His mission was only to deliver this apple, everything else was none of his business. Coco was interested in whether Chi-Chi could reveal any more information. But no matter what they asked, Chi-Chi only said that the answer lay in the gourmet world. I'll help you find more clothes that smell like women. Chi-Chi blushed and asked with a suggestive tone, really? Are they warm? Seeing that Komatsu had found Chi-Chi's weakness, everyone immediately came up with a plan. Toriko bluntly said, let me ask Rin if she has any pajamas to throw away, they're guaranteed to be warm. Coco also stammered, I have many female customers who come for fortune-telling, I'll ask if they have anything warm. The psychological warfare tactic worked perfectly. Chi-Chi was so moved that he cried, you guys are such good people. Life is so wonderful. He then agreed to help everyone cook. The group had an unforgettable night. Chi-Chi leaned on a pile of dishes and said, the night of the gourmet world is coming. The nocturnal beasts are much more powerful than the daytime ones. If you are ready, let's go, the 5 shouted in unison, let's go. As everyone was about to go outside, the ground suddenly shook. Chi-Chi smiled and said, just in time. What he was referring to was the mollusk fruit beast that usually resided underground, the watermelon octopus. This monster was at capture level 265, which was nothing to the current 4 heavenly kings. But at this point, fighting wasn't the focus. Chi-Chi explained, this monster is a camping monster. Before the fruit ripens, it hibernates underground. Now it's awake, we'll use it in place of a tent. Everyone was dumbfounded by Chi-Chi's suggestion. Do they have to crawl inside this octopus to sleep? Wait a minute, this seems to be a watermelon? Chi-Chi shouted, don't underestimate this watermelon octopus. With the combined strength of you 4, why couldn't you find my log cabin? Do you think that was a coincidence? This octopus is also known as the safe monster. Even in the harsh gourmet world, it can turn itself into a safe haven, very difficult for enemies to detect. Even if it's discovered, it's rarely attacked. Although sooner or later, higher level beasts will find it, but for this area at the entrance to the gourmet world, it's more than enough to be your sleeping quarters. Chi-Chi's explanations surprised everyone even more. It turned out that this was the transportation that Ichirio had prepared for them. That master truly cared deeply for his students. Chi-Chi continued, anyway, after meeting you guys, I'm somewhat relieved. It's precisely because of you guys that Ichirio can rest assured and entrust everything to you. The torch has been passed, and the ones who will carry it to the finish line are you. Go, everyone is probably waiting for you at the harbor. Komatsu blushed and stepped forward to ask about Chi-Chi's next plan. Chi-Chi folded his arms and pretended to be unconcerned, me? I'm going to hang out with some female ants then take a nap. Sunny gritted his teeth and said, you really are a pervert. Chi-Chi said that he would also go to the gourmet world later but wouldn't go with them. He advised them that although the gourmet world was dangerous, it was also a place full of excitement. Whenever they got lost, they just needed to follow their gourmet demon's compass. As everyone was about to leave, Chi-Chi suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot, there's one more thing I want to give you. The Toriko group arrived at Toriko Harbor, named in honor of Toriko, the one who discovered the most ingredients.
This showed how much respect he commanded in this era.
It was also a nostalgic island where Toriko and Komatsu first embarked on their journey to the barren island. In other words, their story began at this harbor. They arrived at the harbor on the back of the watermelon octopus. The harbor was packed with people seeing them off. Rin ran up, calling Toriko's name, worried about her fiancé's safety. Toriko understood her feelings and told her that everything in the human world, including their upcoming wedding, was entrusted to her. He promised to bring back God to make their wedding cake. Chairman Mansam handed Toriko a large bag containing a capture-level measuring device and other important tools. He reminded Toriko that the environment in the gourmet world was like a living organism. The path they traveled would leave a trace, like territory marking, making it difficult for strong beasts to approach. In other words, the path they took would become a unique road. Currently, the human world was still recovering, with a lot of work to be done, so they needed to open up routes and transport ingredients from the gourmet world. The chairman would arrange for people to receive them. Once the route was fully established, those with certain strength could also easily enter the gourmet world through this path.
Imaro told Toriko to go ahead and pave the way, the gourmet knights would follow.
Zong also confidently declared, I will be the first to catch up with you, maybe even surpass you. However, no one paid attention to his words. Milk II also came to see them off. She handed Komatsu a bag containing an apron, a whetstone, and whetstone shoes.
With these, Komatsu could sharpen his knives endlessly without much effort.
Komatsu patted his chest, promising her that he would definitely use Milk's knives to prepare Acacia's full-course menu. People from the sand garden came to see Zebra off very early.
Zebra frowned and asked, "Who are you?"
"We're from the sand garden," a guy replied. Match announced that the gourmet underworld would also come to support them soon. They needed a lot of delicious ingredients, and these tasks were entrusted to pioneers like Coco.
Besides these people, the chefs remaining in the human world also came. Komatsu noticed a silly figure in the crowd.
"Yun Yun, long time no see," Komatsu exclaimed.
He hurriedly invited Yun to come along with them.
Everyone was ready, each carrying their ideals, heading towards the gourmet world.
Toriko's dream was to obtain God from Acacia, completing his life menu.
Coco aimed to get Adam, Sunny desired the dessert earth from Acacia, while Zebra had no specific goal. As long as it was delicious, he wanted it all. As for Komatsu, their chef, he wanted to prepare all the ingredients in everyone's dreams. Their first stop would be the third entrance to the gourmet world, the ghostly harbor of Yuto Island. The watermelon octopus flew swiftly towards the gourmet world, both fast and stable, truly a means of transportation specially chosen by Chairman Ichiryu. Komatsu took out something resembling a tray and introduced it to everyone. This is a capture-level measuring system built into a food tray, a new device invented by IGO. He asked the others to wear specially designed bracelets. By using the laser beams emitted from the bracelets and shining them on ingredients, the data of those ingredients would be transmitted to this tray. Sunny was curious, this thing was developed in the human world, so why does it have data on gourmet world ingredients? Komatsu explained that he heard it was based on a gourmet ID card to create. One morning, Director Mansam woke up and found a card next to his pillow. It contained data not only on about 300,000 types of ingredients in the human world but also the data IDs of many ingredients in the gourmet world. The recorded number of ingredients reached several million. Although such good fortune rarely occurred, and they didn't know who sent it or if there were any dangers, they reluctantly decided to use it. Komatsu continued, since the gourmet world is full of mysteries, let's name this measuring device Tray Zebra, lying leisurely and swirling his wine glass.
Said, whatever the name, as long as it works. There are definitely more than just a few million ingredients in the gourmet world. Who knows when we can even use this measuring device? Might as well try it out now.
As he finished his sentence, a giant stingray leaped out of the water. Toriko quickly used Pear to fire a laser beam. This monster was called Devil Stingray, with a capture level of 299. They were people who had defeated even beasts over capture level 400, so there was no need to be afraid of such a low-level creature.
Yuto Island was right before their eyes.
It was normal for some beasts to cross the poison tide and infiltrate the human world. The Devil Stingray detected the lower-level watermelon octopus and attacked. They had no choice but to fight. Zebra jumped to his feet, ready to attack the monster, but everyone was horrified to see it pierced by a sharp wave. No one had witnessed such a scene before, they were all terrified. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't an ordinary wave, but a sea of thorns. Its color was identical to seawater, but it was actually made of sharp thorns, its power and sharpness not to be underestimated. This was the nature of the gourmet world, even beasts with a capture level of over 200 could be easily killed. Without Toriko needing to say a word, Komatsu had already run into the cabin for safety.
The fighting was left to the four heavenly kings. Zebra excitedly launched Sound Bazooka towards the raging sea of thorns. Sunny used his hair shield to block the incoming waves. Coco and Toriko also quickly joined the attack. The sea of thorns was stopped, broken thorns scattering everywhere. Amidst the chaotic scene, Toriko noticed a frog leisurely drinking tea, leaning against the thorns as if nothing had happened. His actions exuded elegance and romance, like a true nobleman. Who was this frog? Toriko intended to use the measuring device to check. But it swiftly jumped and dodged the laser beam with incredible speed. After a while of fighting, the group finally passed through the sea of thorns. Komatsu breathed a sigh of relief. Zebra felt the journey was getting more and more interesting. Toriko, however, was still preoccupied with the frog. He was sure he wasn't mistaken. Who was that frog? They had now reached the harbor of Yuto Island, the most difficult route to the gourmet world. Countless ships and people were trapped here. Just anchoring at the harbor was fraught with danger, let alone passing through Yuto Island. Yuto Island was shrouded in dense fog and also known as Maze Island, capable of misleading any intruder. Even ships equipped with the most advanced equipment, once lost in this fog, would sink without a trace before even finding the island. Komatsu found this place creepy. The ships here were not stranded but seemed to be floating. Toriko bravely laughed and told everyone to look. The gourmet souls were waving to them. Komatsu turned to look and nearly had a heart attack. On the decks, skeletons were waving. Komatsu couldn't stand the shock and shouted, "Ghosts!" Toriko thought that if it were ghosts, it would be easier to handle. But this was the gourmet world. The gourmet world had 8 main continents. According to the division, the area Toriko and the others were entering was Area 8, connected to Yuto Island. It was said to be the continent where Acacia's salad heir resided. Yuto Island was enveloped in a thick fog, making it impossible to see anything ahead with the naked eye. Zebra was still enthusiastic as usual. This place is amazing. From here on is an uncharted world, with many paths yet to be discovered. In short, whether we can see clearly or not, we must move forward. Hearing everyone's excited shouts, the watermelon octopus also enthusiastically sped up. Suddenly, the entire group, along with the watermelon octopus, plunged into a giant abyss. Good heavens! Why isn't there any land here? Komatsu cried out, his face pale with fear. Where did the gourmet world's ground go? What happened? As soon as he spoke, Queen swiftly darted out from the watermelon octopus's mouth. Its massive body stretched upwards endlessly, reaching the ground above in the blink of an eye. It opened its jaws wide, clamping onto the ground, its huge tail wrapped tightly around the watermelon octopus, trying to pull it up. Sunny exclaimed with joy, "My baby did it again." However, Queen suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout its body. Missile sausages pierced through its body like bullets. If it were just 1 or 2, Queen could still handle it. But this was a whole barrage of missile sausages densely raining down on its body. In less than half a minute, Queen's body was riddled with wounds. The excruciating pain made Queen's muscles bulge, but it still clung tightly to the ground. It knew it was everyone's only hope for survival. The slightest slip-up, and those on the back of the watermelon octopus would be doomed. At that moment, Kiss rushed to help. It used its precise attack speed to take down each missile sausage one by one. But it wasn't just a large number of missile sausages, there was also a bird demon with a capture level of 251. In front of this giant monster, the missile sausages were like mere snacks. Yun Yun had to use all his strength to dodge and manage to survive. Kiss quickly turned and charged towards the monster. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Komatsu and Yun trembled with fear. However, Zebra appeared quite relaxed. "How boring," he muttered, standing up and walking towards the cabin. "Hurry up and finish them off. I'm going to sleep." So boring. Only then did everyone notice a bizarrely shaped giant monster had appeared nearby. Coco urgently warned everyone, but Toriko and Sunny were already enveloped in fog. In the blink of an eye, they were snatched away by the monster. Komatsu broke out in a cold sweat. Sunny immediately activated his tracking mode. Zebra gathered energy for his sound wave. "Can you entertain me a bit?" he asked, firing continuous sound waves towards the monster floating in midair. While Zebra confronted the monster, Sunny used his hair to track down Toriko and Coco, wanting to pull them back. However, the monster's retreat speed was too fast, surpassing the range of Sunny's hair. Terry gathered strength in his legs, preparing to jump and chase after them. Just then, Toriko's voice rang out, "Terry, don't come over here." "I'm fine. Protect everyone." Terry blinked, seeming to understand. Zebra opened his energy shield and said in an annoyed tone, "What are you yelling for? As if I didn't know." Seeing that no one seemed to be planning on rescuing Toriko and Coco, Komatsu anxiously asked, "Aren't we going to save Toriko and Coco?" Zebra immediately retorted, "You fool. Think about the consequences."
He continued, "Moving forward requires taking risks, but not risks that would get us all killed."
Moreover, he had faith in Toriko and Coco's teamwork. He believed they would be alright.
Komatsu's bracelet actually had a communication function, but it couldn't establish contact with Toriko and Coco at the moment. Perhaps this strange fog was interfering with the signal.
Zebra's sound bazooka was also useless. He couldn't use echolocation to pinpoint their location. However, Sunny had secretly prepared a tracking method. He was using his meticulously controlled hair to track Toriko and Coco. At this moment, Toriko and Coco were drifting through the thick fog.
The white mist prevented them from seeing the ground clearly.
"Coco, are you okay?" Hearing Toriko's voice, Coco breathed a sigh of relief.
They were both fine for now, but the fog was too thick, and they didn't know where they were.
As the two were fumbling for a way out, Coco suddenly felt a strange electromagnetic wave. He called it strange because its appearance was unbelievable. He told Toriko to try and smell it. Toriko inhaled deeply, and then his eyes suddenly sprang open. "The smell of food!"
he exclaimed, and then ran like the wind toward the source of the scent.
"It can't be anything else, it's the smell of food." Coco hurriedly chased after him. Breaking through the dense fog, the two arrived at an unexpected sight, a town.
The ancient streets were lined with countless food stalls. The aroma of food wafted through the air, stimulating every cell in Toriko and Coco's bodies and awakening their primal desire to eat.
Toriko swallowed hard. Why is there a food street in the gourmet world? It looks so normal and cozy.
Coco was equally surprised. He looked at the tables in the restaurants. The place was quiet with food but no vendors. However, the food was all real and steaming hot as if it had just been cooked. Not far from them sat a frog leisurely enjoying wine.
It was the same frog Toriko had met before.
Noticing their gazes, it slowly spoke, "This is the real mist.
It's not about real or fake, it's about whether you believe or not.
In the gourmet world, that's all that matters, only those who believe." At that moment, Sunny, who was secretly following behind and preparing to rescue them, had a bad feeling. At this moment, both Toriko and Coco had been captivated by the food and began to devour it. The frog leisurely raised its glass, its words laced with hidden meaning, "As long as you believe, I can treat you."
Toriko had completely fallen for the food eating non-stop. "I can't believe I can enjoy restaurant-quality food in the gourmet world. I haven't found a place like this in the past year and a half." Coco, looking at the steaming bowl of soup, pondered.
"I wish Komatsu and the others were here.
This soup doesn't seem poisonous."
The frog, still holding its glass, explained to Toriko with a knowing look, "The fog has cleared a bit, but it has nothing to do with the weather. In the gourmet world, every day is a sunny day, perfect for enjoying delicious food." This made Toriko even happier, and he shared that he also enjoyed eating this way in the human world.
However, he was more curious about the frog's name.
The frog turned its head and explained, "The gourmet world has far surpassed human intelligence. It will shatter all the limits we've come to know.
New knowledge is constantly being discovered. Simply put, in the gourmet world, what you can imagine, and even what you can't imagine, can appear.
From the appearance, the aroma, to the taste, everything. The old palate will disappear in the blink of an eye, and a whole new sense of taste will awaken."
"You mean after coming to the gourmet world, the knowledge accumulated in the human world might be overturned?" Coco asked.
"The real mist is just a type of weather phenomenon in the gourmet world, but it contains endless possibilities. It's a miracle of nature and could be the source of completely new and delicious ingredients." He suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, there's something I haven't told you. Back at the thorny sea, I accidentally pointed my laser at you."
"It's no big deal, don't worry about it."
Toriko grinned mischievously. "Then why didn't you dodge at that time?" The frog blinked, looking a little bewildered. Taking advantage of that moment, Toriko shot a laser beam at its chest. However, the frog didn't panic. Toriko guessed that it would soon disappear into thin air. He stared at the frog, waiting for the inevitable. As expected, the frog's body quickly withered, as if all the life had been sucked out of it. Every day in the gourmet world is a sunny day, perfect for enjoying delicious food, but also a sunny day for death. Its voice grew fainter as its body shrunk. Finally, its head slumped onto the table with a loud thud. Toriko and Coco jumped back in fear. At that same moment, Komatsu's bracelet received data from Toriko.
Sunny closed his eyes, focusing on pinpointing Toriko and Coco's location. "What are those two idiots doing in there? It's not good, they're surrounded."
Meanwhile, inside, Toriko and Coco had attracted the attention of another monstrous creature. It opened its maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Looking utterly horrifying, "Is the price for the meal blood, and only the blood of that frog is nutritious enough for it?" Coco shuddered. Toriko and Coco hadn't expected other creatures to exist in this place. The monster was incredibly agile. One moment it was in the restaurant, the next it was clinging to the roof, sharp teeth, sharp claws and a sinuous body. It looked like a gigantic lizard. With a single swipe of its tail it flipped the entire restaurant.
Toriko and Coco dodged out of the way and stood in the middle of the street. The monster roared angrily, "Are you trying to eat for free? Not a chance." In the blink of an eye, countless other monsters emerged from everywhere, surrounding Toriko and Coco. The lead monster roared, "We won't let you eat for free. Eat for free." Before Toriko could finish his sentence he felt his body constrict. His face felt like it was being crushed, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He felt his strength being sapped away. Looking over at the frog lying on the table, he saw a creature clinging to it, sucking its blood frantically. Toriko hastily took off his jacket, as he suspected his body was covered in blood-sucking leeches. The creatures wriggled, draining his blood at an alarming rate, as if they were trying to drain the entire ocean. In the blink of an eye Toriko was utterly drained. The frog, having been drained earlier, was now nothing but a dried husk, which soon dissipated into thin air. Anyone unfortunate enough to be targeted by these blood-sucking leeches would be drained dry in minutes. Not even a heavenly king like Toriko could escape this fate? But then again, in this real mist where reality was blurred, who could say for sure what was real and what wasn't? Look at Coco, he seemed completely unharmed. Coco had figured it out, it was all an illusion. This real mist was nothing but a sham from the beginning. He realized that the reason he hadn't been attacked was that his body was poisonous. The leeches couldn't suck his blood, they would definitely choose a physical attack to deal with him. As if to confirm his suspicions, as soon as he finished his thought, hundreds of monsters charged towards him spitting poisonous projectiles. The projectiles rained down, leaving no room for escape. Coco quickly responded, his hands a blur as he threw spinning darts, deflecting the poisonous projectiles mid-air. He successfully neutralized almost every single attack. However, one monster took advantage of his momentary lapse in concentration and charged towards him. "This is my chance," it roared, firing a barrage of projectiles at Coco. However, when it came to speed and wit, Coco was still superior. The monster had only managed to grab a poison doll created by Coco. Enraged, the monster didn't even pause to think before attacking again. Unfortunately for it, it had once again grabbed hold of another one of Coco's poison dolls. And it wasn't just that, even Toriko's lifeless body covered in blood-sucking leeches was also a poison doll. The leeches on Toriko's body dropped to the ground, proving Coco's words to be true. The lead monster was bewildered. "When did they do that? How did we not notice?" Coco smirked triumphantly. "From the very beginning, from the moment we stepped into this real mist, we were already dolls. Perhaps you should pay more attention to your surroundings." The monster only now noticed their surroundings after being reminded by Coco. The sky had changed, the air was no longer filled with the real mist but with poison gas released by Coco. The monster finally realized it had been tricked. Those spinning darts weren't meant to attack but to disperse the poison. Unfortunately, by the time it realized this, it was already too late. Facing the panicking monsters, Coco simply stated, "It's not about real or fake, it's about whether you believe or not. Whether you believe it or not, I'm still the winner." All the monsters collapsed poisoned. Coco watched, letting out a sigh. His poison dolls were nearing their limit. The moment Toriko told him about the frog, Coco had already planned this whole act. It was a perfect performance. However, what surprised Toriko the most was the quality of the poison dolls. It was almost impossible to distinguish them from real people. He asked Coco, "Is this also the power of that monster inside of you?" Coco answered without hesitation. "That's right, these poison dolls were created using my power. By infusing them with life poison, the poison itself transforms into a living organism. Adding a bit of emotion allows me to create dolls that are almost identical to real people. However, doing this requires a considerable amount of energy. Creating 2 dolls in such a short time is already my limit. But what bothers me more is that Sunny's feelers haven't stopped buzzing this whole time," Coco said, his face turning grim. "It seems the puppet master is about to make an entrance." Looking at the grotesque faces of various sizes and expressions in front of him, Toriko put on his milk bracelet, ready for battle. "Coco, you step back, it's my turn." Outside, Sunny and Komatsu were worried sick, but inside it was as if nothing had happened. Sunny urged Toriko and Coco to run while they still could. Looking at the latest data from Toriko, Komatsu's face turned pale. Their current opponent is the monster that kidnapped them in the first place, the Tonyuden. Sunny felt a cold sweat run down his back. From the moment they were kidnapped, Toriko and Coco had been trapped within the Tonyuden's territory. He had no idea how to fight this monstrous creature. The countless faces, big and small, with their different shapes and expressions, were a terrifying sight. Then the massive head at the center spoke, "Humans from the harbor. It's been so many years since someone has set foot here. How should I eat you? I'm really looking forward to it." Trying to scare the 4 heavenly kings with illusions, "You miscalculated, Tonyuden," Toriko scoffed, feigning nonchalance.
He was no stranger to illusions and fear tactics. This time he summoned his monstrous appetite devil, showing Tonuten a horrifying hallucination of itself being skewered and roasted over a fire by a red demon. It was an enhanced version of his intimidation tactic, combined with the chilling aura of the king's dinner.
The Tonutens' faces contorted in terror, their eyes bulged, drool dribbling from their mouths as they vanished like smoke.
All that remained was a single, gigantic face, fainted dead on the ground. With the illusion dispelled, Toriko and Coco reappeared.
Safe and sound, standing on solid ground once more.
Everything they had experienced was nothing but a figment of Tonuten's imagination.
To think you took them down with just intimidation, that's amazing, Toriko. Coco exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Dealing with those level 500 to 600 monsters doesn't require much effort anyway. Toriko chuckled, brushing it off.
Komatsu and the others were worried for nothing.
Despite Toriko's relaxed demeanor, Coco couldn't shake off a feeling of awe.
Even as a bystander, he could sense the terrifying power within that illusion. And yet Toriko had broken free so effortlessly. Is this the result of a year and a half of training in the gourmet world?
He wondered. Meanwhile, Zebra finally stirred, stretching languidly as he yawned. Is it over? I'm starving. Komatsu immediately understood Zebra's indifferent reaction.
He had seen through the illusion from the start, hence his bored facade.
Did you think something like that could faze me? Now food.
Zebra said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world.
Look, Toriko exclaimed, pointing towards the fallen Tonuten. Its eye was now leaking a continuous stream of soybean tears.
Looking closer, they noticed the creature was covered in a layer of what seemed to be delicious tofu skin. So even though this guy looks hideous, it's actually edible from head to toe, Toriko remarked.
Komatsu's chef DNA instantly activated at the mention of edible ingredients.
Pulling out his trusty giant pot from within the watermelon octopus, he got to work. A mouth-watering aroma soon filled the air as Komatsu whipped up a feast. There was a steaming pot of tofu hot pot, brimming with tofu fish sausage and tenderized bird meat. The monstrous leech-like creatures, now detoxified, were sliced and grilled to perfection. And of course, no Komatsu special was complete without his signature rich broth and creamy mayonnaise. Every dish was a testament to his exceptional culinary skills. Toriko, drooling at the sight, dug in with gusto after offering his thanks. The tofu skin, thinly sliced and incredibly tender, melted in his mouth. To think this hideous creature could produce such delicious tofu skin. It's like a culinary underdog story, Sunny exclaimed between sobs, deeply moved by the taste. Zebra, not one for elaborate descriptions, chose to express his satisfaction by stuffing his face. Komatsu's jaw dropped when he saw Zebra lift the entire pot to his mouth. At least use a bowl, he cried out in dismay. It wasn't just the four heavenly kings and Komatsu who were enjoying the feast. Queen Terikis, June, and even the watermelon octopus were happily digging in. As they ate, Komatsu was overwhelmed with emotion. My dream is to travel the world with everyone sharing meals like this, he confessed, tears welling up in his eyes. Toriko smiled warmly at him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Komatsu, this is all thanks to you. Just then a series of loud croak-croak sounds reached their ears. Turning around, they saw a dapper-looking frog driving towards them in a cute little car. Everyone was taken aback by his peculiar appearance, a comical blend of fashionable and tacky. The frog, sporting a pair of sunglasses, greeted them with a cool demeanor. Unfortunately, he spoke in frog language, leaving everyone clueless. The frog tilted its head in confusion when everyone continued to stare blankly. Croak croak, what is that thing? Sunny and Komatsu blurted out in unison. The frog finally realized he had been speaking in frog language and quickly apologized in human tongue. Toriko's jaw dropped. It's you, the frog we met at the Thorny Sea. Indeed, the name's Croak Croak in your tongue. You can call me Mappy, the frog replied with a slight bow. Mappy introduced himself as an explorer from the bewitching food world, his trusty steed a 455 level beast Sararu. He was sent by the esteemed Daruma hermit to escort them. What does that old geezer Daruma want with us? Zebra questioned. Don't tell me he's found some delicious ingredients for us. Komatsu suddenly recalled seeing Daruma hermit's tribute on Zebra's menu. He also remembered Zebra borrowing the hermit's mount. According to Mappy, the Daruma hermit was their village chief. Speaking of the bewitching food world, Komatsu thought of Brunch. Wasn't that Brunch's home? I'm sure Brunch is looking forward to seeing you all again, Mappy chirped. I have no interest in seeing that idiot, Zebra scoffed. Komatsu, however, was determined to visit this bewitching food world, but since he went through the trouble of sending for us, we should accept his invitation, right? Besides, we'll get to experience the delicacies of the bewitching food world, he said, his voice laced with excitement. Sunny, on the other hand, had reservations. The ingredients in the bewitching food world are quite bizarre. Who knows if they're even edible, let alone delicious, he pointed out. But Toriko didn't seem to care. For him, as long as it was edible, it was good enough. Besides, didn't Chichi say to follow our gourmet compass when we're lost, he reminded them. Zebra rolled his eyes. We're not lost. Toriko ignored him and turned to Mappy. Lead the way. Sunny leaned in towards Toriko, whispering, are you sure about this? He's a frog.
It seems awfully suspicious to just follow him blindly.
Don't worry, I don't smell any danger on him, it's fine, Toriko assured him. Sunny frowned, unconvinced by Toriko's reasoning, so because he doesn't smell bad it means he's trustworthy, but he's so ugly. Alright everyone, get on board, we're about to depart.
Mappy announced, gesturing toward his car.
Initially everyone was eager, however as soon as Soraro sped up they were left in the dust. Wait up, they shouted, urging the watermelon octopus to chase after Mappy's vehicle at full speed.
They soon arrived at what seemed like a giant maze, surrounded by towering white rock formations.
Your basic strength is more than enough to survive in the gourmet world, Mappy commented, casually stretching his legs on the car roof.
Who does this frog think he is, talking down to us, Sunny grumbled. Don't underestimate Mappy, Toriko warned Sunny, just think, could you drive through the thorny sea while casually sipping coffee like him? Coco chimed in, impressed by Mappy's nonchalance.
Mappy, Komatsu asked, is it always this dangerous at night in the gourmet world? Day and night in the gourmet world are two completely different beasts, Mappy explained. This place is dangerous even in broad daylight and especially so at night, but you guys can easily take down a Tonyuden, so there's nothing to worry about. He paused for emphasis before adding, however you should know that nighttime is when the 8 kings reign supreme. Komatsu shuddered at the mention of the 8 kings. He knew they were the 8 apex predators ruling over the gourmet world.
Before Mappy could continue, an oppressive force pressed down on them, rendering them immobile. Mappy, removing his sunglasses, glanced up at the sky.
Sararu, why did you take a shortcut through here?
The watermelon octopus trembled on the verge of fainting.
This is the footprint of Heracles the Horse King, one of the 8 kings left behind thousands of years ago, Mappy explained, his voice hushed with reverence. This 8th region is his territory. A cold sweat broke out on Toriko and the others as they struggled against the overwhelming pressure. Even a footprint left behind millennia ago still held such terrifying power. They couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what would happen if they encountered the Horse King himself.
Would they be crushed like ants?
Just one look at this barren wasteland tells you how powerful the Horse King is.
Zebra remarked, his voice grave. Ha, you can tell what kind of mood Heracles was in by looking at his footprints, Mappy said with a chuckle. When he's angry, the area around his footprints becomes barren like this. But when he's in a good mood they transform into lush fields, clear lakes, and become havens for all sorts of creatures. Komatsu, having never experienced anything quite as exhilarating as this, felt a familiar sensation creeping up on him. His face contorted into a comical expression of sheer terror. If this were the human world, this footprint alone would be a World Heritage Site, he exclaimed. You worry too much, Mappy reassured him with a chuckle. The 8 kings, each one reigns supreme over their own continent in the gourmet world. When they all travel together, that's when night falls on the gourmet world. Coco drew a parallel to the human world. It's similar to when high-ranking officials make visits and maximum security measures are put in place. In other words, the entire gourmet world is currently on high alert. Despite the tense atmosphere, Mappy seemed unfazed. At night it's not just the beasts that become stronger, but the environment also becomes harsher, he explained. Since ancient times, to survive, creatures have had to avoid both the 8 kings and the harsh environments while searching for food. This led to the formation of many travel routes known as gourmet streets. These are the rare safe havens in the gourmet world.
Of course, he added, safe is a relative term. There are still plenty of dangers lurking in these parts. Toriko's eyes widened. That explains it. That's how Komatsu and I managed to survive in the gourmet world for a year and a half. It dawned on him that they had been lucky enough to stumble upon these gourmet streets. It's next to impossible to find these gourmet streets without a considerable amount of luck, Mappy chimed in.
Moreover, these gourmet streets connect the 7 civilizations that once existed in the gourmet world. The bewitching food world is one of them. As they continued their journey, the scenery transformed once more. This time they found themselves before an expanse of glittering golden water, a stark contrast to the desolate surroundings. This was the Golden Swamp, a vast swamp of golden sand, heavier than lead, known for its incredibly strong buoyancy. Objects could float effortlessly on its surface, and the golden shimmer, that was sunlight reflecting off millions upon millions of golden sand particles, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It's breathtaking, Sunny whispered, tears welling up in his eyes. With a view like this, who cares about the bewitching food world? Just one glimpse is enough to last a lifetime. But as everyone was captivated by the mesmerizing scenery, Mappy suddenly cried out in alarm. Croak! Croak!
Everyone turned to him, startled. In his haste he had forgotten how to speak human again.
Clouds! The clouds!
Alarmed, everyone looked up and saw a massive, dark cloud resembling a slab of iron descending from the sky.
This is bad. We need to dive into the golden swamp now.
If that thing catches us, we're done for. The sky was pitch black, the sleek black cloud suddenly transforming into the shape of giant feet, as if someone was stomping on the earth. It was the iron cloud, and it was about to fall.
Hearing Komatsu's warning, Toriko and his friends, standing under the giant footprint, were all bewildered. Whose stinky feet are these, daring to trample everywhere like this?
A heavy cloud fell beside the octopus watermelon, creating billowing waves of golden sand. Sparkling golden water droplets danced in the air, a truly magnificent sight. But this was not the time to marvel. Glancing at the words on the stone tablet, Toriko turned around and frantically explained to everyone, the iron cloud was the true entity of this island. Formed from iron clouds that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Dense iron cloud would slowly descend, as its weight increased every few hundred years, it would sink to the ground.
However, this didn't mean that only one cloud would fall at a time.
On the contrary, whenever this happened to regenerate itself, the iron cloud would create a heavy downpour. It was a torrential rain of steel, as if someone was stomping down, called the iron steps. Simply put, hundreds of feet in the sky would continuously fall to the ground, potentially causing massive casualties. Toriko tried to cut off these iron feet with his leg knife, but their hardness surpassed that of ordinary steel.
The demon knife only left a faint scratch on the ground, not causing any real damage. Numerous iron feet, along with an entire giant iron cloud, gradually descended. If we can't get through, then we go back. It sounded reasonable, but they didn't have time to turn back. Seeing the iron cloud about to collapse, Komatsu was so worried that his head was about to smoke. Seeing their guide return, Komatsu immediately told Sunny to get in the car and hide inside the octopus watermelon. There was still plenty of space inside the octopus watermelon, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to carry Queen Terry and the others. At this moment, the iron cloud was about to fall on the octopus watermelon's head. Thanks to his tentacles supporting it, he wasn't crushed immediately. After everyone was ready, the octopus watermelon took a deep breath and plunged into the golden abyss. At the very last second, the group successfully escaped inside the octopus watermelon. It's truly spacious. The windows are covered by a thin air membrane, preventing the golden sand from entering. Looking out from here, they can appreciate the allure of the golden claw even more. Brilliant golden light illuminates everything, sparkling fish swim around. Mappy exhausted explains to Toriko, the golden sand of the golden claw is called pure gold, known for its high transparency. Toriko looks at Mappy panting heavily, feeling like he's devolved into a tadpole. We're doomed, Mappy laments. Toriko is startled, can't we just dive into the sea and escape? Mappy draws out his words regretfully, impossible. If we dive down from the golden claw to escape, the golden sand in the swamp will flow into a giant cave. It's the entrance to the golden labyrinth, with only an entrance and no exit. No one has ever escaped this labyrinth, we can't go down. So can we wait for the iron cloud to rise again?
No, the iron cloud won't rise for at least a few years, moreover the golden sand is constantly shifting.
The octopus watermelon can't withstand its flow.
Seeing the glowing cave close by, Toriko hurriedly instructed the octopus watermelon to turn around, but it was already too late. In diving mode, the octopus watermelon was not skilled at swimming, and its memory was pulled into the cave by the golden sands. There was no turning back. Coco was puzzled. No matter how formidable the golden claw is, it shouldn't have made things so dire for him, who could leisurely drink coffee amidst the golden waves. The highly skilled frog had shrunk back, regressing into a weak tadpole. What exactly happened to Mappy? Mappy was in terrible shape, as if he were about to draw his last breath at any moment. The golden labyrinth isn't something one can navigate through sheer power alone. Those who reach the exit aren't the strongest but the ones blessed with luck. In essence, it's all about fortune. Hearing this word, they all felt reassured. Isn't that precisely what describes Komatsu? It's your turn to shine, Komatsu. Everyone turned to look at Komatsu, who, startled, looked as frightened as a gorilla. The group then split up to search the octopus watermelon's insides. The rooms within were well equipped, though the bathroom and toilet seemed a bit far from the bedroom. The warehouse kitchen and dining area were unusually spacious, indicating a group of food lovers once lived there. They found a manual control room with detailed operation instructions posted outside. Since they were relying on Komatsu's fortune to escape, they put him in the driver's seat and handed him full control. Toriko had confidence in Komatsu's abilities. He was certain that their smooth entry into the gourmet street was thanks to Komatsu. Komatsu would use his sense of smell to assist, while Zebra and the others would support with their own specialized patrol skills. Zebra's Echo's ability made the situation inside the cave crystal clear. The problem arose as soon as they set out. They faced a split path, with only a left or right choice. Sunny and Toriko had differing opinions. Toriko insisted on going left, but Coco was undecided. Zebra deemed the left path more feasible. However, the wildly shifting golden sands left them no time for discussion. They were about to crash into the rock wall in the center when Komatsu grabbed the control and made the octopus exhale sharply, stopping their momentum. Everyone was so shocked by the sudden movement that they were wide-eyed. Komatsu pulled the control lever, maneuvering successfully through the situation. Even though they didn't know when the next crisis would arise, surviving this one brought a sigh of relief. Mappy, still weakened, was full of doubts. He wondered how these people could remain so cheerful in such an impenetrable labyrinth, as if they knew the way out. But their group of 5 was truly remarkable, carving an unbelievable new path through the endless maze. He thought maybe they really could succeed. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the gourmet world, Joie laughed maniacally. Magnificent Acacia. So this is what they call fortune. Joie had found the path to the gourmet star's banquet table with precise timing, showcasing unparalleled luck. Yet even at the peak of fortune, Joie's desires surged within him, only the chosen ones could pave this path, a treasure even Acacia himself coveted. To Acacia fortune held significant importance, people only appreciate health after illness, and only after loss do they value the simplicity of each day. For Acacia, who had everything, everyday life was mundane, he didn't need to experience loss to know, his insatiable appetite told him everything. It informed him of the countless ingredients he didn't yet possess, the known but untasted foods that fascinated him. It made him aware of the vastness of his hunger even as he slept. Blue Nitro, leaning on his hand, watched Joie's ambition with a sinister reminder. "You're the second human to carve a path to the gourmet star." Joie smirked. "The first was my mother Frozy, right? She saw this path from the very beginning." "Can fortune bloom with Acacia's full course?" The other Nitro confirmed that under certain conditions, it could. This solidified Joie's resolve. He would not share Acacia's full course with anyone. Before the table of Blue Nitro, Joie made a bold declaration. He would claim the full course himself and leave the rest to his subordinates. Rest assured, the arc has long been completed. On the other side, his loyal group received Joie's signal and prepared for action. Shigematsu excitedly shouted to everyone that Acacia's full course was about to awaken. The sight of the extending deer made Casero smile in awe. What a miracle, an empty space yet a path appears the moment Joie steps on it. The director chuckled, noting that the path had always existed, Joie had merely seen it the correct path. The little guy trailing them fell into deep thought as he stared at the road ahead. Is it really that amazing? Aren't there paths everywhere? Don't reveal that. It's true that seeing many paths could make you as popular. Meanwhile, Komatsu, steering the octopus watermelon, let everyone out of danger. Mappy was shocked. He couldn't believe they had found the exit. Back to his pre-diving state, Mappy watched as everyone surrounded and praised Komatsu, yet Mappy kept replaying Toriko's words in his mind. Toriko had said that without Komatsu they wouldn't have made it to Gourmet Street. So did Komatsu truly see the path of golden fortune? Though unaware of his own luck, Komatsu was no ordinary man. Along the way the team had even taken treasure chests from the cave. One particular can caught Komatsu's eye just as a massive drop of water struck the octopus, shaking it violently. Mappy explained that this was due to the dominant fish in Area 8, which caused such rainfall, but there was no danger. In fact, they could take the opportunity for a relaxing bath. After bathing and eating, the rain hadn't stopped. Out of nowhere a creepy eyeball floated through the air, scaring Komatsu half to death. Mappy reassured him. "That's a guardian from the village coming to pick us up," he called out. "Look. There's the entrance to our village. It's the Hex Food World." Looking up, they saw the gates of the Hex Food World ahead. Komatsu noticed a ghostly blue flame rising at the main entrance, drifting like a spirit then slowly spreading apart. Mappy pointed at the strange sight, excitedly shouting, "Look, the pregnant fireworks are going off." "Is that really fireworks? Are there even fireworks that rise so slowly? They aren't colorful at all. In fact, they're eerie. It's not sending someone off, is it?" Their arrival had already been reported to Tengu Castle, where Branch shouted commands to his subordinates. "Tonight we celebrate." Toriko instructed Terry and the others to wait with the octopus at the entrance, but Komatsu couldn't contain his excitement, hoping to see Branch after so long. Coco thoughtfully had kissed Stay Behind, promising to bring back delicious food. Mappy suddenly realized, "Wait, did we bring any ingredients? Toriko, did you?" Everyone exchanged glances, realizing they might need gifts. Mappy explained, "In the gourmet world everything is traded for ingredients, meals, lodging, goods. Money is worthless, only ingredients have value." Zebra remarked, "I didn't bring money anyway." Sunny teased, "Because you always take things by force." "Never mind, let's see what we can do," they agreed as they pressed on. Komatsu followed behind Mappy with eager anticipation as they approached the main entrance. Suddenly many small eyes popped out from the ground, their heads wobbling. While their fluffy appearance might have been endearing, the black, oily sludge covering their bodies was somewhat revolting. Sunny was startled and almost fainted when a creature called Mooney popped its head up. He couldn't understand why he always encountered such gross things. Komatsu was also so scared he kept shouting. The scariest moment came from Zebra. His booming voice commanded, "Disappear." The Mooney creatures froze in place, eyes nearly popping out from their sockets. Thanks to Zebra's intimidation, they saw no more Mooney creatures on their way into the village. Passing through the entrance, the village's overall scenery unfolded. Winding streets were lined with all sorts of stalls, bustling and lively. The crowd and curious gazes greeted them warmly as they walked in. Mappy, delighted to be home, ran up to greet them. The villagers, though friendly, all had bizarre appearances. By comparison, someone like Brunch would probably be considered the village's heartthrob. Sonny, with his extreme aesthetic standards, couldn't handle the visual shock. These strange creatures shattered his perception of appearances once again. At that moment a long-haired, bearded man approached Sonny, sighing deeply. "Oh, it's been so long since a human visited the village." Sonny retreated in fright, thinking, "What kind of creature is this?" Mappy patted his shoulder and introduced, "This is Takeshi, the little brother of that famous Numerihian's grandson." Sonny muttered, "So his name is Takeshi?" Suddenly, Komatsu shouted in surprise, "Whoa! A faceless creature! Mappy quickly explained, this is Nilpakichi, Komatsu, he does have a face, his facial features are just very small possibly because of his large head. Other villagers were equally strange including cockroaches evolved from Mars and cross-species giant spiders. Sunny was on the brink of losing it, he really didn't want to deal with these unsettling creatures. At the same time he was a bit curious whether there were cockroaches on Mars.
Toriko meanwhile was focused on finding delicious food, catching a whiff of an unusually fragrant takoyaki. Hearing about food, Komatsu excitedly followed, while Coco, feeling a bit unsatisfied, said, "You're gonna eat already? I haven't finished exploring yet."
Toriko and Komatsu arrived at the takoyaki stand. There was only one older man running it, but the takoyaki machine was huge. Rumor had it that it could make 2,000 pieces at a time. Toriko boldly ordered 2,000 pieces as an appetizer. The iron table in the storage area was soon filled with takoyaki. With lightning speed, the owner flipped them over in an instant.
Komatsu marveled, this speed, this skill. I couldn't manage the scale and size.
Freshly made takoyaki was ready and Toriko grabbed a big bowl and started eating without stopping. The outside was soft while the inside was chewy and flavorful with a slight crunch, absolutely irresistible. But Sunny was different. Just looking at the bizarre appearance of the takoyaki killed his appetite. The group continued to wander around. Everywhere they looked, there were new and interesting sights.
Someone called out to Zebra, "Hey friend, want to join us for a drink?"
Zebra shot them a sharp glance. The shopkeeper, frightened, quickly apologized. Toriko and Komatsu were having the good time. Komatsu exclaimed, "I never thought the gourmet world would be this fun. I always imagined it to be scarier and more disgusting." Komatsu spotted a kitchenware store filled with all kinds of items. A beautiful kitchen knife caught his eye. It looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The shopkeeper praised him for his good taste. It was a knife he made, taught by a customer about a year ago. Although that person was big and silent, they were a genuine artisan. Hearing this, Komatsu understood. Coco wandered into a toy store and found many interesting weapons and plush toys. He particularly liked a dark bandage roll.
Sunny, bored and disgusted, suddenly he noticed a store that looked somewhat normal, not as creepy as the others, but the name was puzzling. 18 pounds of canned meat for beauty? He couldn't resist. Sunny bought a can and gently opened it. Inside was a tiny girl unclothed and blushing. Sunny froze in shock, then threw it away as if it were something filthy.
Toriko and Komatsu were used to Sunny's dramatic reactions, but this time it seemed like he was genuinely traumatized. He must have encountered something truly horrifying. However, their concern vanished when they spotted a mixed porridge shop. Just the thought of it was delicious, so they pulled Sunny in. The bowl of porridge was thick with a few eyeballs floating on top. It looked eerie but tasted absolutely amazing.
Toriko was full of praise. Sunny couldn't bring himself to eat and planned to have bananas to cleanse his stomach.
But these weren't ordinary bananas, they were natto bananas. Opening them to reveal the sticky natto made Sunny feel like passing out, yet Toriko and Komatsu ate happily. After the meal the group headed to a bar. Coco, who didn't drink much, ordered a ghost coffee milk. Meanwhile Toriko and the others enthusiastically shouted cheers. While they partied wildly, Brunch had long grown impatient. He had prepared a grand feast and had been waiting forever, but no one showed up. Seeing the group drunk and oblivious, Brunch stormed over angrily, "Why are you here?
All the food on my side is ready, why haven't you come yet? How long are you planning to make me wait?" Brunch's tirade left everyone stunned.
Komatsu's eyes went wide. "Mouth agape, Brunch, I missed you so much." No sooner had he spoken than he started vomiting.
Coco, already tipsy, staggered over. "I'm drinking alcoholic coffee milk, you know."
And then he too started throwing up.
Brunch panicked. "Coco, you can't throw up. If you vomit poison, we're doomed."
Brunch then took the whole group to Tengu Castle and brewed Yeti snow tea to sober them up.
Listening to stories of Brunch's legendary feats and his incredible cooking skills, Zebra remarked, "The taste is decent, but his personality. What a handful." Brunch, overhearing this, wanted nothing more than to punch Zebra.
Among these people, Zebra was the one Brunch disliked the most due to his unpredictable temper. Toriko reminisced about when the human world was in danger, and how the gourmet world had offered a lot of help.
Brunch confirmed, "That's right, at that time the only ingredients left here were golden eggs and takoyaki."
But that was because the leader of the Bishokukai had been meddling. Brunch swore to take him down if they ever met again. Toriko took a sip of tea and said calmly, "If you could handle him you wouldn't be suffering like this. Komatsu and I have met him before. He has the power to destroy everything if he wants.
Right now he's probably stronger than anyone and he's terrifyingly hungry." Speaking of hunger, Zebra started to feel hungry and urged Brunch to serve the food. Brunch was exasperated. "Didn't you all just eat till you were stuffed?" Coco got serious. "For the future of the human world we can't stay here alone. This time we want to meet Daruma." "Well, you're in luck because he's on the brink of death," Brunch said. Everyone was shocked. "Since when?" Brunch continued. "He's at the therapeutic hot spring now. There's a doctor from the human world treating him, so he should be fine." Just then Mappy rushed in, breathless. "It's bad, Daruma's condition." The whole group hurried to the hot spring, but seeing Zebra still calmly sipping his tea, it didn't seem too serious. Daruma lay flat on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face pale. Surrounding him were villagers milked the first IGO staff. Daruma was gasping for breath, his body trembling, looking like he was at death's door. Brunch anxiously shouted, "Oh well man, are you okay?" Daruma slowly opened his eyes, a dazed expression on his face.
He waved his hand trying to say something, then closed his eyes again.
Brunch yelled, "Old man." Daruma opened his eyes again, his lips moving. Brunch leaned in close, "Say whatever you want." "Old man."
Before he could say anything, Daruma closed his eyes again. Brunch screamed in despair.
Daruma reacted again, but this time Brunch was no longer upset. He slapped Daruma on the forehead. "This is ridiculous. What do you want? Decide if you want to live or die already."
Adashino, who had witnessed the entire scene, spoke up. "He's fine, he probably just peeked at someone bathing and got a bit too excited." Hearing this, Brunch was furious. Seeing Daruma's still racing heartbeat and dazed mind, Brunch grew even angrier.
He grabbed Daruma's beard and prepared to lash out. Wake up now. You perverted old man."
Komatsu and Sani were stunned to learn that the beautiful woman was none other than Adashino, the genius surgeon who could cure any illness with just a kitchen knife. Even as a gourmet specialist, she was a formidable figure in the human world, but why are her eyes like that?
As IGO's number 0 operative.
She appeared alongside Master Ichiryu a year and a half ago, Adashino explained, and she's not the only one. Milk is here as well. Milk the first stepped out from behind them. However, compared to his previous appearance, he had lost his left arm. It seemed that the quiet craftsman mentioned by the shopkeeper was indeed the Milk. Milk spoke, but his voice was so soft that the Komatsu group couldn't hear anything. Only Zebra could hear him. He translated Milk's words for everyone. He's talking about what happened a year and a half ago, and how to capture Acacia's salad air. Milk used soundstones to tell the 4 kings and Brunch how to prepare air, then instructed them to split up and depart in 4 directions.
Komatsu didn't understand why they had to act separately. Wouldn't it be safer and more reassuring to travel together?
Adashino explained that it was to avoid the risk of the entire group being wiped out. When the gourmet world entered night, the climate in Area 8 became much harsher, to the point where even the spring of origin couldn't be approached casually. The land leading to the center of Area 8 was originally the rain area. Although it was marked as sea on the map, it was actually a desolate wasteland with all kinds of storms raging. Initially they planned to divide into 10 or 20 groups. But since the targets were the 4 kings, dividing into 4 directions was sufficient. Of course they couldn't accurately determine the location based on the 4 kings alone. They had anticipated this. Therefore they arranged 3 guides, including the talented Saisia Dinner, the food hunter of Kappa Valley Nosh, and the famous chef that everyone knows, Tengu Brunch. Mappy explained that they were the current representatives of the Hex Food world, each with top-notch strength, almost on par with the Hex Food Beast Knights led by himself, Nopakichi and Takishi. Naturally 4 paths and only 3 guides wouldn't be enough, so Mappy would lead the final group himself. Regarding the person following Mappy, he especially emphasized, "You'd better prepare yourself thoroughly." Grandpa Daruma opened his eyes and said to Mappy with reluctance, "Don't push yourself too hard, if possible. I'm serious. If it's really possible, then you absolutely must do it. Although I can't guarantee 100%, I believe you can get air. This old man has a strong feeling that if I can eat air, my illness will be completely cured." Brunch interrupted the rambling old man with disgust. That lecherous old man, the horny Daruma. Why not just try dying once and get it over with? After setting off, Brunch turned to look at Zebra following behind him and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Zebra. Did that lecherous old geezer force you to come along too?" Zebra replied with a blank face, "That old man asked me to help eavesdrop on some things. Consider it the price for exchanging for cooking ingredients, but could it be that all the guys with titles like hermit are horny old men?" Brunch wasn't sure either. Maybe all hermits are like that. But there was no time to think because the group had arrived at Stardust Hill, where countless large and small meteorites rained down like crazy. Each impact with the ground created a small explosion. Crossing this place was no different than going through a heavy artillery battlefield. Zebra on the other hand found this place quite interesting. Compared to Bomber Fire, this place is much cuter. But then he wondered, why do I have to team up with that Tengu guy? Barely provoked by him and was close to fighting on the spot. Sani was paired with Nash, who yelled, "Hurry up mommy. You're kinda slow, let's get air." Sani almost lost it. "It's not mommy, it's Sani. How can you get both syllables wrong when there are only 2? Then Sani suddenly remembered, wait, weren't we supposed to visit Daruma? How did it turn into fetching air for him? And why do I have to team up with this weird Kappa guy? And this hideous outfit, it's so tacky and has absolutely no style." Sensing Sani's impending meltdown, Nash explained, "This is a demon feather cloak, made from the feathers of the mysterious Noko demon bird. It has top-tier defense in the monster world." Sani really couldn't stand Nash's choppy staccato way of speaking. He was just about to walk away when a scorching laser beam swept past him from behind. They were in the plains of the bee's nest, where laser rain fell from the sky. The only way to get through this was to use nimble footwork to constantly dodge. And dodging everything by reflex in such a dense laser rain was truly playing with your life. But this was reality, they had no other way to pass. Meanwhile, Dinner was moving with Coco. He was curious whether Coco had really been on the list of dangerous creatures. Coco didn't dodge the question, admitting frankly, "And I'm even more dangerous now than I was then."
Then Coco asked Dinner, of the 7 civilizations that once flourished in the gourmet world, aside from the hex food world, are there any others left?
Dinner confessed that he didn't know for sure, in fact he wasn't even sure how prosperous those places had been. Regardless of the civilization, all of them were heavily devastated, leaving only ruins and hunger. Our village has survived until now thanks to the endless optimism of everyone. The village chief once said. When everyone can genuinely smile, that is when the entire village enjoys the greatest food of all, air. Coco was supremely confident. Don't worry, we will definitely get air, so that everyone can eat it. They were currently in a poisonous grassland, but the poison here was completely harmless to them. Clearly this is a path custom designed for us. The final pair was Toriko and Komatsu. On the way while in the vehicle, Toriko asked Mappy, has anyone in the village ever eaten air? Mappy replied, the village chief had to use countless connections just to learn how to handle air. Air is the dream of the entire village. Toriko had also heard that collecting Acacia's full-course menu had to follow the correct order and route. In other words, without eating air, it wouldn't be possible to access the next dish, the soup pair in Area 7. Komatsu wondered, what effect will eating air actually have? Mappy said that's hard to say. There are many places in the gourmet world that normal humans cannot pass through. It said there are mountains where you can't breathe, caves where growth speeds up 200,000 times, gates that only souls can enter, and ravines where time flows backwards. Could Acacia's full course be made up of ingredients that help you overcome those places? Regardless of what was said, the core was still about upgrading gourmet cells. If not as Toriko was feeling, a powerful pressure would come from somewhere, making his entire body unable to move, as if completely locked in place. This was a force of suppression that forced people to submit, and yet Mappy was calm as if nothing was happening. He asked Toriko, you feel it, right? Toriko immediately thought back to Mappy's words, prepare yourself. He understood what Mappy was planning. However, the one who truly wasn't affected was Komatsu. While Toriko was sweating profusely, Komatsu was as calm as usual, not feeling it meant not being afraid. Toriko looked around at the scene before him, which shook his very soul. Everywhere were high-level horse species leisurely strolling. Dharma war horses, Janus unicorns, all of them were present. Komatsu was surprised. What is this? Mappy casually introduced, this is Horse King Hill, the lair of the Horse King Heracles. Toriko was drenched in sweat. He didn't understand why they had to come to such a dangerous place. Komatsu was trembling, stuttering, unable to utter a single sentence. And yet Mappy remained calm as if nothing were amiss. We, the inhabitants of the gourmet world, able to develop our own civilization, all owe our existence to the protection of the 8 kings from ancient times. We have survived until now because we are sheltered by the 8 kings, therefore we must also offer tribute to the kings. There's no hiding from the kings who rule the entire gourmet world continent. To capture air, one must face the Horse King. Mappy's chosen method was sacrifice. In Mappy's eyes there was now a shimmering haze. We will die here. But I don't know if my life can be exchanged for forgiveness from the Horse King. In the human world the 4 kings are the pinnacle, but in the eyes of the gourmet world's 8 kings, they are mere ants. Toriko felt the air become terrifyingly heavy, as if his entire body was being crushed, unable to breathe. Even raising his hand became incredibly difficult. He struggled to raise his hand, trying to look towards Komatsu. Under such immense pressure, there was no need for measurements to know how strong the opponent was. Even the concept of capture level became meaningless. As long as the aura is terrifying enough, you don't need status or background, you can still make others bow their heads. The 3 of them stood before a mature Dharma warhorse and already felt insignificant. Meanwhile the Horse King Heracles was many times larger and more majestic. The difference in power was obvious. The Horse King Heracles didn't need to be angry, just lying there exuded an aura that shook the heavens and the earth. The repeating patterns on his body were symbols of absolute power. That aura was higher than everyone else, making Toriko and Komatsu not dare to look up. Komatsu was so scared that he was turning into a gorilla, his familiar trembling state returning. Mappy, who was prepared to sacrifice himself, calmly explained, although there are other phantom beasts Heracles, the king named Heracles is only one. Toriko felt suffocated, the air like thick, sticky clay as if plugging his nose. Mappy said that's because the air on Horse King Hill is extremely thin, so air trees grow here. Toriko recalled when he entered the gourmet world's underground forest, he had seen this type of tree that could generate air. Mappy sighed. Toriko, Komatsu. I'm about to die, I'll become fertilizer for the air tree. Toriko had long guessed that Mappy intended to sacrifice himself bravely, he just hadn't expected it would be to become fertilizer for a tree. Mappy gently stroked the air tree. If extremely powerful life is used as nourishment, the air tree will produce extremely high-quality air. Saying this, Kararu started to tear up. Mappy was a bit choked up, saying to him, you have to take care. Then he shouted at the Horse King Heracles, please use my life to exchange for permission to capture air. Please take my life alone. Toriko rushed forward to stop him, yelling shut up. In reality Toriko's head was also in a mess at this moment. What should he do? On one side was air, on the other was the absolutely powerful king. There was no other option but to fight. Komatsu on the other hand was staring intently at the air tree, lost in thought. Elsewhere Daruma the hermit, along with Melk and Adashino, had arrived at the atmosphere garden, located on the eastern side of the Hex food world. At the very end of the village. This place had nutrient-rich fertilizer, fish, and localized sunlight, which helped the soil become fertile, producing many types of plants. Thanks to photosynthesis, the air here was abundant, making it one of the few places in the Hex food world suitable for recuperating. Only by coming here could Daruma the hermit's illness be alleviated. Milk saw the Heracles foal and sighed. They have inherited the bloodline of the horse king. Adashino added, there are also Daruma demon horses, and juvenile Janus unicorns. Daruma looked at the fertile fields and couldn't help but exclaim, there are horses that eat grass and horses that eat meat. But all the war horses living in the Horse King Hill area are air-eating horses. Although they sometimes ate grass, meat, or nibbled on fruit, they mostly preferred to eat air. For them, breathing was the source of life. Every time the Horse King Heracles breathed, he could maintain a breath-holding state for about a month. In other words, with just one breath, even without eating anything, he could continuously exert his full power for a whole month. Conversely, if he did nothing at all, just lay still, one breath would be enough to live comfortably for a whole year. The Horse King, one of the 8 kings, only needs to breathe once to sustain life for a year, and a normal human? One breath is only enough to exert full power for about 8 seconds. Even if they do nothing, just holding their breath, they can only last a few minutes, for the Horse King air is the source of energy. Milk exclaimed, perhaps this is why the Horse King is called an immortal, ageless warhorse. Daruma the hermit sighed, if you compare the breathing of the Horse King to humans, it's blatant cheating. Because the lung capacity and quality of inhaled and exhaled air between the two are unimaginably different, each time the Horse King Heracles breathes, it can absorb about 5.6 trillion liters of air. Converted into volume, that's equivalent to about 300 million cubic kilometers, almost the entire volume of seawater in the Atlantic Ocean. But Heracles only exhales about 10% of the air it inhales, therefore Area 8 is always in a state of severe oxygen deficiency. The air it exhales, commonly called waste, is full of toxins. Under the influence of convection currents, this toxic air transforms into various types of rain that fall to the ground. This is why Area 8 is called the continent of rain. In fact, Heracles' one breath per year is almost equal to the total amount of air that the gourmet world's animals, plants, and microorganisms need to survive. However, when Heracles reproduces, the situation is completely different. At that time it needs 100 times more fresh air than usual. And only one thing can provide enough air in one breath, the fruit air, which grows on the air tree. Air, the king of all gourmet ingredients, it can be said that Heracles' breath created the strange climate of this land. Normally it's fine, but when it's the Horse King's breeding season, it needs 100,000 air fruits. It is said that, the moment an air fruit ripens and falls to the ground, the amount of air released is enough to dispel all the clouds in Area 8. The ground will then be illuminated by sunlight, and a rainbow with 100 different colors will appear. Only in that instant can this continent, always covered by thick clouds, link with the other continents along with water, air, light. Saying 100 colors of the rainbow is no exaggeration. Compared to air, even a normal rainbow is nothing. Just one air fruit, crystallized over hundreds of years, contains enough air to cover the entire atmosphere of a planet. At that time, the Horse King Heracles usually gives birth to a new generation of offspring. It rushes onto the rainbow, then roars across the sky, flying over the continents. In ancient times, this roaring action was called the Herrick reaction. Today it gives birth to a new life that shakes the continent. Tomorrow it will display its power to the entire world. Because of this, the Horse King Heracles has become a symbol revered by all of humanity. However, Milk noticed another important detail. The Horse King's offspring, though seemingly normal, are actually premature. Adashino explained, if they are born before fully absorbing enough air, then they are indeed premature. And in the tens of thousands of years that have passed, no descendant of the Horse King has ever crossed the rainbow. Daruma the hermit added, when air ripens, the blue nitro always steal it first. They don't have special handling techniques, but they steal that technology from others. But because they can't defeat the blue nitro, they also can't harvest air. If Heracles personally approaches the tree, the air fruit will immediately spoil due to hypersensitivity. After all, without air, the Horse King's bloodline will weaken, and if one of the 8 kings, the Horse King, declines, this entire continent will also collapse. Daruma looked up at the sky where rain was falling lightly inside. At this time, what we can do is only to become fertilizer for the air tree, to become food for the Horse King. Although the effect is not great, our abilities are only so much. Milk approached and comforted him. Don't be too pessimistic, sir. If it's Toriko and Komatsu, who knows, they might actually be able to capture air. Milk was about to say more, but the sound-amplifying stone in his hand fell, causing Daruma the hermit to not clearly hear the latter part. At this moment, Komatsu drew the milk knife, his eyes showing a determined look, ready to risk everything. Toriko and Mappi were both stunned by that aura. They had rarely seen Komatsu display such a battle-ready stance. Komatsu calmly said, I hear the call of the ingredient. Mappi had never seen Komatsu unleash his power before, and his jaw dropped in stunned silence. Toriko's expression, on the other hand, was completely the opposite. He felt that Komatsu would definitely accomplish something great this time. Just mentioning the call of the ingredient, and Komatsu's entire body blazed with an intense aura. He really could hear the ingredient calling his name. Toriko smiled triumphantly as if this was only natural. But Mappi was confused, asking, you say ingredient, could it be that air tree? Komatsu gently swung the knife then shook his head. No, the ingredient calling me is something further ahead. Toriko and Mappi looked in the direction Komatsu pointed, which was toward the Horse King's air tree. In front of them again was the Horse King Heracles with its overwhelming power. Sensing that the three intended to pass it, Heracles emitted an intense killing intent. In an instant the three of them were blown away by the shockwave of an invisible bomb. Just one glance was enough to make the ground seem to shake. This was only a warning, not a real attack, but the level of disparity was still too clear. Could they really face such a terrifying opponent? Mappi stopped them. The tribute hasn't been offered yet. How can you talk about stealing air? The Horse King will definitely not allow it. But Toriko had made up his mind. If you don't let us pass, then we have no choice but to use force to break through. Mappi was shocked. Toriko didn't give him time to think, immediately urging take Komatsu to where air is. If Kararu runs at full speed, it won't be long before you reach it. Mappi was speechless, intending to say he would sacrifice himself here as a tribute, but Toriko interrupted. If you die to offer a sacrifice, then we can't eat air together. That statement made Mappi even more confused. Komatsu asked Toriko, then what are you going to do? Toriko said sternly, it's obvious, isn't it? You two go capture air, I'll stay here and hold back the Horse King. Mappi was shocked. Are you stupid? How can you possibly win against the Horse King? Doing that is certain death. Toriko remained steadfast. If it's certain death, then I must die after completing my mission. He looked at Komatsu, his eyes full of trust. Komatsu, you are the one who will prepare air. Air is calling you. Let the Horse King witness your skill. Rest assured your dish will be protected by me to the end. With those words, Komatsu was immediately reassured. He pulled along the still hesitating Mappi and got into the vehicle. Kararu understood the intentions of Toriko and Komatsu, activated acceleration mode and sped straight toward the air area. But what awaited them wasn't just the Horse King. A Dharma demon horse suddenly charged from the side, raising its hooves to stomp straight down, almost crushing the entire group. Kararu took a deep breath, switched to high-speed mode and stepped hard on the gas, shooting away like an arrow and escaping by a hair's breadth. As they were frantically escaping, Toriko unleashed a powerful aura, shaking the entire land. The Horse King and the surrounding warhorses immediately turned to look at him. Toriko began throwing punches, continuously pounding the ground, creating tremors that resonated deep within the earth. The warhorses had murderous expressions, but Toriko wasn't afraid at all, yelling, Heracles! Got some time? Wanna fight? The Horse King tilted its head slightly, its eyes seemingly filled with a hint of suspicion. Toriko continued to shout, if you insist on having a sacrifice, then I will be the one who sacrifices myself. But only if you can kill me with your own hands. Toriko's eyes were bloodshot, filled with red veins, and the power from his entire body erupted without concealment. The Horse King Heracles' face darkened, and it slowly stood up, its oppressive force like the sky collapsing. Although Toriko's words sounded full of momentum, in reality he was worried to death. Am I really about to fight one of the 8 kings? Can I hold him back for even a little while? 10 minutes or even less? Sweat flowed down, his body constantly and instinctively reacting to the undeniable fear of a powerful opponent. Mappi, Komatsu, you two have to hurry. The red Oni inside Toriko roared, baring its fangs ready to fight. Come on, Horse King Heracles. While Toriko was using his life to buy time, Zebra and Brunch were traversing the Stardust Hill area, amidst the frantic meteor rain. Zebra used Soundwave Demolish, shattering all the meteors in the sky, but the continuous falling rocks were starting to irritate him. Brunch stretched, saying, step aside, let me show you some skills. He roared, electricity coursing through his body, using the stored electricity to magnetize his entire body, becoming a giant living magnet. The meteors here contained a lot of metal, and they began to be drawn towards Brunch at a dizzying speed. Zebra seized the opportunity, shouting, now take them all out at once. Zebra was ready, yelling, my turn to move aside. Super sound burst. Under the extreme sound waves, all the attracted meteors immediately exploded into rock dust. Meanwhile, at the plains of the bee's nest, Sunny was using his hair to create a protective umbrella, resisting the laser rain that burned like fire. His mind felt like it was about to explode from the heat. In contrast, Nosh was running through the lasers as if nothing were happening, dodging precisely like a ninja. He even turned back and urged Sunny, hurry up, old man. Sunny was still trying to cope when the rain suddenly became more intense. The high-intensity laser rain began. Nosh then removed his hat, revealing the shiny round plate on his head, the Minton pufferfish head plate. Even when lasers hit his head directly, he wasn't harmed because he had compressed all his muscle fibers into the plate, creating an invincible shield that reflected all attacks. Sunny was shocked. Seriously? You had such an awesome move and didn't say so earlier. Nosh smiled wryly, this move only lasts a few seconds. After that I'll be immobile for a few minutes. I'm counting on you then, Sunny. Sunny froze, I was hoping you would help me, how did it turn into me saving you? With no other choice, Sunny grabbed Nosh by the scruff of his neck and ran for his life, unsure when the move would run out, so running first was the only option. At Poison Rain Prairie, Coco and Dinner were strolling leisurely.
Coco used a poisonous mist defense to block the poisonous rain, while Dinner carried temporary detoxifying flowers. Both were safe. This type of flower was extremely rare, almost extinct, but with Dinner's regeneration ability, replanting them wasn't too difficult. However, while they were leisurely strolling, poisonous hail began to fall, a poison so potent that even Coco's poisonous mist was pierced. They fell to the ground and corroded the surface, stronger than sulfuric acid. Coco was stunned. I didn't expect the poisonous hail to have such physical power. Protecting against the poison alone wasn't enough, they had to find a way to resist physical damage as well. They decided not to stop and run straight to Slow Rain Hills. At the same time, Komatsu and Mappy were also rushing towards Slow Rain Hills. Komatsu tightly hugged the car seat, his head almost flying off from the speed. In his mind, he only had one thought: wait for me, Toriko. I will bring back the cooked air right away. How long could Red Oni fight against the Horse King Heracles? Toriko had no idea. But to help Komatsu obtain air, he was willing to risk his life, holding the Horse King back for as long as possible. Outwardly, Toriko looked incredibly imposing, but in reality, he was panicking intensely. His mind was completely blank, unsure of where to even begin. Unable to come up with a plan, Toriko decided, there's no point in thinking. Just unleash everything I've got. Come on. Let's start this. Toriko roared. Red Oni emerged with sharp claws, charging straight at the Horse King. The Horse King Heracles was chillingly calm, glancing at him with a disdainful look, and then simply exhaled through his nose. With just one breath, the battle was over. The ground in front of Toriko was carved into a bottomless pit. Everything in the path of that breath was blown away, including half of Toriko's body. Toriko had thought, since I'm the main character, I should be able to exchange a few blows with the 8 kings. The result? Before he could even land a hit, he was cut in half by a single breath. As Toriko realized this, strawberry syrup began to squirt out from his severed body. He collapsed to the ground, powerless to resist. Heracles merely glanced at him, then turned away as if he had just swatted a noisy mosquito, putting on a show. Ultimately, that's all you were. The sound of hooves faded into the distance. Toriko lay there, his eyes gradually dimming, losing all their luster. But Toriko wasn't dead. Would the main character die that easily? Remember back at the treehouse, Chi-Chi had said there was something important she wanted to give them. It was holy water from the gourmet world. The miraculous medicine Chi-Chi mentioned, capable of activating gourmet cells to the extreme, was a powerful restorative item. Even though they each only had a single bottle, Chi-Chi believed that once you get to the gourmet world, the holy water will definitely come in handy. Toriko only having half his head left, would that count as a minor injury? But when he received the potion from Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi had also asked, is Toriko's blue hair natural? Toriko thought back and remembered his hair seemed to be black when he was a child. Sunny chimed in, only his hair is blue. What color are the other parts? Chi-Chi subtly hinted, what resides within you isn't just Red Oni, it could be something even more terrifying. If you don't use it in time, it will be too late. Toriko was still immobile, but the holy water was being absorbed by his body little by little. The gourmet cells inside him began to divide fiercely, in the blink of an eye regenerating new tissue and organs. His consciousness gradually returned. At that moment the Horse King Heracles suddenly felt uneasy, halting his steps. But it wasn't because Toriko had revived, but rather an air tree nearby began to subtly change. The tree started to emit a larger amount of air than usual, and release an intoxicating aroma, constantly stimulating Heracles' appetite. This tree, there's something strange about it, Heracles thought. Inside a dark room, Red Oni pushed the door open, stepping inside to find Blue Oni, the lazy one, lying idly. Before Red Oni could say anything, Blue Oni opened his mouth. Rare to see you. What brings you here? Red Oni, I don't want to, but if the host body dies, it's all over. Blue Oni chuckled sarcastically, you troublesome dim-witted red cell. Red Oni said worriedly, I'm still no match for Heracles. He looked at the Blue Oni who was larger than him, hoping the other could come up with something. Blue Oni raised his claw, striking out, causing Red Oni to break out in a cold sweat. Blue Oni smirked, if I unleash my power, can that body handle it? Red Oni stammered, thanks to the holy water, the injuries have recovered. If we could eat that ingredient, we might be able to hold on for a few minutes. Blue Oni laughed, interrupting, then let's play a game, although I have no interest in eating that immortal horse, but it's fine for entertainment. At this time the air tree was being infused with life, constantly growing, bustling with air fruits budding. Heracles finally realized that human from before cooked it. In the blink of an eye that air tree had been cooked into an edible fruit, the fruit began to continuously grow and fall. At that very moment Blue Oni reached out from inside Toriko's body, grabbing an air fruit about to touch the ground and devoured it immediately. Delicious to the point of madness, Toriko's saliva poured out non-stop, his eyes wide as he chewed furiously. In an instant Toriko's body began to swell from the inside, Blue Oni completely separating from his right side, eagerly stepping onto the front lines of the battle.
Heracles the Horse King immediately sensed the killing intent. Turning his head, he saw Blue Oni, a berserker radiating pure battle frenzy. He swung his arm like a windmill, spinning round and round with ever-increasing speed. With clear intention, Blue Oni focused all his power into a single, heaven-shattering punch aimed directly at the Horse King. Boom! The punch landed squarely on Heracles' face, nearly knocking even the Horse King's tongue out. Despite Heracles' massive size, Blue Oni exuded immense energy, completely disregarding the size difference. After the exhilarating punch, he grinned triumphantly. Not a bad flavor, this punch is enough to brag about for the rest of my life. I punched the Horse King Heracles in the face. How many people can say they've done that? The Horse King wouldn't let it stand. Enraged, he raised his two hind legs to unleash his ultimate move, Heracles' kick. His killing intent spread across the entire continent, causing the creatures of the forest to flee in panic. Birds took flight and wild animals stampeded away, as if a natural disaster was about to strike. All the animals on the continent were fleeing, even the slowest species were sprinting at top speed. In the atmosphere, garden hermit Daruma and Milk also felt the tremor. Daruma trembled. The Horse King is fighting? Mappy didn't finish the ceremony? What have Toriko and the others done? Milk's expression was grave. He clearly understood what was happening, but now all he could do was believe in Toriko. At the entrance to the food space, Terry, Kiss and the other beasts also sensed the terrifying aura. From the body of the watermelon octopus, 3 small adorable creatures emerged, climbing towards the cave entrance. It was their time to join the fray. As the Horse King unleashed his kick, the rushing air swirled into a vortex, engulfing the sky. Within that vortex, Blue Oni was at the peak of his excitement. If that punch had landed perfectly, who knows, I might have been able to fly straight into space for a joyride. He looked at Toriko. Try to survive, okay? Even though Red Oni and I are different, we are both parts of the appetite inside you. Toriko slowly stood up. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His sharp eyes and demeanor even more intense than his previous blue hair, resembling Star June. At the same time, Komatsu and Mappy raced towards slow rain hills. Only one thought occupied Komatsu's mind: I have to cook air as soon as possible. He tried to jump out of the vehicle, but even the slightest movement felt like his body was being crushed, making movement incredibly difficult. Mappy explained air is close by, but due to the influence of the air fruit, the air here is incredibly dense, making it feel like you're walking underwater. A familiar voice chimed in, spot on. Moving around here feels just like swimming. Komatsu turned around, it was Zebra. Zebra said Brunch went to get the knife. A chef is useless without a knife. Only the specially crafted knife of the first milk can handle air. Komatsu said anxiously, Toriko is fighting the Horse King, we have to cook air right away. Zebra remained calm, muttering sound travels faster in liquid than in air. A supersonic shot from here should definitely reach him. Embracing Komatsu with one arm and pulling Mappy with the other, Zebra activated his sonic speed, arriving in front of air in a flash. On the other side, Brunch also drew his 40-meter knife, exclaiming in surprise, this knife is so big, it could split the entire continent in half. Compared to the knife Komatsu used, this one was a true heaven-cleaving greatsword. On the way, he encountered Sunny, who was using his hair for super speed movement. With hundreds of long strands of hair constantly pulling and jerking, he improved his speed and maneuverability, overcoming his previous weaknesses. Sunny shouted, Nosh, do something too. Nosh, hugging a huge bundle of food, replied, don't rush me. I am doing something. This is a load of ingredients I just gathered. Brunch thought, these two really aren't in sync at all. From a distance, Kararu rushed towards them. Wait, wasn't Kararu carrying Komatsu? No, on the vehicle were Coco and Dinner. Coco used his poison body to create a Kararu clone for convenient high-speed transportation. Better than sheltering from the rain with an umbrella like before. Brunch chuckled, this bunch, each of them is a monster. If they continued at this pace, everyone would converge at air immediately. Brunch unleashed electricity, rushing towards air. Komatsu stared in awe at the hovering, ripe red air fruit. This is the king of all ingredients, air? But it wasn't yet time, he said to Mappy, air isn't fully ripe yet. Cooking it now isn't the right time. Mappy was shocked, what? You called me here and the fruit isn't even ripe yet? Komatsu pondered, his expression worried, not ripe, can't be cooked. They had finally found air, but it wasn't ripe. What was happening? Just then, Coco, Sunny, and Brunch arrived. Coco exclaimed in amazement, this is the food king? It looks to be 500 meters wide. But the important thing wasn't its size, it was why the fruit wasn't ripe. What were they to do? Komatsu continued to explain, based on what the first milk had said, if we follow his exact cooking method, we can indeed handle this air fruit. But the deliciousness will only reach about 70%. To unlock the true flavor, we have to wait until the fruit is fully ripe and just touching the ground. The instant it touches the ground, that's the best time to cook it. Dinner asked, why wait for the moment it touches the ground? Is there any proof? Zebra looked annoyed. Why should we believe that guy? Brunch spoke up. Komatsu can hear the voice of the ingredients. Then Komatsu explained further, if we can cook air right when it falls to the ground, the deliciousness will increase from 70 to 100%.
Coco suddenly realized, so, the Nitro's cooking method isn't perfect? Sunny laughed, well then, serves them right.
Even if they steal air, if they don't know how to prepare it properly, they can't enjoy its true flavor.
See?
That's why having a professional in the team is so important.
Nosh then asked, if we have to wait until it's ripe, are we just going to stand here and stare? Toriko can't wait any longer. Everyone immediately fell into thought, searching for a solution.
Brunch came up with a hypothesis, because the slow rain hills region has an extremely high air density, not only does the rain slow down, but everything slows down.
Maybe that's what's making air ripen slower. The whole group was stunned, no one had ever considered this.
To prove it, Brunch pulled out the knife crafted by the first milk, the blade so sharp it could cut through air itself.
Komatsu felt his whole body lighten, all the pressure vanishing. Brunch declared, I'll cut through the air surrounding air, helping it ripen faster. Komatsu was still uneasy, that's not enough, we need to provide more nutrients. Zebra took out a pile of food, these are the things that fell with the meteor shower at Stardust Hill.
Nosh brought a bunch of snails and insects he had caught at the plains of the bee's nest. Dinner also had some fruit gathered at Poison Rain Prairie.
Sunny frowned, collecting stuff while running away? These things look horrifying. Komatsu was delighted. Ugly is fine as long as it's nutritious.
The problem was there were still too few ingredients. Dinner confidently took on the task, leave it to me, I'm a regeneration specialist, I'll multiply the quantity.
Nosh then said, I'll prevent air from touching the ground before cooking. To avoid any shocks. The others followed Komatsu to prepare the kitchen. Everyone worked together for an air fruit that reached 100% deliciousness. Mappy teared up at the sight. Komatsu scolded gently, don't just stand there getting emotional. Hurry up and help me. Mappy wiped away his tears and nodded, now's not the time to cry. We have to seize every second and bring air back to Toriko as soon as possible. While Komatsu's group was preparing to cook air, Toriko and Blue Oni were still trying to buy time in their battle against the Horse King Heracles. Ever since Blue Oni appeared, Toriko's hair had reverted to its original black color. Now he understood why Chi-Chi had asked about his hair color. Blue Oni appeared with a leisurely smile, not taking the battle seriously. He scoffed, you're really reckless. Pushing yourself to protect something, turns out it's because you're pregnant? Even though it only took a single blow, and not a direct hit, Heracles was forced to use her true power, a rare occurrence that happened only once every 10,000 years. Because of the child in her belly. This time she would fight for real. She took a deep breath, and in that instant, Blue Oni felt as if he was being pierced. The terrifying power of a creature that was both a queen of beasts and driven by parental instinct had reached an incredible level. Blue Oni was crushed by the pressure, his eyes bulged out and all the air around him was sucked away. Even though it was only 1/10 of a normal breath, the surrounding space became a vacuum. Toriko was also being crushed under the pressure. He reached out to save Blue Oni. His hair changed from black to blue. Red Oni and Blue Oni were joining forces. Toriko struggled to breathe, trying to buy just a few precious seconds. He realized that for the Horse King Heracles, most creatures in the world aren't worthy as opponents. Even though they were using all their strength, neither Toriko nor the two demons inside him were a match. Heracles had once unleashed gourmet breath, wiping all living things from the world, except for herself, with a single inhale, and now she was using that move on Toriko. Meanwhile on the other side, Komatsu's group was sprinting to finish cooking air. Brunch was flying into the air, slashing at the air around air to reduce the pressure. What seemed like a simple act of cutting air actually required incredible skill. If he accidentally cut the fruit, all their efforts would be in vain. Dinner was using his medicines to clone the ingredients and fertilize the roots of the air tree. The air-cutting method of ripening the fruit began to take effect. Now it was Komatsu's turn to perform. He drew the knife of the first milk and began to follow the instructions he had been taught. However, a major problem arose. Inside the air fruit was a large amount of air. Due to the pressure difference with the outside, the air was swirling inside the fruit, causing the skin to swell and leak air. Zebra quickly plugged the leaks with ultrasonic plugs. Komatsu exclaimed, a fruit with a diameter of more than 500 meters, filled with delicious air inside. If we follow the traditional method, we would have to release it slowly, leading to a 30% loss of flavor. The solution was, keep the fruit in its original shape, wait for the exact moment it falls, and then release all the air accurately. If we can do that, even if the air escapes, the deliciousness will still remain inside. Sunny was surprised, isn't the flavor in the air? Wouldn't releasing it all mean losing everything? Komatsu smiled, if the fruit exploded, then yes, we'd lose it all. But if we keep the skin intact, we won't. He asked Sunny to use his hair to tie around the air fruit to maintain its shape. Sunny panicked, easier said than done. This fruit is as big as a planet, how can I tie it? Zebra reported, I've plugged all the leaks. Komatsu thanked him and then asked Coco to release some toxins, applying pressure to the fruit to precisely control the ripening point.
Komatsu slowly peeled away the outer skin and then continued to dig deeper into the flesh of the fruit.
Depending on the region,
the texture of the skin was completely different, requiring him to carefully listen to the whispers of the ingredient. If he deviated by even a millimeter, the entire ripening rhythm of the fruit would be disrupted, leading to a complete explosion. This was truly a tightrope walk over the air fruit, a super-level ingredient. Komatsu was demonstrating all the skills of a refined and experienced chef.
But Komatsu alone wasn't enough.
The air fruit was swelling more and more, and the leaks were increasing. Even though it was just air, the pressure of each leak was as strong as a volcanic eruption.
Zebra had to continuously create more ultrasonic plugs to seal the leaks.
Nosh felt the tension. This fruit could fall at any moment. He immediately prepared a shock-absorbing system on the ground to prevent the fruit from being damaged upon impact. Sunny unleashed his hair, trying to hold the entire fruit, but the fruit's diameter reached over 1,500 meters, while his hair only reached about 700 m. Fortunately, he had the technique of remote hair control, compensating for the lack of length. Coco, next to him, released toxins as Komatsu requested. At this moment, the poison demon emerged from Coco's body, a sign that the deliciousness within the air fruit was overstimulating him.
Coco tried to remain calm, but the aroma kept spreading, tormenting everyone. Not only humans.
Creatures outside were also lured in by the scent. A diamond inferno beast, level 500, was drooling greedily, circling around the air fruit.
Mappy stepped forward with a stern face. "Leave these to me.
I'll show them what 3-beast style is all about." Everyone was doing their best to complete their assigned tasks. The moment seemed to stretch on endlessly, feeling like it would never end. But in reality, less than 10 minutes had passed.
Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. The entire fruit shook violently. The stem was about to break.
Komatsu was startled. "It's about to fall.
Air is about to fall.
And we're still a little short. I haven't finished processing it." Everyone held their breath, looking towards Komatsu.
Komatsu shouted, "I need more time. Give me 2 minutes."
"No, just 1 minute is enough."
It's too late. The stem broke, and the air fruit fell straight to the ground. Sunny yelled, "Nosh!"
Nosh roared and used all his strength to create a giant, cushioned head, catching the enormous air fruit. The fruit was so large that Nosh's head turned red from congestion. He gritted his teeth. "This is really too much." Just as the giant air fruit was about to fall to the ground, Nosh used his head to prop it up, but his small body couldn't withstand its terrifying weight. Sunny's hair tendrils wrapped tightly around the air, just in time to help keep it from falling. However, even with high power mode activated, it was very difficult for his hair tendrils to hold the fruit. Komatsu was sweating profusely with worry, his hands working tirelessly. Sunny and Nosh were about to give out. Nosh strained his head to hold the fruit, his whole body about to be crushed. He couldn't hold on any longer. In the midst of the tension, Komatsu suddenly sped up his movements significantly.
Wasn't this the ultimate skill that Frozy used?
It seemed like the gourmet demon within Komatsu had also awakened. After a series of operations, he finally carved a small hole to release the air in one go. The fragrant air swelled from the small hole as if a volcano was erupting, a truly magnificent sight.
Komatsu was blown away by the air pressure, but luckily Zebra caught him in time.
Nosh was almost crushed by the fruit, but Brunch quickly pulled him away. The fruit fell to the ground safely, continuing to spew out its fragrant flavor. The whole thing was nerve-wracking, but it ended smoothly, and the fruit was safely depressurized. Before everyone could even sigh in relief, they were stunned by the magnificent sight, their hearts as taut as a bowstring. It was the air that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years inside the air fruit. This amount of gas amounted to 5 million trillion tons, equivalent to 25 billion cubic kilometers in volume, completely surpassing any volcanic eruption. The air from air immediately blew away the clouds and tore through the atmosphere. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire amount of gas was released. The sky cleared and brilliant sunlight shone across the earth, a truly spectacular scene. Komatsu, carried like a sack of rice by Zebra, tilted his head back and looked at the sky, so astonished that he couldn't speak. But in his mind he could only think of Toriko, who was still fighting. He wondered how he was doing. To be honest, it was a bit anticlimactic. The process of preparing the air felt a bit simple and violent. Although the task division was very clear, giving each character a role, there wasn't much creative imagination when it came to the actual cooking. The scene of Komatsu preparing the air happened a bit hastily. But that could be because the air was so huge, and carving out the fruit was already very elaborate. Back to Toriko. A few seconds before air was completed, Toriko was still facing the Horse King. The vacuum space made it impossible for Toriko to move, but he wasn't dead yet. In this annihilated atmosphere, even with a weak aura, Toriko's heart was still beating, not stopping at all. The Horse King prepared to deliver the final blow because a human dared to eat air, which was truly unimaginable. Toriko knew he no longer had the ability to retaliate, but he still looked directly into the king's eyes without fear, only filled with fighting spirit. No matter how strong the opponent, once he decided to fight, Toriko would never waver. That was the spirit of a gourmet hunter who survived in the wild. And that final blow from the Horse King was a tribute to Toriko, a true gourmet hunter. The Horse King was about to strike when a fierce gust of air swept in, distracting him. Surely air had been completed. This was the fresh air that the Horse King had been waiting for tens of thousands of years. Finally that moment had arrived. He decided to abandon the battle with Toriko in order to enjoy the nine-tailed air. Now was a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity to reproduce, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. This was the most important thing. As for the battle with humanity, he would deal with it after the new king was born. The Horse King took a deep breath of air that was many times greater than previous reproductions. Now he no longer had to breathe sparingly, nor was he worried about giving birth to a premature child. In the area that had just been sucked into a vacuum by the breath of destruction, a great storm suddenly broke out. It was the wind of hope, the first wind at the Horse King's fall after tens of thousands of years, and also the bell that ended the battle. The excess air from air swept across the land. In the fierce storm, Toriko, who had been abandoned by the Horse King, heard the sound of trumpets of victory. Komatsu and everyone had succeeded. Air had been processed. The entire continent, which had been covered in dark clouds, was now illuminated brightly through the layers of clouds. The villagers of the Jewel Realm were all stunned with their mouths agape. Brilliant golden light was scattered across the ground. Seeing this, the hermit Daruma sweated profusely with worry. Air has fallen. Could it be that Mappy has failed? Was it impossible to process air? But as the light shone everywhere, First Milk took hold of the sound-amplifying stone and said in a confident voice, "No, they succeeded. Surely they used a method that we have never known to cook air." The hermit Daruma asked, trembling, "Really? How do you know?" First Milk smiled gently, "I heard the sound of the knife. The knife I forged said that second has completed the air dish." At this time Komatsu was still unconscious. Zebra shouted loudly, "Hey kid! Wake up!" The spotlights on, Coco, Sunny and everyone else surrounded Komatsu and praised him. Komatsu woke up with a start, shouting as soon as he opened his eyes, feeling a pounding headache, unable to stand. As soon as Zebra let go, Komatsu collapsed to the ground. When he heard everyone say that they had succeeded, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, weakly saying, "Thank goodness, I thought we had failed." Quickly tell Toriko this good news." Zebra said, "Don't worry, with this kind of world-shaking event, Toriko and the Horse King must already know." Mappy's eyes welled up with tears. No one was looking forward to this moment more than the Horse King. Sunny suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, a rainbow!" A colorful rainbow spanned the sky, its shimmering bands of color as if with a life of their own, flashing brilliantly amidst the land filled with fresh air. But the residents of Slow Rain Hills closed their eyes in silence, quietly waiting. Toriko was also waiting. At that moment he noticed several figures running towards them from the hill across. It was Terry and the others. They had come to witness the birth of the future destined rival, the new Horse King. Despite his small stature, the new Horse King's spirit was in no way inferior to the previous Horse King. Under the light of the seven-colored rainbow, the old Horse King looked more gentle and benevolent than ever before. The sacred neighing of the new Horse King echoed throughout the world. With light footsteps, he ran quickly on the seven-colored bridge, a bridge that had not resonated for tens of thousands of years. This neigh was a declaration: the new Horse King was born. The news that air had been processed and the new Horse King had been born immediately spread throughout the world, a sacred, beautiful, mysterious reply from Heracles, its incredible power yet unknown. The 8 kings of the other continents naturally sensed it. The powerful warriors operating in the night in the gourmet world also heard it. Even in the human world, people who were looking forward to the revival of the gourmet era heard it. Ippon felt a surge, saying, "Something happened in the gourmet world." Rin was even more excited. Toriko succeeded. Milk the second shouted happily, "I heard it too. I even heard Komatsu's knife." Toriko's fiancé was both happy and moved. "My husband is truly amazing." Everyone was happy. Only Zong, who was still picking his nose and missed the opportunity to be in the picture. President Mansam smiled brightly. "All right, it's time to open the path. Let's open the infrastructure line into the gourmet world." Warm sunlight shone across the land, and from the ground came sounds of pop pop pop, and then a series of brilliant flowers bloomed across the hills, blending with the sunlight to create a picture full of color and life. After the nutritious air was released from the air fruit, the plants began to awaken, creating a mesmerizing scene. The land that had been covered by dark clouds was now transformed into a continent of brilliant flowers. But Komatsu's mind was still confused and worried about Toriko. Finally he saw a figure approaching from afar. It was Toriko with Terry and Kiss. Toriko looked like a warrior just returning from the battlefield. "You guys did a great job, thank you Komatsu," Toriko said. Komatsu was so moved that he burst into tears, rushing to hug Toriko. Everyone shouted, "Komatsu, get a grip, that's someone else's husband." Someone else's husband, huh, even more stimulating. Mappy was also moved to tears. "Toriko, it's so good that you're still alive. I thought you were kicked in the butt by the Horse King." Seeing Toriko hugging Komatsu, Coco approached to congratulate him. "Without a doubt, you are the person who contributed the most this time." Toriko just laughed and said, "I was just trying to buy some time." But Coco recognized that Toriko's aura was completely different, as if something inside him had awakened. The electromagnetic waves also detected it and so did Komatsu, both of them had grown more after the battle.
Sunny also teased, Toriko is really lucky. Yeah, if those things hadn't happened, I wouldn't have made it through. Toriko sighed. Komatsu quickly asked, Toriko, what about the Horse King?
Toriko replied, I also tried to invite her to eat together, but she looked very satisfied at the moment, probably resting.
Toriko looked at the giant air fruit behind him. This is Acacia's air, what a terrifying existence. I can clearly feel the flavor vibrating. Toriko turned to Komatsu and said, actually I've decided something, but he was interrupted by the sudden noise.
The villagers and the little group flooded in. Kaka brought us here, the flower field in the Slow Rain Hills area is so beautiful.
First time coming to Slow Rain Hills, wait, can we still call it Slow Rain Hills now? Brunch saw Hermit Daruma coming and shouted, Hermit Daruma, is your body alright? Hermit Daruma stood up in a cheerful way, don't talk nonsense, seeing this scene has cured me completely. Komatsu ran to Milk the First, I used Milk the Second's knife to do it.
Milk the First spoke softly because he wasn't carrying a loudspeaker.
But Komatsu couldn't hear clearly over the noise, even so he didn't mind. Toriko said loudly, everyone has gathered, let's enjoy air together. Let's offer our gratitude to all the ingredients that have been given. Before eating, the whole village gathered, waiting for Komatsu to serve the dish. The air fruit, after all the air was released, had shrunk a lot, but it was still huge. Not only the gourmet world residents, but also the people in the human world could be shared. Komatsu gently cut each piece of the fruit and gave it to everyone. The pieces looked small, but they were as heavy as lead, with an elasticity like rubber. It looks like cabbage on the outside, but it's like meat on the inside, like a living creature, Komatsu said as he carried a large tray. Toriko took a deep breath of the rising aroma without even eating it, just smelling it made his soul tremble. Looking up at the sky, he saw a flash of cosmic light flash and disappear. Coco asked worriedly, are you alright? Did you inhale too much? Toriko said, I don't think it's a hallucination. Maybe just by inhaling the concentrated oxygen in air, the capillaries in my eyes have been activated, and my vision has increased dramatically. Although it was only for a moment, being able to see the entire universe from Earth, if such a terrible power could be obtained, wouldn't it be possible to conquer the entire universe? Toriko picked up the piece of fruit and turned to Coco saying, Acacia's full course as expected, contains an unimaginable power. Coco had already anticipated it to some extent, but hearing Toriko say so, he became even more convinced. Sunny and Zebra also realized this, the entire course of the gourmet god Acacia, even in the gourmet world, was at the pinnacle of flavor. And yet the monsters hidden within them had not yet revealed themselves. Sunny wondered, could it be that the monster inside me is giving this power to Toriko? Zebra immediately retorted, it's not that simple. The monsters inside us aren't the type to be considerate. They are the embodiment of craving, they go crazy when they see delicious food and tear it apart. Coco felt there was a different answer, in fact Air had recognized Komatsu and Toriko. Toriko excitedly shouted and called Komatsu, do you remember that smelly vegetable from that year? The one that was known as the king of vegetables, the first dish we hunted together. You once advised me to put it on the full course, I hesitated but now it's different. Air's taste is so perfect, the aroma is captivating, the flavor goes without saying and it also has a miraculous effect on the body. That's the first ingredient we hunted in the gourmet world. It's also the starting point to return to the human world. Actually I had decided before eating it, Komatsu didn't need to hear any more to understand. Right when he was cooking, he had already felt it. Toriko shouted, please everyone listen. Thanks to everyone we were able to capture Acacia's salad, which is air, I want to make it the salad on my full course. Everyone applauded in agreement, so in Toriko's course there was only a main course, a side dish, and a dessert missing. The main course will surely be the mythical meat. Some people said that BB corn or rainbow fruit weren't good enough, but in fact it's not that the more top-notch the ingredients, the better, but the most suitable is the best. If you just keep chasing after the highest class, you'll just get caught in the trap that others set up. Finding yourself surpassing yourself is what's meaningful. After sharing the air and congratulating Toriko on completing the salad of his life, the feast continued until evening. The sky was clear and cloudless, filled with sparkling stars, as if they could fall at any moment. Everyone had happy smiles on their faces, singing and dancing merrily. Everyone secretly hoped that this light would never fade and hoped that it would spread all the way to the human world. But where there is light there is darkness. In the shadows Tepe's group was secretly preparing to act. Brunch prepared dishes such as grilled air meat, mixed salads and vegetables stir-fried with basil. Every cooking method he could think of was tried. But the common conclusion of everyone was, eating it raw is still the best. Worthy of being air the main dish on Acacia's menu, its pure natural flavor surpassed all cooking methods. Mappy was eating and crying, I'm so moved. If it weren't for Toriko, I wouldn't have been able to see this peaceful and happy scene now. Wah! This is our dream and hope, to live and eat together with the whole village, it's really too wonderful. Hermit Daruma also swayed emotionally, that's right, that's right. For this day I have suffered so much. But it's true, eating it raw is still more delicious, he said with a smile as he chewed. Brunch put his hands on his hips and said, "Hey old man, weren't you sick?" Komatsu wasn't surprised. It's easy to understand. Because no one has ever eaten air before, we have to study from the beginning. But I really like the feeling of thinking about how to make this air dish the most amazing salad for Toriko's menu. However, Coco reminded, everyone is easily fascinated by the flavor and forgets the true value of air. Eating this legendary air is not only simply delicious but also has the ability to cure all diseases. Due to the surge in oxygen intake through respiration, blood circulation also increases and metabolism is strongly activated. All bodily functions are increased many times over. After one breath, light scratches disappear. After 2 breaths, cuts close. After 3 breaths, even deep wounds begin to heal. If you maintain continuous breathing, fractures and severe burns can also be healed. Not only that, after eating air, it doesn't matter if you don't breathe for a long time, you can even dive for hours underwater or live for days in a place with absolutely no oxygen. Coco's thoughts were interrupted by Sunny's question. "Coco, what's wrong with your hand?" Coco looked back and realized that without him noticing, his hand had turned into the hand of Poison Devil. Sunny also noticed that there was something different about his hand. It looked disgusting. The devils in their gourmet cells had all manifested. But Zebra said calmly, "It's not that it ran out, but it has actually become a part of our bodies." He raised his arm that looked like a piece of black charcoal. "Now it can move according to my will." That meant that they had begun to control the monsters inside their gourmet cells. Although it was only one arm now, sooner or later the whole body would be integrated. This is the greatest effect of Acacia's full course. After hearing Zebra's words, Sunny not only didn't feel relieved but instead became even more worried. Sooner or later I'll become a glowing-haired monster like that? That's so gross. No way, no way. Zebra looked confused. No way to what? Seeing that his arm had returned to normal, Sunny finally breathed a sigh of relief. Toriko silently looked at his hand, lost in thought. Hermit Daruma spoke up to remind him, not everyone possesses that talent. Those who have gourmet cell devils residing in their bodies, even in this village of mine, there are only a few. The rest are descendants of those who were lucky enough to survive after being eroded by the cells. Hearing this, Toriko and Komatsu immediately listened attentively. What exactly happened in this village in the past? Hermit Daruma began to tell, our ancestors were originally just ordinary humans. A long time ago they were captured by the Bishokukai organization and turned into slaves of the Nitro. Hearing the word Nitro, everyone immediately fell silent and paid attention. It seems that at that time, the Nitro had already discovered the ingredients that would later be called Acacia's full course. And before those ingredients ripened, there must be humans to exploit them. The 4 Beast Kings were also essentially created by Nitro hundreds of thousands of years ago, with the aim of capturing humans on a large scale. Toriko exclaimed, so the 4 Beast Kings have existed for a very long time. After capturing humans, Nitro would inject gourmet cells into each person, perhaps to increase their survival ability so that they could be more effective slaves. It could also be to nurture them into fertilizer for the menu, or to make them taste better. In short, no one has yet understood what Nitro's true intentions are. Komatsu was curious, so, what's it like to inject gourmet cells? Hermit Daruma explained, there are 3 methods, 1 injecting gradually, eating little by little over a long period of time, to allow the body to adapt. The advantage is that it is safe, but it takes a lot of time and the failure rate is still high. 2 direct injection, inject the cells directly into the body. This method helps to adapt quickly, but if it fails, the person will be eroded by the gourmet cells, turning into a monster, even losing their life. Brunch added, the ancestors of our village were of the second type, injected directly. Because they couldn't adapt, they turned into monsters. Those who survived became slaves. Their descendants are today's gourmet world residents, as well as the ancestors of the civilizations that once flourished on the continents. Komatsu finally understood, so that's why people here have strange shapes. Is it because of this? Komatsu was quite tactful, but Sunny was blunt. EW. So it's because your ancestors were injected with gourmet cells that you all look so bizarre? I really admire your ancestors, they still escaped from Nitro's grasp and survived until now. Hermit Daruma nodded, it's all thanks to the protection of the 8 kings. From ancient times, we have lived under the shadow of those kings. Because only the 8 kings, even Blue Nitro, dare not act recklessly. Even so, I still can't understand why those Blue Nitro didn't appear this time. Well, anyway, on behalf of the villagers, as the chief of the gourmet world, I sincerely thank you. Without a doubt, the 5 of you are saviors from the human world. All the villagers stood up and bowed in gratitude, but as soon as the words of thanks were finished, everyone in the village suddenly fell down and fainted. What? Everyone panicked. What's going on? Why did they all faint at the same time? From the shadows a disheveled man with messy hair stepped out. He gently patted Komatsu on the shoulder, whispering in his ear, I have something I want to say from the bottom of my heart. Would you like to hear it? It's better if you just obediently fall asleep. Before Komatsu could react, Teppei pierced his chest with just one hand. The first to react was Toriko, but it was too late. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Komatsu's heart being pulled out, then crushed by Teppei on the spot. Komatsu immediately spat out blood, his eyes filled with horror and pain.
Toriko's face was splattered with hot blood, and he couldn't believe that this nightmare had come so quickly. Filled with worry and anger, he screamed in pain, "Komatsu!" But don't worry too much, because according to the protagonist's logic, Komatsu will surely awaken his devil soon, and reforming his body is only a matter of time. At this moment a familiar scene of a door opening appeared again, carrying the ominous sign as always.
A grey mist swirled through and Blue Oni pushed the door open and stepped inside.
The space inside looked very large, with countless tables and chairs. And among those empty tables and chairs, there was someone wearing a napkin, already sitting down.
Blue Oni walked behind him and asked, "So delicious you've gone crazy?" Red Oni smiled, "It's really an amazing flavor. A part of my body has awakened, it's all thanks to you."
Blue Oni looked annoyed, "If I ever meet that horse again, I won't play around anymore. I'll just kill it." Red Oni raised his glass, his eyes deep, "It seems the world out there excites you."
Blue Oni grinned, "What else is fun for us besides eating? I also want to eat quickly, eat until I can't swallow anymore."
Red Oni could only sigh, "There's no way around it now. A different world." Blue Oni smiled mysteriously, "That arm will have a chance to show itself soon, let me see how strong you are."
Toriko's shout also awakened the other 3 members of the 4 heavenly kings.
When they saw Komatsu being pierced through the chest, the group immediately took out holy water of recovery to save his life. But before they could do anything, a vine like a whip stretched out from Teppei's arm, smashing all the bottles of holy water. The other people in the village, those who had not been defeated by the poisonous snake, also began to appear. Shigematsu smiled faintly, "Breath of eternal sleep, it should have been enough to stop the heart with just one breath. I didn't expect there were still so many people who could sense the instability and survive until now." He glanced at Milk the First, Adashino and the others, intending to talk nicely with them. "After all, they were about to go to heaven, we are Neo and we came to get air, you don't need to care about anything." Toriko hugged the seriously injured Komatsu tightly, his face full of gloom, his voice so heavy that the air suffocated, "Shut your mouth, I don't care what you want because in a few seconds you'll all be dead." Komatsu's chest had been pierced, his heart was torn out. It seemed impossible to save him, but the others still had a chance. Brunch immediately used a defibrillator to perform CPR on everyone. Sunny used his hair to create wings blowing away the remaining poisonous gas. The large snake, seeing Sunny interfering, lunged to attack him from behind, but Zebra had already detected its location and forced it to swallow a chain of sonic bombs. Boom! The bombs detonated inside the snake's stomach, tearing through its throat. In an instant the snake collapsed on the spot.
Toriko carried Komatsu and handed him over to the gourmet surgeon Adashino. Adashino immediately drew her revival kitchen knife. Dinner also brought out a visceral fruit, a type of fruit used in medicine. Toriko was trembling with rage, barely able to contain his anger, and said, "Please, please save Komatsu." After he finished talking, he widened his eyes and yelled, "Please, no one is allowed to interfere with this." At this moment Toriko's left arm had transformed into a red Oni arm, the bulging muscles overflowing with power. Shigematsu was dismissive, taunting, "Toriko, what's with that look? Don't tell me you intend to take on all of us by yourself?" Brunch, Sunny and Milk were all stunned, but only for a moment, because Toriko acted too quickly. He only needed one hand to deal with them one by one before they could even scream. Their heads were flying off their necks. Shigematsu realized right now, Toriko had become unimaginably strong, but it was too late. As he prepared to make a move, Toriko was already right in front of him. "By Shigematsu, go down there and kneel before Godfather Ichiryu and apologize. This technique is the last of my mercy for you." Even though Toriko held back, Shigematsu still couldn't withstand the firepower of the infinite punch. He was sent flying away by the punch. Finally there was Teppei, the one who had directly injured Komatsu. Toriko absolutely couldn't forgive him. He poured all of his strength as if possessed, and swung his fist at Teppei. But Teppei blocked every blow, his solid muscles rubbed against the tree roots, creating a chilling crack sound. Teppei's face was expressionless, showing no hint of murderous intent. Toriko's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. "There's no way I'll ever forgive someone as awful as you, Teppei." While Toriko was facing off against Teppei, Shigematsu was being flung through the air like a bullet by the infinite punch. A level 498 spiked turtle, a reptile, tried to swallow him whole. Like a lucky find. But the force of the punch hadn't dissipated. Just as the turtle opened its mouth to swallow Shigematsu, the remaining power from his body pierced through the turtle's throat. Flying straight through its head, Shigematsu continued to be launched into the air. The sound of the impact attracted a flock of manta birds. They eagerly swooped in surrounding him. More and more birds gathered, opening their blood-stained beaks, wanting to swallow him in one gulp. At that moment Shigematsu regained consciousness. An image of President Ichiryu smiling flashed in his mind. "Shigematsu, I really like your ambition, because I have no desire. You're the most suitable to be vice president." Remembering the president's words, Shigematsu shed tears. He blamed himself for betraying that trust and those expectations. "If that's the case, then let me use this life to satisfy Mother Nature's hunger." In less than 2 minutes since his appearance, Shigematsu had part of his body devoured by wild beasts, and the rest absorbed by the air tree as fertilizer. Before heading out, Toriko had asked Mansam, is it possible to restore those manipulated by Joie to their former state?
Toriko didn't intend to save everyone, he only hoped that, if there was a way he could save 3 people, Human, Shigematsu and Teppei, because they had once been allies. Mansam explained, imagine humans as ingredients, once they are prepared by Joie, their gourmet cells will have a permanent wound etched into them. That wound will change the flavor of the ingredient, turning enemies into allies. In other words, if no wound is left behind, they won't be manipulated. Of course, the prerequisite is that the gourmet cells must not succumb to his absolute power. If the cells recognize the wound, it will never disappear for life. In short, the wound that Joie inflicts on those he manipulates is irreversible, Mansam concluded. Actually, it wasn't completely hopeless. By inflicting an even more severe wound on the gourmet cells, surpassing Joie's influence, it might be possible to break the control.
Only if the damage was so severe, it was uncertain whether they could return to normal or die first. Toriko believed that as long as there was a possibility, it was worth trying. That was why he used Shigematsu as the first experiment. Shigematsu had indeed regained consciousness, but his body couldn't withstand it. In the end, he was torn apart by wild beasts, becoming fertilizer for the air tree. Toriko, with his red Oni arm, struck hard against Teppei's equally bulging muscles. Both sides were incredibly strong and the battle became extremely intense. Toriko steadily gained the upper hand, forcing Teppei to retreat. Toriko first retracted his muscles and then in one breath, unleashed an extremely powerful recoil punch. Teppei reacted quickly, immediately leaning back to avoid the fatal blow, but Toriko's nail punch pierced through the clouds, punching straight out of the Earth's atmosphere. Teppei turned and used his root-like thorns to wrap around Toriko's arm, but with a single muscle contraction Toriko tore apart that control technique. Ordinary people couldn't breathe through their skin, but gourmet cells could operate all respiratory functions at 100% through the skin. Air was sucked in and expelled like a jet engine. The air between them gradually became turbulent. Their muscles grew larger and larger, accumulating even more force than the previous attack. Toriko unleashed a new recoil nail punch. Teppei didn't fall behind either. His arm and root-like thorns also continuously swelled. A hissing friction sound rang out. The two fists collided violently, stirring up tornadoes. Neither side would yield. Toriko roared, continuously hammering straight into Teppei's arm. Teppei couldn't withstand the storm-like destructive force. The root-like thorns were severed in an instant. It was clear Toriko had become much stronger than before. Teppei immediately realized he had to report back to Joie. This attempt to take air has failed. Zebra blocked his path. You think you can escape, despite being surrounded by powerful fighters? Teppei showed no fear, gathering this many strong people. Yeah, it probably won't be easy to escape next time. With that, a cloud of dust rose from his location. Teppei's entire body disappeared as if evaporating from the world, right before everyone's eyes. Indeed, Teppei's skills were not to be trifled with. Coco and Toriko, unable to react in time, witnessed the strange scene. Coco was bewildered. Without touching Zebra's sonic positioning, or Sunny's battle kitchen, he completely disappeared. The naked eye couldn't keep up. Even faint electromagnetic waves left no trace. Just how did he do it? Toriko bent down and sniffed the ground. There was a lingering scent, but he couldn't determine the direction it came from, nor the direction it left. The origin of this scent could not be identified. He appeared here, then disappeared from this space. Hermit Daruma sighed, this is troublesome. I didn't expect someone to be able to pass through the back channel. This isn't good. It could implicate Komatsu. What's the back channel? How's Komatsu? Hearing the old man mention Komatsu, Toriko and the others turned to look. At that moment, Adashino and Dinner were operating on Komatsu, but the situation was extremely dire. Adashino couldn't access the right angle. Damaged tissue couldn't be treated with medicine. Dinner was also incredibly tense. Komatsu's condition, more accurately, wasn't that his organs couldn't be regenerated, but that the entire chest area where his heart used to be had been torn apart and taken away along with the space. Hermit Daruma spoke slowly, his heart has been taken away. To save him, you must find a new heart to replace it. By eating an ingredient called pear, you can graft a new heart onto Komatsu and help him recover. Hermit Daruma's words left the entire room silent. Even he didn't know if it was coincidence or fate. But for the time being, this was the only way to save Komatsu. Pear was currently sleeping peacefully in Area 7, the next region. It was a type of soup known as pure water droplet from the inside out. However, it was located inside a stone fortress in a mountainous continent. Having found a solution, Toriko's group immediately set out. They were seen off by Hermit Daruma and the others to Area 8, and from there headed southeast on the path to Area 7. Komatsu's life was a matter of minutes and seconds. There was no time to delay. His hollowed-out chest was connected to a temporary artificial organ, enough to maintain blood circulation, along with an artificial respirator keeping his lungs functioning, helping him absorb a small amount of oxygen. But all of this was only a temporary measure. Komatsu was now on the border between life and death. He was completely unaware of what was happening, so the possibility of complications could not be ruled out. Brunch had packed all the necessary items. Toriko intended to have the watermelon octopus transport air and the prepared ingredients at Area 8 back to the human world. The 10 bridges connecting the human world and the gourmet world were now fully open. The human world would also begin sending aid in return.
The first Milk stepped forward to announce he, along with Adashino, the Hex Food World warriors and riding the watermelon octopus, would escort Air to a safe location.
Brunch wearing a huge backpack approached Toriko and asked, "Am I really allowed to take this?" Toriko replied seriously, "This is the mission I'm entrusting to you."
"Only you can transport it, I'm counting on you." Brunch, knowing the seriousness of the situation, Brunch didn't ask any further questions.
At that moment a monster suddenly appeared. Toriko turned to look and was astonished. Isn't that the great electric shark?
It tore through the waves full of vigor. It was clearly the hot-tempered type, leaping from the sea. It revealed a tail dozens of meters long, yet
it was an electric train? What the hell is this? An electric train crawling up from under the sea?
The electric train landed, skidding to a stop right in front of Toriko, leaving a trail of fire due to friction with the ground, just like a real train. It was the next guy for Toriko's group. Electric Shark glanced at Toriko provocatively, then opened its mouth wide. The dense rows of teeth made one's legs tremble just looking at them.
Toriko pulled its mouth open and turned to Hermit Daruma to ask, "What is this? The way it looks, it's trying to eat me. Is it okay to travel with this thing? What if it attacks?"
Daruma calmly replied, "Electric sharks are safe monsters, though a bit crude, but their security is higher than the watermelon octopus. The dangerous monsters in Area 7 won't be able to detect it."
Toriko was still flexing his arms trying to keep the monster's mouth shut, as if it really saw him as an enemy. The feeling was completely different from a companion. He was still worried. Traveling with it really doesn't feel good.
But Hermit Daruma was indifferent. Just play with it. After all, now is when you're still allowed to fool around. Because when you get to Area 7 it will be forced to be well behaved, as that is the only area in the gourmet world where indiscriminate hunting is forbidden. Zebra, unable to stand the noise between Toriko and Electric Shark, gave it a punch that knocked it unconscious on the spot.
"Shut your mouth. Or I'll really kill you." What if it was a high-level brutal monster? Zebra had never lost any battle.
A monkey with high intelligence and terrifying strength completely dominated Area 7, therefore the place was called Monkey Restaurant. It not only conquered the ferocious monsters on the continent, but also strictly managed the social system and eating rules. The leader of the Monkey Mountain Range, also one of the 8 kings, named Monkey King Bambina. He was the most mischievous of the 8 kings, and because of his warlike and impulsive nature, he was also called a troublemaker. Rumor had it that his strength surpassed even the Horse King. What? Even stronger than the Horse King? Previously the Horse King merely breathing had almost cost Toriko his life, now there was someone even stronger. Hermit Daruma warned, "If you want to capture Acacia's pear soup, you will inevitably have to battle the Monkey King. You 4 should prepare yourselves mentally." Toriko calmly replied, "We've been mentally prepared from the start. Instead of telling us to prepare, the Monkey King is the one who should be careful. Because right now we are not as easy to deal with as before." Even though the line sounded familiar, no one thought anything of it. Sunny smirked, "Who knows, since he's a monkey, maybe it'll be easier to communicate with him." Mappy called Toriko back and gave him a small bag, which was the amulet that he always carried with him. He said in a trembling voice, "Toriko, I beg you. Please don't die. Be careful." Toriko smiled and accepted the amulet. He recalled, "Isn't that the iron clouds that fell on the gold swamp and remained there for many years?" At that moment the Horse King Heracles appeared right behind them. A valiant figure, his brown fur billowing, his aura fierce, as if he wanted to swallow the entire land. No one noticed when Heracles had arrived. Perhaps the Horse King's teleportation had reached a divine level. Although before, each time he appeared he left behind hoof marks, this time there were none. It was unclear whether it was due to extreme anger or extreme joy. Before the Horse King's divine might, everyone was stunned. Mappy almost fainted from fear. Is that really the Horse King? Suddenly the Horse King took a breath. A powerful gust of wind sent the entire watermelon octopus train flying over the iron clouds, launching straight out of the gold swamp. A boost from the Horse King saved them so much time and effort. Heracles turned his head and glanced at Toriko, his expression proud but his eyes warm as if to say, "I'm helping you. But don't think I'm approachable." Hermit Daruma exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be the Horse King has taken notice of Toriko?" At that moment a rainbow appeared in the sky, a sparkling bridge called the Rainbow of Hope, leading to Future Island. Only those recognized by the Horse King could walk on it. Toriko shouted, "Thanks Heracles." The Horse King proudly turned his head away, saying nothing. Toriko smiled faintly. The electric shark, the monster and transportation vehicle which Zebra had punched unconscious, now lay obediently waiting for departure. Toriko climbed into the carriage, turned his head and shouted, "Let's go. Pear, wait for us in Area 7. And so Toriko's group, with burning determination, began their journey to the land of the Monkey King Bambina. In Toriko's heart there was only one prayer, "Komatsu. You must live." The electric shark sped along the Rainbow of Hope. The clanging sound rang rhythmically between the vast sea and sky. Sunny raised a glass of red wine, frowning as he asked, "What exactly is this so-called pure water droplet from the inside out, Pear?
Can it really heal Komatsu's wounds? Coco pondered, it sounds absurd. But in this gourmet world, anything can happen, we'll only know if we try. The electric shark's speed was extremely impressive. If they maintained this velocity, they would reach Area 7 very quickly. Toriko went to the first carriage, looking at Komatsu lying still and unconscious. For the time being his condition was stable, there were no signs of deterioration. Komatsu was protected by Zebra's ultrasonic armor, Sunny's hair protecting from afar and Coco's poison barrier surrounding him. No matter where the enemy came from, for now, nothing could threaten him. The electric shark was over 2,000 meters long, and Komatsu was in the first carriage, the safest place. The last carriage was a huge cargo car where Terry, Kiss and Queen were sitting. Queen even stuck her head out, seeming to find the carriage a bit cramped. Coco thought to himself, who knows, maybe some beast even more dangerous than the electric shark will discover us. As soon as he finished speaking, the train began to shake violently. Could it be a beast after all? They looked up to see a swarm of giant sea urchins falling from the sky like rain. Sunny reassured the group, calm down, be careful, let me use my measuring device to check what they are. But Zebra, known for his hot temper, couldn't hold back. He immediately opened fire, ultrasonic bullets continuously exploding in mid-air. The air immediately filled with fragments and dust, creating a haze. The electric shark, its nose tickled by the smell and dust, sneezed loudly. Toriko felt that something was wrong. He bent down to sniff the sea urchins falling into the sea and exclaimed in surprise, these aren't living creatures. They're pollen. Sunny couldn't believe it. What kind of pollen is that big? At that moment gigantic fresh leaves descended from the high cloud layer. This was the seventh continent, Area 7, a vast land with no end in sight. Coco recalled past data. Even in the gourmet world, Area 7's area was second only to Area 4. The total actual area reaches 8.4 billion square kilometers. The Earth we live on is only 510 million square kilometers, meaning this continent could swallow the entire Earth. Area 7 was truly a continent beyond imagination. Not only did it have high mountains, dense forests, rivers and grasslands, but also strange and diverse species of plants, ranking among the top in the world. The electric shark sped across the rainbow and landed safely. As soon as it stopped, they were surrounded by the native inhabitants. The animals and plants here were strangely enormous. The train carrying Terry and Kiss was so big, yet it was smaller than the teeth of those beasts. Sunny shouted anxiously, these monsters all have capture levels above 600. This is outrageous, are we going to fight? Coco quickly stopped him, telling him to remain calm. Unexpectedly the monsters just looked around and left out of boredom. To them the 2,000-meter-long train looked like a tiny earthworm. Sunny still insisted, they definitely detected us. Coco explained, Area 7 doesn't allow free hunting. If you want to attack, you must get permission from above. Toriko added, I never thought a place like this would exist in the wilderness, a land run by monkeys with strict rules and a magnificent ecosystem. Even the butterflies here are many times bigger than the electric shark. Zebra grumbled, this place is so troublesome. As the electric shark began to move again, a figure lurked in the bushes nearby. The group had entered a fairy tale world. Everything was impossibly large, from leaves to insects. Before departing, Hermit Daruma had instructed them on the route. After arriving in Area 7, the first thing they had to do was find the origin tree, said to have the third tallest canopy in the world. There they might find clues related to the pear soup. Or even find pear right on the spot. Sunny wondered, does this Area 7 not have any civilization like the Hex food world? Regarding that, Hermit Daruma had never mentioned it. If there were any important clues, he certainly wouldn't have left them out. It was possible that the civilization of Area 7 had died out long ago. Suddenly a small figure lightly leaped onto the moving train. Zebra was the first to notice its presence. The group immediately opened the carriage door to investigate. They saw only a small monkey standing a few carriages ahead with a blank expression. It had a small body but didn't look cute at all. It slowly took steps towards Toriko's group. While walking, drool dripped down, then it opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. It was clearly ready to fight. Sunny panicked, don't tell me the hunting permit has been issued. The permit to eat us. Zebra, however, wasn't the least bit afraid. He was even eager to fight immediately. If that's the case, then we can also take action, right? He laughed loudly, accumulating energy in his mouth, preparing to unleash his attack. Sunny intended to stop him, but before he could open his mouth, Zebra fired an ultrasonic laser. The powerful laser exploded right inside the carriage, shaking the entire compartment. Poor electric shark, who knew what it had done to offend him, was bombarded right in the face. The light faded and the dust gradually settled. The small monkey lay sprawled on the ground motionless. Judging by its posture, it probably wouldn't live much longer, but Zebra had no intention of letting it off the hook. Pretty tough, you stinky monkey, he said, then lifted the monkey's head, roaring angrily, listen here, you brat. I don't care what the rules are in this place. But don't even think about riding over me and acting recklessly. I am the law, everyone has to adapt to me. The monkey, though covered in blood, half of its body paralyzed, had a strange smile in its eyes. It let out a scream. Zebra, still angry, followed up with another ultrasonic blast, sending it on its way. Sunny angrily cursed, "You idiot, you killed it." That scream was to call its comrades. "The monkey horde is about to swarm us." As predicted, after the monkey's scream, a horde of giant monkeys began to appear, surrounding the train. From the towering grass strange rustling sounds and pressure emanated. These were the ferocious monkeys that dominated Area 7, they should be avoided if possible. Coco looked out the window and shouted to Electric Shark, "Electric Shark! Quickly retreat from here." But as soon as he finished speaking, several gigantic apes appeared from the grass, they growled, their eyes bloodshot, full of murderous intent, staring intently at the train. These were the species known as Devil Apes level 688. However, at this moment, strength levels didn't mean much, the most important thing was, the group had been completely surrounded by a horde of giant apes. Electric Shark began to sweat with fear, was it really about to be a big battle again? Zebra had indeed caused trouble for his comrades countless times, and this instance was no exception. Sunny, cursing Zebra as a game-ruining teammate, roared, "Now what? We're surrounded." The sheer number of monkeys here was terrifying. What were they going to do now? Zebra truly lived up to his reputation as the greatest troublemaker among the 4 heavenly kings. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to fight to kill. He summoned his gourmet demon, his ferocious aura was such that even if a monkey was defiant and wanted to duel, Zebra was ready. Disregarding Toriko and the group's advice, Zebra leaped from the vehicle. Seeing a monkey charge, before it could even make a move, he immediately unleashed a hand chop as massive as a mallet, sending the monkey's head flying. Blood gushed from its carotid artery. Zebra calmly wiped his hand and said, "A stubborn bunch, why don't you obediently follow the god of death to the afterlife?" Coco had warned earlier not to kill under the Monkey King's rule, but Zebra paid no heed. More and more monkeys charged and Zebra fought with increasing fervor, continuously unleashing ultrasonic cannons in rapid succession. Seeing his friend being ganged up on, Toriko couldn't stand idly by, he ordered Kiss and Queen to get off the vehicle, preparing for battle. Toriko's first opponent was a monkey named Dancer Monkey, small in stature but with a capture level of 650. Toriko attacked with his nail punch, but the monkey countered by twisting his arm, nullifying the technique. Toriko was shocked that his special skill had been rendered useless. The monkey was incredibly agile, its actions were fluid like flowing water and drifting clouds, steadily pressing closer. Left with no other choice, Toriko had to get serious. He severed the monkey's right leg, but it remained unharmed, grinning widely. Toriko had to use his nail gun, firing directly into it to make it taste pain. Toriko warned everyone, "Be careful. These monkeys know strange martial arts." Coco agreed, as his opponent, a level 622 monkey, even knew how to use weapons. Sunny encountered a level 668 Medusa monkey, whose head was covered in snakes, just like a true Medusa. Zebra meanwhile met a level 671 Guanine monkey that was meditating as if it had attained enlightenment, making him burst into laughter. "Trying to achieve enlightenment? Then you probably aren't afraid of death, are you?" These monkeys used a type of martial art called monkey martial arts, wild instinctive combat. Area 7 was organized with an extremely strict class system, and the monkey restaurant also had a ranking system. To earn the right to eat and reproduce freely from the Monkey King, a monkey had to reach master rank. But this time the attacking monkeys were not masters, but new recruits, the lowest rank. They were as numerous as ants, seemingly endless, and attacks had no effect on them. Toriko used his nail gun, yet they still dared to fart in front of him. Coco realized their level increased every time they were injured, and they had the ability to convert damage and release it, like the 4 beasts before them. Worse, they also had regenerative abilities, limbs that were severed would grow back as if nothing had happened. At that moment all the monkeys suddenly knelt down in unison, a gigantic monkey appeared, silencing everyone who broke out in a cold sweat. Toriko and the group didn't understand what was happening, asking each other, "Who is this? And why is it so terrifying?" Someone guessed, "Is that the Monkey King?" Sunny and the group were worried, while Zebra was excited. "The boss is showing himself? Is he really that strong?" Zebra looked down and saw a strange flower growing from the ground. A few monkeys were glaring at him. Immediately after, the ground beneath Toriko's group split open, collapsing completely. This was a vertical pit trap. Those falling couldn't move freely. Coco quickly shouted for everyone to get inside the Electric Shark for protection. After the group disappeared from the surface, the atmosphere among the monkeys calmed down slightly. They silently looked into the pit, awaiting orders from the gigantic monkey leader. A moment later Toriko's group landed. With their thick skin and tough bodies, they were fine, but their biggest concern was Komatsu's injuries. Fortunately the Electric Shark was fully equipped inside, and Komatsu was being meticulously cared for. Although they seemed to have fallen very deep underground, looking around the place didn't resemble a tunnel at all, but rather the ruins of an ancient civilization that once thrived. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Is this an ancient ruin? They had never heard of such a place existing underground. As the group was still astonished, a figure stepped out from behind them. "Let me guide you, to show you the civilization that once flourished in this land." It was a Nitro. Why was there a Nitro here? It was unclear whether it was good or bad, but Toriko's group still decided to follow.
This place was once the ruins of a kingdom pioneered by people who were formerly Nitro's slaves, and it is now uninhabited. Sunny whispered doubtfully to Toriko, "Is it really okay to follow this guy?" Toriko hesitated. "I haven't sensed any malice yet, and he's the one who saved us from the monkey horde." Coco asked curiously, "What does it mean that no one lives here anymore? Didn't this civilization disappear a long time ago?" Nitro nodded in confirmation. They continued to a neatly arranged area with stone tables and chairs. Nitro said this used to be the dining hall, where banquets were held daily when the civilization flourished. Toriko smelled a pleasant aroma, the lingering scent of happiness. Nitro said, because this place was once filled with contented smiles. Without him saying it, Toriko could also feel the warmth. The temperature, even the laughter, everything seemed to appear right before his eyes: boisterous laughter, lively feasts, and friendly old men inviting him to a glass of wine. But in a blink of an eye, everything returned to reality: only ruined walls, shattered stone tables and chairs with no trace of past glory. Toriko rubbed his eyes in surprise. He had been seeing strange illusions lately and wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. Sunny anxiously asked what was wrong, but Toriko just waved his hand, saying he was fine and brushing it off. Finally Nitro led them to a room full of murals. He said this was the reception room for the elders of the ancient kingdom. Toriko looked at the paintings and felt as if he had seen them somewhere before. Zebra pondered, then seemed to remember who Nitro was. Upon entering the reception room, there were many strange tables and chairs. Some chairs were so large that they seemed capable of seating several people at once. Nitro said, because this place welcomed all kinds of guests, some even complained that the chairs were too small. Sunny exclaimed in surprise, just how tall were the guests back then? Nitro invited everyone to sit down, then began the introductions. The Nitro in front of them was named Kaka. He said he had already heard about their group from Chi-Chi. It was hard to believe that Kaka knew Chi-Chi. Kaka continued, Chi-Chi and I, and another person named Gigi, are the three rare old friends remaining among the Nitros. There was a time when the three of us were called the Golden Chef, the Silver Chef, and the Bronze Chef. During that seemingly endless period of time, Kaka went on, the three of us dedicated ourselves day and night to culinary research. Sunny was extremely surprised. I didn't expect that pervert to have such a grand title. He guessed that Chi-Chi must have been the Bronze Chef. Toriko also remembered that Chi-Chi had mentioned this before, but no one had paid much attention. Kaka continued, from ancient times we engraved food recipes on the walls in the form of murals, so that if extinction occurred, the recipes would still be preserved. Especially the methods for preparing special cooking ingredients. Hearing that, Toriko suddenly remembered something. I've seen those murals before in the Gourmet Pyramid. The book Komatsu got was from that place too, right? Zebra, when asked, immediately said, I don't remember. I only remember that one Nitro escaped from that pyramid. Kaka didn't hide it. Yes, that was me. At that time it was Komatsu who awakened me from my hibernation state. We Nitros can enter hibernation, but we cannot wake ourselves up. There were some Nitros who couldn't wake up in time because the Earth's conditions changed during their sleep. In other words, hibernation is a gamble with one's life. Komatsu is my savior. When I just woke up, I hurried off to regain my strength and get to where I needed to be, so I didn't have time to thank him. Everyone began to feel confused. Coco curiously asked, this used to be a kingdom built by humans who were once slaves of the Nitros after escaping oppression. So why would a Nitro appear and leave behind formulas? Kaka replied, because among the Nitros, there were also those who were once slaves of the blue Nitros, for example the red Nitros whose vocal cords were destroyed and were enhanced only to collect ingredients. This land was once a kingdom of hope built by exiles. During its most prosperous period, even the wild monkeys on the continent lived together here. It was truly a paradise of freedom. But that civilization collapsed. Everything started with a rebellion by the monkeys. However, the direct cause was something else. Kaka was about to explain when Komatsu's entire body suddenly trembled. He quickly stopped to administer first aid. Kaka noticed Komatsu's blood flow was slowing down. He immediately ordered Zebra to increase blood pressure with sound, and Sunny to expand his trachea. Everyone shouted anxiously, Komatsu, hang in there. Don't die. After a period of effort, Komatsu's condition stabilized, but according to Kaka, if things continued at this pace, the artificial organs in medicine would only hold out for a maximum of 1 more week. That means Komatsu only has 1 week left to live. During that time you absolutely must get pear. If you're late by even a moment, he will die. Kaka looked at the 4 impatient individuals and said, I know how to get pear in a way that even the blue Nitros don't know. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Even so, if the blue Nitro are also looking for pear, can we get it first? Although the specific method was unknown, simply knowing there was hope was enough to make everyone feel relieved. However, Kaka warned, don't rejoice too soon. This method is very dangerous and extremely difficult to execute. Komatsu is so severely injured, if he continues to accompany you, it will only cause him more pain. His body is too weak, he can't endure it anymore. I suggest you leave Komatsu here, under my care. After I tell you all the information about pear, then you can depart. Though the proposal was logical, the entire group fell silent for a moment. Toriko was the first to object. I don't agree. Komatsu will come with us. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice full of resolve. I won't let him out of my sight again. Komatsu's protectors are us. Kaka was silent for a moment, then continued, the place we're heading to is the most dangerous area in Area 7. Coco interjected, I know, I heard that place is called the Origin Tree. But Kaka shook his head, before getting there you have to pass through the Gravity Mountain Range. That range is made up of special rock formations that react with living organisms, emitting a powerful magnetic field. The higher you go the greater the gravity, 100 times that of the surface. Furthermore at that altitude, the air is so thin it's impossible to breathe. That place is collectively known as Mount Nowhere. Once you step foot in it, there's no turning back. Even in the gourmet world this is one of the most dangerous places. Hearing this the group remembered the moment they first arrived in this land, feeling as if some force was pressing down on their bodies. It turned out to be due to the magnetic field in this mountain range. Kaka emphasized, and yet you still intend to bring a severely injured person like Komatsu along? What if he dies along the way? Toriko didn't back down. From the very beginning when we stepped into the gourmet world, we prepared ourselves to face any challenge. We will not. Kaka cut him off. Do you know the one living on that mountain is one of the 8 kings, the Monkey King Bambina? And the ingredient pear is a part of the Monkey King's body. The whole group went silent. What? A part of the Monkey King's body? No way. Then there's no avoiding it anymore. Kaka asked again, even so, do you still want to bring Komatsu along? Toriko growled, of course. We'll show that beast the power of super hunters. The strange rules of this continent. I also want to have a talk with him. Toriko raised his fist full of vigor. If the target is set then let's go immediately. We only have 1 week. This will probably be the biggest challenge since entering the gourmet world. Let's go brothers. To Gravity Mountain, where the Monkey King resides. Seeing Toriko's determination Kaka said no more, only silently pressed a brick on the wall. A secret door slowly opened. They hadn't expected the underground labyrinth to have such an intricate design. Toriko suddenly remembered, there was a similar mechanism in the gourmet pyramid before. Kaka explained, this underground kingdom is very vast, so there are many passages leading to the surface, but this exit is the closest to the continent. When Kaka urged the group to hurry, Toriko pointed to a flower Kaka was holding. What is that flower? They had seen this type of flower before falling into the underground kingdom. In the gourmet world one should absolutely not touch strange plants or flowers out of curiosity. Kaka said, that's a Toriko flower. This flower is essential for the upcoming journey. It's not for decoration but because, it's a trump card that will help protect everyone's lives. Toriko was skeptical, just a small flower like this? Toriko expressed doubt, but Kaka replied seriously, don't let curiosity harm you, this flower is extremely dangerous. If used incorrectly, I'm afraid you might also lose your lives. To quell the group's curiosity while climbing the stairs in the tunnel, Kaka began to explain, this vast Area 7 has experienced many mass extinctions. And this flower more precisely, its pollen, is the main cause. On this continent, any creature is terribly affected by this type of pollen. As the electric shark reached the end of the tunnel, the story of the Toriko flower paused. The electric shark suddenly burst out of the ground, breaking through the soil and soaring upwards. Its appearance startled a nearby capture level 702 sapphire ant. The gigantic beast turned its head, staring intently at the strange little bug that had just emerged. Seeing the 4 preparing to act, Kaka hurriedly stopped them and held up the Toriko flower. If you don't believe how terrifying this flower is, then witness it with your own eyes. The Toriko faced the sapphire ant, a tiny flower confronting a giant beast. The sapphire ant, as soon as it recognized the flower, immediately turned and fled, vanishing in an instant. It fled just from seeing the flower? The group was astonished, but Zebra found it perfectly logical. The monkeys from earlier had also cast panicked glances their way. It turned out to be because of this flower. The pollen of the Toriko is the strongest allergenic antigen. Any living creature that inhales it will immediately suffer from pollen allergy. Toriko couldn't believe it. Is there really a way to cause species extinction like this in the world? It's too unbelievable. Kaka shook his head. This is no ordinary allergy. When Sunny was about to touch the Toriko, Kaka immediately shouted to stop him, but it was too late. The pollen flew straight into Toriko's face. Immediately Toriko's entire body seemed to transform into a faucet. Fluids gushed out everywhere, tears, snot, sweat all ceaselessly pouring out. The other 3 were no exception. Water flowed from them like springs. They screamed miserably, if this continues our bodies will dehydrate. Zebra, usually the calmest, also began to panic. What the hell is this? Is this the power of pollen? Toriko felt the amount of water in his body rapidly decreasing. His body began to weaken, and he collapsed like an open water pipe. Water gushed from their bodies to the point of overflowing the entire electric shark carriage. Fortunately Kaka was with them this time. He brought a type of sea cucumber containing 300 liters of water, distributing it for everyone to drink to rehydrate, and also gave them an allergy antidote. If I hadn't brought the medicine this time, I'm afraid Toriko's story would have ended here. After drinking all 300 liters of water, the 4 heavenly kings finally recovered their full strength. That was dangerous. Toriko almost died. Toriko still felt a chill as he stood up.
Zebra couldn't help but want to fight Sunny. Normally I'm the one causing trouble, are you joining the club now? Sunny retorted bitterly, I didn't know the pollen was that strong. Kaka felt somewhat relieved. After this experience you must surely understand the horror of Toriko.
In just a few seconds, it can drain all the water from a living creature's body, regardless of size. The original Toriko in nature has a 100% mortality rate. The one I brought has been improved to reduce its toxicity.
100% mortality rate?
The group was stunned. No wonder even the sapphire ant fled just from seeing it.
Kaka reminded them, the antidote also has its limits. Don't think that just because you have medicine, you can do whatever you want. Everyone shuddered. A single slip with this thing means instant death. Coco was still wondering, a 100% mortality rate is beyond imagination. Is this also a part of the training in the gourmet world? Kaka replied, it's only to prevent fighting, because in the DNA of the creatures on this continent, the fear of that flower is deeply etched. Now even the 4 heavenly kings had that fear imprinted in their DNA. After continuing their journey, the group crossed a land filled with giant dandelions, but this time they weren't traveling by electric shark, instead they rode on dandelion seeds to move. The idea was truly incredibly unconventional. As the group floated along on the soft dandelion silk, everyone was surprised and amazed. What shocked them the most was a sight at the peak of a mountain called Hot Pot Mountain, where a layer of transparent soup like lava had accumulated. Toriko remembered, isn't this the soup from Jiru's full course menu? Coco also nodded in confirmation, that's right, this is the soup called consumption lava. Kaka continued to introduce the environment here. Area 7 was a vast mountainous region occupying 70% of the continent's area. Centered around the 100G mountain range, this area was divided into 4 regions. Each region was controlled by a master of the Monkey King. The group was currently in the North Mountain area. The ruler of this place was Mr. Goritaurus. In fact, it was the 4 masters, granted freedom by the Monkey King, who established the bizarre rules for this entire continent. They divided into 4 factions, together setting up a ruthless set of rules that completely forbade free hunting. In other words, the culprits behind the distortion of natural laws here were those 4 masters. As everyone was engrossed in conversation, they suddenly witnessed a horrifying sight before them. Many monkeys were planted head down into the ground, each with a bloody hole gouged into its chest. Despite having seen many brutal scenes before, this sight left the entire group utterly stunned. Zebra immediately leaped off the electric shark to investigate further. Toriko smelled blood and instantly realized, these are the same monkeys that attacked us earlier, but now they appeared in such a manner, it was beyond imagination. Coco carefully examined the wounds and uncovered an even more brutal truth. They weren't killed, they committed suicide. At this, the entire group became even more dumbfounded. Sunny put forth a hypothesis, perhaps these monkeys, being too hungry, attacked us without permission from their superiors. As a result, when exposed, they chose death before being executed. Toriko was shocked to his very core. His worldview was turned upside down. Is this nature? Has food ceased to be an instinct? At this moment, a small frail monkey, trembling, held a knife and walked towards them. Although clearly frightened, it still tried to appear brave, advancing step by step. It seemed to be under orders from above, commanded to kill them, the survivors. Toriko sternly requested Kaka to hand him the Toriko flower. When the flower was presented, the little monkey immediately trembled more violently but still couldn't stop. Its mission was to kill them. Toriko carefully took the flower pot. He now understood. What was even more terrifying than the horror etched deep within their genes was the command from above. The moment it came into contact with the pollen, the small monkey immediately suffered an allergic reaction. Tears and snot poured out ceaselessly, like torrential rain that couldn't be stopped. After only 2 seconds, it collapsed to the ground, convulsing painfully, awaiting death. Toriko immediately yelled at Kaka, please give me the antihistamine and the sea cucumber containing water. Kaka instantly understood. Toriko was the punch first, save later type who didn't need to act directly yet could still move his opponents, a commendable kind of wisdom. It's just that all those flowers and medicines belonged to him. Toriko poured the medicine and sea cucumber water onto the monkey. Sighing, this continent is truly bizarre. Area 7, though vast, is stiflingly narrow like a prison. There's nothing truly wild about it. The small monkey choked on the sea cucumber water, coughed violently and slowly regained consciousness. It cautiously backed away, looking at Toriko warily, but Toriko gently asked, you're hungry, aren't you? Eat as much as you want. Looking at the large piece of meat, the small monkey swallowed its saliva, its eyes welling up with longing and humility. If you want to eat, don't hold back. Eat your fill. If you're afraid, then just bow your head and run away quickly. No one makes any rules. Freedom is ours. That's the beauty of the wilderness. Toriko's words made the monkey hesitate, then it silently took the meat with trembling hands and burst into tears, sobbing as it ate. It had been a very long time since it had eaten anything so delicious. Toriko ignored his companion's calls, patiently feeding the small monkey. If you want to eat, just eat a lot. No one will stop you. Eat your fill. When we get pair and safe Komatsu, if you can also eat that dish with us. And celebrate like the ancient civilization, with the people of this land. Toriko kept talking and the small monkey's eyes were filled with tears. It hugged the food, choking unable to swallow. Hey, those tears of yours. They're not from pollen allergy, are they? Upon hearing that, everyone burst into laughter. Kaka was also moved. He never expected Toriko's group to be such warm-hearted young men. But suddenly he became vigilant. Something was coming. When he turned to look, oh my! A gigantic creature with a terrifying aura entered. It was Master Gourmet, one of the 4 masters of this region, creature capture level 1405, but the number no longer mattered. The small monkey seemed to lose its soul the moment it saw him. Toriko looked at the small monkey, then turned to the other creature, immediately understanding the situation. He boldly declared, I will break the rotten rules of this continent. Sensing the murderous intent from Toriko, Gourmet let out a roaring growl. Zebra smirked, if you're too arrogant, I won't just defeat you, I'll cut your DNA double helix in half. Zebra unleashed his supersonic blade, an upgraded version of the basic sonic blade by adding 40,000 sound vibrations per second, vastly increasing its sharpness. With a single strike, Gourmet was sliced in half. For the first time he clearly felt the sensation of being cut in two. But to fall with just that one blow would be too humiliating for the title of master. Gourmet's 2 halves began to stir, and from within them emerged countless baby monkey heads. Accompanied by a miserable howl, his body began to regenerate. From the monkey brain to the entire lower body, all organs and muscles were gradually regenerating. A terrifying ability, but unfortunately his opponents were the strongest quartet of hunters, the 4 heavenly kings. Zebra was the first to make a cut. Now it was Coco's turn to act. Coco leaned into a cool pose and his hand began to secrete poison. Toriko wielded his fork, coordinating with a deadly barrier technique. The name of the technique sounded rustic, but it was both sharp and extremely toxic, truly a national weapon. The poison seemed to have eyes, darting straight into each growing monkey head, thoroughly destroying each one. In an instant the 2 masses of flesh were completely dissolved in the poison. Gourmet finally revealed its true form, colossal fangs, its bestial nature clearly visible in its gigantic bloody mouth. It turned out that what they had seen before was just a shell. Now enraged, it revealed its entire body from beneath its skin, raising both hands high, preparing to crush the entire group. It opened its mouth and dazzling light accumulated within its throat, clearly gathering energy for a terrifying technique. Toriko immediately ordered the electric shark to retreat. The electric shark quickly spewed water onto the ground, then burrowed into it and hid. First they had to protect Komatsu. As the electric shark retreated, the battle officially began. Terry and Queen could no longer hold back either. Gourmet spat out a ball of light. Sunny was the first to rush forward, shouting, everyone get out of the way, I'll handle this. His hair swung through the air, forming a Demon King's fist of dazzling golden light. Punching straight through the opponent's light ball, creating a fierce sizzling sound from the friction. Toriko wore his fork armor, Coco summoned his poison demon, Zebra wore his ultrasonic armor, and Kaka was also ready to fight. Looking at them, everyone was gritting their teeth. It was clear they wouldn't stop until this monkey was utterly defeated. Even though the Demon King's fist had taken the heaviest blow, it still caused an enormous explosion. The explosive light covered half the sky, and the pressure blew away surrounding earth and rocks, causing the ground to rise into mushroom-shaped columns of smoke. Gourmet thought that blow had taken care of his opponents, but when the smoke cleared, they were still standing firm, completely unharmed. In reality, Coco hadn't even attacked, because he saw that the tremendous energy emanating from Gourmet had been absorbed by Sunny's left arm. Sunny smiled, my left arm doesn't eat much, but whatever it eats is a bonus. Kaka whispered, it's not that simple. Indeed, Sunny swung his left arm, vomiting out all the absorbed energy, transforming it into the Demon King's vomit technique, with a demonic face still visible on Sunny's hair strands. The name of the technique sounded horrifying, completely unsuited to Sunny's dazzling style, but its power was beyond words. That massive vomit struck Gourmet directly, hitting its target perfectly, leaving him unable to resist. The other 3 each summoned their respective animal companions. Zebra had no pet, but he wouldn't be outdone. He used sound teleportation, charging towards Gourmet, raising his fist high into the sky. Try a taste of the death punch. Gourmet immediately understood, if he couldn't block this blow, he would surely die. He immediately used his ultimate technique, round dance, to defend himself. But Zebra was much stronger. His death rhythm easily broke through the opponent's defense. Even so, Gourmet managed to dodge the fatal blow by ducking his head to avoid the punch, but this was a team battle. They couldn't just focus on Zebra. The moment he dodged the punch, Sunny unleashed a demon's blow from behind, striking his neck, causing him to howl miserably. The chain combo rained down on him, giving him no time to react. That wasn't all. Kiss also delivered a precise kick from the side. Coco was also ready to unleash his bacterial gun. Once hit, the bacteria would spread and cause complete destruction, but they had underestimated Gourmet's resistance. His round dance skill allowed him to generate potent poison antibodies extremely quickly. He roared furiously, pounding the ground as if to tear everything around him apart. Toriko quickly dodged that heaven-shattering punch. Well, master, normally I wouldn't say anything, but once you make a move, it's truly terrifying.
Toriko leaped into the air, extending his gigantic demon arm, closing in on Gourmet and saying, I can understand you monopolizing food, but just to climb to a higher position, are you perhaps dreaming of the 8 Kings throne? I once fought an 8 King, even tens of thousands of creatures like you wouldn't be equal to one of their breaths. Toriko plunged down like a rocket, punching Gourmet right arm clean off. He didn't just speak, he proved it with action in a single breath. He had once been torn apart by the Horse King.
To defeat the Monkey King who was even stronger than the Horse King, and dream of becoming a ruler? That was a long, long way off. Kaka saw Gourmet in a vulnerable state and told Coco to use the Sandarico flower against him. But Coco refused. If we have to use an extinction-level flower just to deal with a master, what will we use when we face the Monkey King? What I'm betting on isn't a 100% mortality rate, but a 100% absolute poison. Kaka remained bewildered upon hearing this. He only saw Coco summon his demon and slowly drip poison into its mouth. The scene wasn't exactly pretty, but the effect was beyond reproach. After being poisoned by the demon, Gourmet immediately deflated. In the blink of an eye everything returned to silence. His eyes were blank, his gaze vacant, looking like he was high on drugs. It truly made one curious, wondering if he was high. Toriko, who had just started, was still full of fighting spirit, extremely energetic. This battle had shattered the rules of the North Mountain region, disrupting the balance of the entire Area 7. Their world began to descend into chaos, and it was also when their way of life began to change. Toriko laughed heartily. We fought well, so we must be hungry, right? How about we eat that hot soup with the monkeys? Gourmet had never been treated so kindly. His expression was a mix of surprise and emotion. Kaka looked at Toriko, who was smiling happily, and wondered, could the gourmet cells in his body defeat even the Monkey King? After the battle, the electric shark resurfaced, confirming Komatsu was safe. The group breathed a sigh of relief. But Kaka still frowned. He felt something very worrying. Because while everything else was still in chaos, the Monkey King Bambina was leisurely standing on the mountain, enjoying the breeze. Fortunately, that was just the Monkey King's initial form, a fluffy coat like toxic porcupine quills. What was the Monkey King doing? Skipping stones on the water. That's right, he was so idle that he loved skipping stones across the water. Every time he saw a stone bounce and splash, he would grin like a child who had been given candy. That innocent grin truly didn't fit the domineering title of 8 King. But the world is vast, and what matters most is having fun. The Monkey King whooshed from one rock to another, the small stone bouncing merrily. He headbutted it once and then let it continue to bounce. Although he was alone, he giggled as if he were at a grand feast. But playing small games gets boring. Now he had spotted a much bigger game in the distance. The Monkey King merely flicked his tail, and a gigantic mountain was instantly sliced in half. He lifted the entire mountain with both hands, running at breakneck speed, then let out a roar and threw the mountain like a ball. That mighty mountain should have fallen heavily, causing a terrifying impact, but with the Monkey King's power, it bounced like a stone skipping game on a river. It turned out this was the Gourmet World's specialty of bouncing mountains, a mountain over 1,500 meters high that could fly through mountain ranges, dancing across the surface of the sea. During its flight, influenced by wind, temperature, terrain and water bodies, it gradually shrank, circled the earth for about a week, and upon returning, transformed from a mighty mountain into a tiny pebble. To the outside world, this phenomenon was considered a type of celestial event of unknown origin, but in reality it was very simple. It was just the Monkey King's entertainment when he was idle. Meanwhile, due to Gourmet defeat, the North Mountain region fell into chaos, and the rules set by the 4 masters began to collapse. The collapse in North Mountain spread to other regions. A rebellion erupted. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Just one spark and the entire prairie will catch fire. From a rebellious group of monkeys, the entire gourmet world began to fluctuate. Creatures on the continent began to freely enjoy feasts, no longer bound by the old rules. Toriko and his group left the chaos behind and continued their journey. Seeing the monkey horde gradually reclaiming their wild instincts, Toriko felt satisfied. To hunt freely, that is the true nature of the wilderness. To not share nature's blessings, that is unnatural. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Kaka added, actually the animals and plants in this land are so large thanks to the nutrients from pear. The origin of pear is from the Monkey King's body, but most normal pear comes from a place called Origin Tree. It is the flow of pear soup gushing from there that nourishes this entire continent. Because of this abundant nutrition, all creatures here swell up so much. However, after the blue nitro stole pear, the nutrition severely decreased, forcing creatures to find other ways to absorb nutrients. The result is the mutated extinction flower Sandarico. Although Sandarico has killed many creatures, it also curbed the expansion of the blue nitros. And because the remaining amount of pear was too little, the flow of nutrition has begun to trickle back into the continent. Coco deduced, the Sandarico antidote is a creation of the civilization before Kaka's time. Even the blue nitros don't know how to prepare it, and they also don't know how to properly cook pear. Kaka said, if Komatsu dies, it would truly be a great loss. He once obtained the notebook from the gourmet pyramid. It's very likely he read its contents. Currently his brain holds the future of cuisine. Toriko mused, then said, we're not keeping Komatsu for that reason. It's just if he dies, we won't be able to eat together anymore, that's all. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Still, eating together was more important than anything else. Kaka suddenly understood. Perhaps I said something that caused a misunderstanding. I just wanted to thank the benefactor who awakened me. Afterward, he urged everyone to quickly get going. We're almost at the place called Origin Tree. But Koko seemed worried. He stood up, feigning a desire to check on Komatsu, but deep down he always felt something wasn't right. While the electric shark continued to rumble across the plains, a dark conspiracy was slowly spreading. If there was a traitor in their group, things would be very bad. Koko was extremely cautious. After a long night's journey, as dawn was just breaking, Toriko's group finally saw the Origin Tree. Before them was a gigantic tree trunk with dense foliage covering the entire sky. Toriko looked up and asked, "Shouldn't it be nighttime now?" Sunny turned to mock him. "Did you hit your head fighting? Dawn just broke." Toriko was startled. "Then why can I still see stars?" It turned out that those sparkling lights were the reflections of pear fruits hidden among the leaves like a galaxy. Kaka explained, "This place is also known as the Stardust Tree. Those shimmering lights like stars are actually the rare ingredient pear, Acacia's divine soup." Toriko was astonished. "All of it is pear?" Kaka nodded. "That's right, pear is originally a part of the Monkey King's body, and it's the jewelry the Monkey King uses to flirt with females. Like the peacock's colorful tail feathers," Koko commented. Sunny also nodded. "It's understandable to use decorations to attract a mate, but something as sparkling as stars, I wonder what part of the Monkey King's body it is?" Toriko pondered, then asked, "So what species is the Monkey King? Isn't Bambina just a name?" Kaka replied, "Just as the representative of horses is Horse King Heracles, and of wolves is Wolf King Guinness, Monkey King Bambina belongs to a species called Kintamandril." Hearing Kintamandril, the group immediately understood. What symbolized the male was testicles. Toriko screamed, "No!" Kaka enthusiastically confirmed, "That's right. Pear is Bambina's testicles." Sunny nearly vomited. "You're going to make that into food? That's disgusting." Kaka remained calm. The name Bambina is also rumored to originate from an ancient courtship word. Sunny was now disconnected, holding his head and screaming, "Oh my god, what is this? I don't want to know anymore." Toriko mused, "I've heard that many dishes use testicles, but I never imagined the legendary soup pear would be the Monkey King's testicles. Using it to replace Komatsu's heart, it's truly too emotionally complex." Koko tried to console him, "But there aren't many ingredients that can shine as brightly as stars. Normally not everyone gets the chance to see balls like that." Sunny also reluctantly agreed, "It's truly like a giant celestial phenomenon." Kaka continued, "The Origin Tree is one of the 100 gourmet wonders. You have to witness its overwhelming beauty with your own eyes to understand." Toriko began to get curious. If balls are the origin, what intense flavors and energies do they hide? He dreamed, after Komatsu was saved, everyone must sit under this tree and eat pear to truly appreciate it. However, he suddenly noticed a figure. It looked like Sunny's master demon. But when Toriko looked closely from the front, he couldn't make out the face. The electric shark rumbled past and Toriko thought he was hallucinating, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the figure had vanished. Kaka, seeing something strange about Toriko, urged the group to continue. Zebra, however, scratched his head. "We've come all this way, why not taste a bit of pear? The trees are full of legendary ingredients. It'd be a waste not to try a little." But Kaka quickly poured cold water on the idea. "Sorry, pear isn't that easy to catch, even though there's a lot. It's a special super ingredient, one of the hardest to capture on Acacia's full course menu. We don't have time to catch it right now." Sunny, however, thought differently. Catching it isn't hard, cooking it is the problem. If Komatsu were here, he surely would have eaten it a long time ago. Well, they could just wait for Komatsu to recover and then come back to eat it. Toriko then asked, "Are we going to go and catch the origin of the pear soup now?" Kaka suddenly spoke up, "You all still have the air you got from Area 8, right? Be ready, because next is the Gravity Mountain Range. Don't think that just eating air is enough." The electric shark sped towards the Gravity Mountain Range. Kaka asked Sunny, "Have you fed the electric shark air yet?" Sunny replied confidently, "Of course, don't worry. I even pumped air directly into Komatsu's stomach. He's currently in a special pressure chamber with air, ensuring enough oxygen." Seeing that everyone was well prepared, Kaka solemnly said, "Now is when it truly begins. You must be on high alert, because the danger zone isn't just about the terrain." As soon as Toriko heard this, he looked out the window. "Oh my god. Outside is a giant wild Sandorico forest. Never mind the antidote, even having enough medicine is a problem." Kaka reassured them, now the electric shark has minimized its aura, so it's temporarily safe. But even a slight stimulus and will be instantly annihilated. Entering the spiritual mountain range, in contrast to the chaos below, it was strangely silent inside. From the ruins of the previous civilization until now, they had taken 2 days. During that time, Toriko's group both cared for Komatsu, who was being tormented by spirits, and took the opportunity to replenish their own air. Just the preparation alone took an entire day. They reached Mount Nowhere, an area with almost no signs of life. They only had 4 days left to completely heal Komatsu.
Everything was going too smoothly, making the group begin to worry. This was supposed to be a dangerous area, yet they encountered no obstacles, forcing them to be extra vigilant. Everyone secretly tightened their guard. Suddenly Toriko shouted, "Look! There are flying pigs in the sky." Everyone looked indeed, a winged pig was flying. Kaka immediately recognized it. That's a level 705 flying pig. It shouldn't be found in this area. It must have gotten lost and ended up here. Unfortunately ahead was the 100G mountain range. The flying pig couldn't stop in time in the strong gravitational environment. And with a crash, it fell to the ground. Its gigantic body was crushed in an instant. The impact of the fall shook the entire electric shark. Kaka solemnly said, "We've arrived the 100G mountain range, where the Monkey King resides." The group stepped out of the electric shark, only to feel gravity pressing down like a heavy wall. The spot where the pig had just fallen was flattened into a thin wafer. Toriko noticed the fluids from the pig being sucked directly into the ground. Coco pointed down, "All of this is made up of the remains of living creatures." Kaka added, "This 100G mountain range has crushed billions of lives, like a black hole sucking everything in." Toriko didn't care about theories, he wanted to investigate himself. Kaka tried to stop him but Toriko resolutely refused. "If I don't step inside, I won't understand what the 100G mountain range is." The moment he set foot on the ground, Toriko felt a terrifying pressure descend from his head, pressing straight down onto his entire body. The ground beneath his feet sank deep into two large holes. Toriko had trained under gravity 5 times in the snake's cave in the human world, but this place was only the entrance and was already 10 times heavier. Toriko turned to look at Sunny's group, intending to call everyone forward, but he saw the entire group standing still like statues, their eyes wide with surprise, staring at something right beside him. Sunny's surprised reaction was understandable, but even Zebra being shocked meant it was definitely no small matter. Toriko tilted his head slightly and felt an irresistible pressure overwhelm him. Right beside him a monkey with a strange smile stood there. Without needing to say much, it could only be the Monkey King Bambina who had appeared in this place. Even so, Toriko wasn't completely sure. The monkey looked at him with eyes as if it had already secured them in its grasp. Toriko was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. It was unclear whether it was due to the pressure from the Monkey King or the gravity of the place, but the entire group couldn't move. Toriko noticed that the monkey was no longer smiling, drool even flowed from the corner of its mouth. He broke out in a cold sweat. The first time he met one of the 8 kings, the Horse King, Toriko didn't even dare to think about measuring its strength. But this time he wanted to confirm clearly, was the monkey in front of him really the Monkey King? Compared to his imagination, this creature was a bit small. Toriko wondered if it was sleeping? He cautiously tried to raise his hand and emit a probing laser beam. Suddenly the monkey let out an earth-shattering roar, leaving Toriko's entire body numb and covered in goosebumps. Sunny immediately understood that the monkey was the Monkey King Bambina. Even at a capture level of 6,000, for a creature at the Monkey King's level, the number no longer mattered. Zebra had entered a battle-ready state, and Coco quickly rushed to support Toriko as if he had anticipated the situation. Sunny had just blinked in 0.1 seconds, but that was a fatal 0.1 seconds. As Star June once said, even a 0.1 second delay in a wild environment can be fatal. And when he opened his eyes again, before him were only severed body parts: Toriko's arm, Zebra's head, Coco's leg, bones, and Coco's poison splattered everywhere like rain. Sunny froze, hot blood was carried by the wind, splashing directly onto his face. And then his entire body was flung far away. What had happened? He screamed in despair, sweat pouring like rain, looking around but seeing no one. And where was the Monkey King? Where were Toriko, Zebra, and Coco? The entire world suddenly became empty. He was all alone. Sunny glared, seeing Zebra's head rolling on the ground. The sight made his heart clench and tears flowed uncontrollably. He fell to his knees, tears and sweat mingling, his emotions shattered in despair. Sunny looked up and saw a small umbrella being held out. It was the little monkey from before. It couldn't speak human language, only made ooh-ah sounds, and pointed in one direction. He followed its gaze. Zebra's head was melting. But it wasn't Zebra, it was Coco's poison puppet. Toriko's arm was also there, that meant they might still be alive. Hope flared. Sunny used his Demon King's hair to swallow Toriko's arm, gathering all of Coco's poison. Despite the extremely potent poison, he accepted it all, as long as everything was brought back completely. After gathering everything, Sunny followed the little monkey, crossing a region with suffocatingly heavy gravity. Finally, he found Coco lying motionless. He immediately used his Demon King's soil to return the poison to Coco, helping him recover his body. When Coco regained a little consciousness, Sunny quickly asked, "What happened?" Coco said he wasn't quite sure either. He only knew that before he was hit, he had seen the shadow of death appear on his leg. Although he had immediately created a poison puppet to protect himself, he couldn't remember what actually happened. Sunny looked at the usually calm Coco, who was trembling with fear, and felt a cold sensation surge through him. This fear, he had experienced it all too clearly not long ago. At this moment, the little monkey interrupted the two of them once again, pointing forward.
Coco looked and saw electromagnetic signals from Toriko and the others, which meant everyone was still alive. Hearing this, Sunny immediately regained his composure.
Hope was ignited, a tiny seed of courage began to sprout from a heart that had been covered in despair. They continued to follow the direction the little monkey pointed, and finally found Toriko and Zebra both using their demon arms to protect themselves. Toriko sighed, compared to this situation.
Death might even be more peaceful.
A feeling of failure and despair filled him, his self-respect, pride, and confidence they had built up over time
crumbled into fine dust.
But then the whole group quickly pulled themselves together. They decided to start over from scratch. Everyone gathered and began to analyze what had happened.
Kaka explained, everyone was lucky.
Even the little monkey leading them was just luck.
But what was puzzling was that clearly no real battle had taken place, so why was everyone almost dead?
Kaka said sternly, the Monkey King
was simply playing games. No one in the group understood.
So Kaka began to explain in detail. Initially, the Monkey King was playing hide-and-seek. He closed his eyes and shouted, asking if everyone had finished hiding. At that time, he was the Oni in the game. When Zebra charged to attack, the Monkey King immediately switched the game to guess which hand and pointed a whirlwind blew out with that gesture.
Result, Zebra's head was twisted to a pulp. If not for Coco having created a poison puppet beforehand, Zebra would have been dead. Coco nodded in confirmation. I told Zebra to prepare beforehand. Fortunately, we had that precaution. Then the group asked, what about Toriko and Sunny? Kaka said, with Coco, the Monkey King played a knee-butting game, and Coco broke his leg. With Toriko, he played arm wrestling, and Toriko's arm was twisted and broken. When he saw Sunny close his eyes, he thought Sunny was playing the Oni in hide-and-seek, so he hid inside the mountain. As for Kaka, he had secretly released Toriko pollen into the air. But just as the Monkey King was about to hide, he sneezed. With just one sneeze, the terrain changed, and everyone was blown in different directions. If at that time, Sunny hadn't closed his eyes, and the Monkey King hadn't suddenly left to hide, then all four Heavenly Kings would surely have been annihilated. As for the electric shark, as soon as it saw the Monkey King, it burrowed underground to hide, so Komatsu remained safe and sound. After hearing the whole story, Toriko gently said, among the 8 kings the Monkey King is the most mischievous, he only likes to play. To be precise, we never truly fought, and we never truly lost. To be even more precise, we weren't even qualified to be opponents in the Monkey King's game. Kaka had been mentally prepared beforehand. He seriously asked everyone, he is one of the 8 kings. The Monkey King Bambina. So do you still have the determination to challenge him? Legend says that the Monkey King himself passed down the Enbu technique to the monkeys on this continent. What do you think? Everyone bowed their heads in silence, no one answered. Coco asked, does the Monkey King want as many opponents as possible, which is why he taught them Enbu, right? In other words, if one masters Enbu to the peak, then... Kaka didn't deny it and continued, if you can do that, the possibility of fighting on par with the Monkey King will no longer be 0. I ask again, do you still have that determination? No one responded. Toriko looked up, sadly saying, let's rest today. We need to rebuild everything that just collapsed from scratch. Kaka seemed impatient, reminding them, only 4 days left. But from another perspective, it could also be said, there are still 4 days. To regain their courage they first needed to rest. In fact, this was a time for each person to reflect. The almost completely annihilated battle they just experienced forced them to confront their true strength. Toriko's stomach rumbled. The more he thought about eating, the sadder he became. Just then the penguin panicked and ran out of the electric shark, yelling, something's wrong, Komatsu's condition has worsened. The group no longer had time for sadness, everyone rushed to check on Komatsu's condition. Komatsu was breathing heavily, his face constantly contorted. Fortunately it was just a false alarm. This continent was too harsh and the whole group was worried about Komatsu. While they were heartbroken, suddenly a gurgling sound came from Komatsu's stomach. Toriko was stunned, so he's just hungry. This proved that Komatsu still craved to live. Toriko's tears welled up, he hugged Komatsu. Weeping as he said, I'm sorry Komatsu, you want a really full meal too, right? Both Zebra and Sunny also had red eyes, heartbroken and blaming themselves. Toriko leaned close and whispered, please forgive us. Because we were overwhelmed by the Monkey King's power, we faltered. But from now on we will not fall again, we will definitely, the whole group will reach the place where Pear is to give you a delicious meal. Thinking of Komatsu, Toriko regained his spirit and immediately called Kaka, let's start Enbu training immediately. Kaka was delighted to see them recover their spirits. It seems you have found some remaining courage. Toriko forced a smile. Courage? The only thing burning within me at all times is hunger. The basics of Enbu are evasion skills, but it is not merely a combat technique. You must be able to control every cell in your body. Although gourmet cells all share a strong craving for food, each type of cell has different personalities and abilities. There are intelligent cells, sluggish cells, lazy cells, unruly cells, and even dormant cells. Each person can control their body at will, but not all cells obey the brain.
Therefore, before practicing Inbu, you must synchronize the thoughts of all 60 trillion cells in your body, only then can training officially begin.
It's time to fight the Monkey King, but now they have to learn a new skill. No matter how they calculate it, there isn't enough time. Coco also couldn't understand why they had to unify the will of their cells before starting to practice the evasion skill. Kaka explained, that's so you can properly control the flow of energy in your body, because if you misinterpret the intention or type of attack, your body won't be able to react accurately. In our bodies there are cells that will be alert when encountering heavy rain, as if they are being attacked. But there are also cells that feel joyful when they feel the cool rainwater. This explains why we don't feel strange during acupuncture or cupping. But we feel pain when acupressure points on our feet are pressed, because there is a difference in perception at the cellular level. If the cells in the body don't act in sync, energy will become stagnant, but if all are united, then energy will flow smoothly, helping to release force effectively. Even gravity will be nothing. And if they can overcome the gravity obstacle, they can operate in the 100G mountain range as flexibly as a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing. Hearing this, everyone understood the problem. Sunny recalled, that little monkey was jumping around as if it was nothing. Even though this area had 10 times the normal gravity, it was still lively. Everyone was stunned. What monkey? Every monkey here is a monkey. Right? Toriko, who was intently studying, was startled. Wait. That monkey isn't a beginner at Inbu, it's just a beginner, but it's already that strong. Kaka seriously introduced, its name is Aichi, a new Inbu practitioner. After that, Kaka continued to lecture. Gravity is actually also a type of natural energy, not inherently malicious, but the way cells perceive it is very different. Some cells resist gravity, treating it as pressure. There are also cells that adapt and release it, so they are not affected. If all cells are united in thought, choosing to release gravity, then gravity will not be able to cling to the body, it will be released instantly. Coco curiously asked, do you mean transforming the body from a water basin to a colander? So absorb and then completely discharge. Kaka nodded, exactly, absorb and then discharge. So that energy flows through the body. Toriko then asked the final question, so how can the body reach that level of cellular force release? Kaka's face was serious as he pulled out a treasure. Only through arduous training can it be achieved. And to train the foundation of Inbu, you must start with this. It was a BB bug. An incredibly shy creature, and the exercise was, catch it with bare hands. It sounds simple, but in reality it's super difficult. In the entire gourmet world, there are few creatures as weak and sensitive as the BB bug. If even slightly startled, they will curl up into a ball for absolute defense or flee at super speed. Sometimes it's heavy as lead, sometimes light as a feather. Able to fly with the wind, sometimes rolling like a race car. In short, it freely adjusts its weight and physical state. During the training process, the catcher must continuously adjust their hand strength and coordinate their entire body to adapt to the unpredictable changes of the BB bug. And this 100G mountain range is full of BB bugs. Kaka even joked, perhaps it's because you guys have good luck, so they gather here. And these bugs are delicious too. Learn skills, increase strength, fill your stomach. It's truly learning while having fun. Toriko still casually said, catching a few bugs is a small matter. Kaka smiled, then let's start with just one. Toriko eagerly grabbed and threw a BB bug into the air, then reached out to catch it as usual, but the BB bug suddenly floated in the air. Toriko was dumbfounded. It should fall, shouldn't it? Just as Toriko was distracted, the bug fell extremely hard, hitting the ground and creating a small crater. Toriko panicked. What? How did it fall without warning? Kaka nodded with satisfaction. That's the characteristic of the BB bug, suddenly heavy, light, fast, slow. It can even emit foul odors, or secrete extremely potent poison. If you let go at the wrong moment, even by just 0.1 seconds, your entire hand will be corroded by acid. Not to mention its transformation abilities are truly varied, so the first lesson must begin with precisely controlling the movement of the BB bug when thrown. Zebra seemed uninterested, grumbling, just a game of catching a ball with your hands? It's boring to death, I'm not playing these childish games. Coco snapped, this isn't a game, but Zebra didn't even pay attention, I have my own way. Hearing that, everyone knew there was no persuading him, so they let him do as he pleased. The rest of the group began to train. Sunny gently released a BB bug, but the bug floated like a feather, moving extremely erratically. Sunny had to handle it carefully, but the BB bug unexpectedly turned heavy as lead, falling straight to the ground with a thud. Sunny was furious, cursing loudly, I'm one of the 4 heavenly kings, and I'm being toyed with by a bug like this. Coco felt the BB bug in his hand getting lighter and lighter, feeling as if a slight flick would send it flying far away. He then relaxed his hand gently, but at that exact moment, the BB bug suddenly became heavy as a rock, pulling his hand down hard to the ground. BB bugs changed unpredictably. At first glance they seemed to transform randomly, but if one observed carefully, there seemed to be a hidden pattern. The problem was, before the body could react to catch it, it had already changed state. Relying on the brain to receive signals and act was always one step behind. To successfully catch a BB bug, each cell in the body must automatically sense and react. This required complete synchronization of thought among all 60 trillion cells. turning each cell into a thinking organ with a high collective consciousness. Kaka added, Aichi?
It started training with BB bugs a long time ago.
Now it can throw 3 bugs at once while also playing beanbag toss, after saying that Aichi demonstrated right in front of them. Sunny was gaping in shock. It's just a beginner. How can it be that amazing? Kaka smiled. That's nothing yet. In Enbu, the number of BB bugs you can control is how your skill level is measured. If you can handle 3, you've mastered the basics and are officially a true rookie. Although there wasn't time to learn the entire Enbu technique, if it was just the basic foundation, 2 days of learning would be enough. However, Toriko was impatient, but Komatsu only has 4 days left to live. Now spending 2 days training with these bugs is a waste of time. Komatsu couldn't wait any longer. Kaka understood Toriko's concern but also replied seriously, 2 days is the shortest possible time. I can only say that based on your talent. For others it would take at least several months. He advised, train very seriously, because the goal is not to defeat the Monkey King, but only to be considered by him as an opponent to play with in a game. Because the only goal right now is to obtain the Monkey King's balls. As soon as 2 balls was mentioned, the serious atmosphere immediately collapsed. Sunny still couldn't digest the fact that the whole group had to exert themselves for the Monkey King's 2 balls. But for Komatsu they had no choice but to act. After saying that, the sky began to clear. Only 3 days left to achieve the goal. Everyone was determined to go all out, seriously beginning their Enbu training. Halfway up the 100G mountain range, the Monkey King Bambina was still enthusiastically playing hide-and-seek alone. Why isn't that rainbow-headed guy here yet? Why is he so slow? Doesn't he know how to play? No, I have to wait a little longer. Come find me now. Toriko focused his mind, throwing a BB bug forward. According to theory, in martial arts, as long as you're fast, you're invincible. If you just quickly snatch it, where can the BB bug hide? But theory is easy, execution is difficult. Toriko wildly swung his hand in the air but couldn't even touch the bug once. Finally the BB bug plopped down onto the ground, leaving a small hole. Toriko suddenly felt like he was being made fun of, his hands still trembling. What the hell is this? I didn't expect it to be this difficult. He began to understand why he had to synchronize his cells. His body now cells everywhere doing their own thing, no one willing to cooperate. Toriko felt like they were squabbling fiercely inside him, like a disorganized army not on the same front. Meanwhile Sunny and Coco struggled no less. This seemingly simple exercise became incredibly difficult. The harder it got, the more stubborn people became, leading to more irritability and frustration. Coco observed the BB bug suspended in mid-air, his eyes seeing the continuous changes in the bug's electromagnetic waves. The transformation was so fast that it made his eyes spin, and he couldn't even predict where it would fall. He took a deep breath, trying to feel with his skin, using all the cells in his body to anticipate its next move. But the result was the same. The BB bug's speed exceeded his body's reflexes. While the whole group struggled with training, Aichi was still casually juggling as if nothing was happening. Sunny, seeing this, was furious. A monkey can do it, but I can't? I can't lose to it. He remembered Demon's intuition training, but this was completely different. Now it's not just about feeling, each cell has to think for itself. How can it be easy? Not only was it difficult, but the training group's teaching methods were also extremely abstract. He didn't even know where to start. Zebra, in his own corner, sat still to find the feeling. He didn't believe the bug-catching exercise was effective, finding it redundant and time-consuming. But Zebra had experienced a state where all the cells in his body were completely synchronized several times before, and he had also witnessed others achieve that state many times in life-or-death battles. Just remember that exact feeling, everything will automatically become clear. Zebra decided, based on the hundreds of life-or-death battles I've experienced, I will definitely figure out the secret of Enbu on my own. When the 4 heavenly kings were busy, their pets also didn't sit still. They sought out giant BB worms and began practicing catching balls, just like Toriko and his comrades, trying to learn how to control their power. They understood very well that if they couldn't overcome the challenge of the 100G mountain range, let alone support Toriko, they might even become a burden to him. But what worried them most was not wanting to fall behind, compared to a horse that was their future rival. During their training, Toriko asked Kaka, how many BB battle bugs can a master of Enbu juggle at once? Kaka thought for a moment and replied, a beginner about 10 to 20, an assistant master about 30, and a true master can control up to 50. Toriko was shocked. What? That monkey can also juggle 50? Unbelievable, so that guy is that strong? Kaka explained, Enbu has a secret. How to grasp that secret is the most important thing. You who have survived harsh environments might have touched that feeling a few times already. Kaka's reminder coincided with Zebra's thoughts. Indeed, no matter what one learns, feeling is always the most important factor. The first day of their training ended with no one in the group able to control even one BB battle bug. They sat dazed, filled with regret and disappointment, as if the whole day's training had been in vain. Even so, Coco tried to rally everyone's spirits. Although there are no clear results yet, the time spent thinking was not wasted. Gods only give signals to those who know how to think.
we must constantly think so as not to miss that moment.
Sunny scoffed, even Coco was starting to believe in divine things? Are you kidding me? Coco immediately ordered him to be silent. Shut up, I feel something coming. Indeed, the whole group felt a terrifying pressure approaching. Even Terry and Kiss felt something very unusual. A wave of murderous aura enveloped the entire mountain range, making Toriko involuntarily relive his entire life in a flash. From his childhood, the moment he met Komatsu, everything appeared like a fast-forwarded movie in his head. It turned out, the reason was that Monkey King Bambina, after hiding meticulously halfway up the mountain all day, waiting for hide-and-seek, discovered no one had come to find him. Angry enough to blow up the entire continent, but then he consoled himself that perhaps he was too good at hiding. So he had won. Thinking so, Bambina happily returned to the mountaintop. But in less than a second after Bambina got angry, his murderous aura enveloped the entire 100G mountain range, making Toriko and the group feel death imminent. In that moment their lives flashed before their eyes. It was precisely thanks to that overwhelming murderous aura that they for the first time felt the unification between the 60 trillion cells in their bodies, the necessary condition for practicing Inbu. No more internal conflicts, no more cells out of sync, all reacted together, all survived together. Toriko, Coco, Zebra, all realized one thing: the secret of Inbu was the feeling of facing imminent death. Something that even the creatures Zebra had previously annihilated had felt. They vowed to remember that feeling forever, when every cell in their body acted as one. Toriko remained calm, gently threw a BB battle bug and observed intently. After a few tries, he easily caught it. That feeling was truly magical, making Toriko so excited he couldn't hide his enthusiasm. Although his movements seemed stationary, he could see through all the movements of the BB battle bug, not with his eyes, but with every cell in his body. Kaka had known Toriko's personality for a long time, but he hadn't expected that it was precisely thanks to this special opportunity that they had grasped the secret. So congratulations, welcome to the introductory gate of Enbu. However, the fact that Toriko and his comrades were terrified by a slight tantrum from Monkey King Bambina showed how tremendous the difference in their strength was. But every small step forward is also a sign of growth, and there will be a day when they can overcome it. Just now, when throwing the BB battle bug, Toriko didn't need to use his eyes to track it, but used all his cells to feel it. Once his body remembered this feeling, everything became clear. Now, he could easily juggle 30 BB battle bugs. Kaka was astonished. In such a short time, he had reached 30 bugs. Truly, one could not underestimate his power and talent, and he was even doing it with one hand. Toriko actually wanted to use both hands, but currently, he only had one. Sunny also began to grasp the feeling. He could clearly sense when the BB battle bug was light, when it was heavy, when it accelerated, and when it emitted a foul smell. BB battle bugs could emit poisonous gas, and Sunny reacted extremely quickly, letting go in just 0.1 seconds. Kaka was heavily shocked. 50 bugs? He had reached master rank. Although the foul smell thing was probably just a dirty trick by the worm. Not stopping there, Sunny and Coco even played. Juggling with each other, 100 BB battle bugs were almost smashed. This proved that the two of them had completely synchronized their cellular wavelengths, extremely harmonious. Kaka curiously looked towards the person who had previously scoffed at BB battle bug training as child's play. What was Zebra doing? Turning back, he saw Zebra eating BB battle bugs like snacks. While others were passionately training, he only knew how to eat. Kaka was speechless. Zebra turned and shouted loudly, "Kaka, I don't believe that just juggling will scare the Monkey King." He remembered how the Monkey King had only needed to emit a tiny bit of murderous aura to send other monkeys fleeing in panic. Juggling 30 or 50 bugs wouldn't make a difference. Kaka emphasized, juggling is just the basics, applying it in real combat is what true Inbu is all about. He also reminded them, the more times BB battle bugs are trained, the more delicious they become. Zebra quickly thought about it after hearing that. Kaka announced, everyone's training time is only today. From now on they would juggle while climbing the 100G mountain. At that moment the electric shark began to move, its body trembled and then its head fell off. Toriko yelled in panic. Coco realized, this was a self-regeneration technique of lizards. When in danger, they detached their tail to fool predators. This state allowed it to retain all its internal energy and only its head could move, creating a perfect refuge unaffected by gravity or any external factors. Toriko was stunned. He hadn't expected the electric shark to have such an incredible trump card. But Kaka immediately warned, don't rejoice too soon. In this state, Derouse cannot move on its own. If it could move, it would truly be invincible. Coco was incredibly surprised. It was clear the electric shark wasn't attacked, so why would it cut off its own head? Could it be that it wanted to protect Komatsu, and that's why it took such a risk? Kaka reassured them, don't worry, the electric shark's body will regenerate in 2 to 3 days. Coco immediately felt his worry was unnecessary, such a powerful skill with incredibly low risk. Anyway, Komatsu was now also traveling with them. Thinking of that, Toriko beamed with joy. Sunny, please carry the electric shark's head. Sunny nodded in agreement, signaling, I know.
And so the group began their journey to conquer the 100G mountain range. It was clearly the same place, but now the feeling was completely different from before.
Toriko stomped his foot, surprised that he didn't feel any gravity, whereas before, this area had 10 times normal gravity.
But then he realized, it wasn't that gravity was gone,
but that it no longer exerted pressure on his body.
Before, this place made them unable to lift their feet, as if being pressed down. But now that suffocating feeling had completely disappeared, they walked as lightly as if they were on normal ground. Their bodies had adapted to 10G gravity. This was clear proof that they had successfully mastered the basic Enbu technique. Kaka explained, it was precisely by synchronizing their cellular consciousness, making all the cells in their bodies react at the same time, that they were able to remove the influence of gravity. This was an extremely sophisticated coordinated energy action, and also the foundation of Enbu.
Kaka suggested that the group should continue practicing juggling right there. There's a saying, a professional pianist, if they don't practice for 1 day, their skill will decline by 3 days. With Enbu the decline is even faster, after synchronization cells are very easily out of sync. If even one cell is out of sync, the entire system will collapse.
If they wanted to remove the effects of higher gravity levels, they needed to concentrate their entire cellular consciousness to an extremely high degree, which would consume a lot of physical and mental energy. Soon the whole group was drenched in sweat, the miraculous moment that lasted less than 1 second, which previously only occurred when facing death, now had to be maintained for a long time. The burden increased manifold. Even so, the 4 of them, as if they had died and come back to life, continued to advance. As long as they hadn't reached the peak, they wouldn't stop. They knew their limits, and Kaka wasn't too worried about teaching them. Zebra, however, was different. Besides food, he didn't seem to care much about what others said. He was juggling with both hands, eating BB battle bugs like snacks, dozens of them rolling around him. He laughed smugly. You said the more you train these bugs, the tastier they get, right? Then I should look forward to their flavor even more. If they're really delicious, I'll put them on my full course menu. Kaka narrowed his eyes and smiled. I can't be sure about that, but their taste is indeed excellent. Meanwhile, a group of people had arrived at the second station of the 100G mountain range and encountered a strange group of monkeys. Leading them was Iai, the small monkey who had previously helped Toriko. It chirped loudly, seeming to want to say something. Everyone now understood it wasn't running away, but going to call for reinforcements. The accompanying monkeys had very high levels, from beginner Enbu to assistant master. Their levels ranged from 753 to 1200. None of them were weak, Kaka explained. Because Iai is just a new recruit, it can only withstand the gravity of the first station. It went to invite the masters to guide everyone to the next station. Toriko offered the grilled air meat to Iai, the monkey that was almost starving to death. That delicious piece of meat made Iai feel as if he was revived. Coco thought that it was thanks to air that Iai was able to cross the Nowhere mountain range, but he still wondered, how did he bring the entire monkey horde here? Kaka replied, they came by special means, the monkey's special training monster, something only used during festivals. Clearly monkeys across continent 7 were very grateful to Toriko's group, and were supporting them with practical actions. Hearing this, the 4 heavenly kings became even more determined. Since you trust us like this, just leave it to us. Zebra bared his teeth and smiled. I've been looking forward to real combat for a long time. Kaka reminded them, even when fighting, don't forget to practice juggling BB battle bugs. That's the foundation of Enbu. Fighting monkeys is just increasing the difficulty. The initial stage was to block all attacks from the monkeys and nullify the true power of those blows. This was different from nullifying gravity, as it required much more refined cellular control. The stronger it was, the harder it was to disarm, but if they mastered it, they would lay hands on the supreme secret of Enbu. As soon as it began, the monkey horde charged to attack without holding back. Blows continuously rained down on the 4. Though clumsy at first, compared to just juggling before, they had clearly improved. That evening the group gathered around the campfire, enjoying grilled BB battlebug skewers. Toriko joyfully thought, I've done everything I can to be ready to scare the Monkey King to death. Coco said, we have to beat his pants off. Zebra interjected, forget about scaring him. Toriko frowned, we're not going to scare him, but aim for his 2 precious jewels. Sunny, stuffing food into his mouth, also shouted, don't call them balls anymore. Call them gourmet treasures. Toriko turned to look at Electric Shark thinking, Komatsu, I will definitely heal you. After finishing, they began to advance towards the summit of 100G mountain, where the final battle awaited. The battle plan was simple, use the appetite punch to give the Monkey King a good beating. At the same time, the path connecting the human world and the gourmet world was completely opened. Even while in the human world, people could now enjoy dishes from the gourmet world. Now people gradually got used to strange ingredients like fried eyeball rice from the demon world. The name sounded horrifying, but the taste was excellent, and it was even sold cheaply at roadside stalls. All thanks to transportation teams like the watermelon octopus, constantly traveling between the 2 worlds, bringing food back. Air was also distributed to humanity as Toriko wished.
At IGO headquarters, Chairman Mansam was indulging in air. He emotionally said, "I can't believe there's such delicious food in the world. Acacia's air salad makes me feel like the rusted parts inside me have all come back to life." He could feel his cells dancing with every breath. The active elements inside him began to awaken. Mansam thought that, in Toriko's support group to the gourmet world, perhaps someone else had awakened like him. If so, the mission will be much easier. But thinking of them, he remembered someone else, Rin, Toriko's fiancée. She didn't hesitate to abandon her position. Determined to go to the gourmet world, perhaps she had already arrived in the demon gourmet world. Mansam's feeling was not wrong. Rin had arrived at the demon gourmet world, and as soon as she did, she grabbed someone and repeatedly asked, "Which way did Toriko go? How long have they been gone? Tell me specifically." Zong the one asked, widen his eyes, "You ask someone else? I just got here. Why are you asking me?" At that moment, Rin finally realized she had mistaken the person, thinking Zong was a monster. Hermit Daruma, standing nearby, didn't know if he was joking or serious, pointed at Zong and said, "Oh, you really do look like a demon. I didn't expect to find our kind in the human world." Zong furiously roared, "I am not a demon. I am human, the great Zong, remember that clearly." Nono and Milk II, however, weren't so idle. They were only concerned about Komatsu's safety and were urging everyone to depart quickly. But the group was still reeling from the shock of learning that Komatsu was attacked by Teppei. It seemed he was enjoying his promotion within the NEO organization. Everyone was eager to set off, but they couldn't go anywhere without preparing the camp beasts. Dinner said, "There's no other way, I'll prepare the amphibious camp beasts. The land-only types are already ready." Hermit Daruma added, "The rainbow that Toriko's group used to cross has disappeared. To get to Area 7 now, the only way is to cross the sea, but land beasts can't cross the sea." Nono said, "I'll create land. I can freeze the surface of the water into ice. Freezing the sea surface is a small matter." With that matter temporarily settled, Chin Chin asked Hermit Daruma, "Has Brunch really departed?" Daruma nodded, "Yes, he's already at the Bishakukai headquarters." At this moment, Brunch was crossing Marine Mountain, a tall mountain in the middle of the ocean in the gourmet world. The path was long and steep. Truly torturous. Brunch was slowly climbing to the summit. Toriko had once entrusted him with a final request. Toriko said only Brunch could do it, which was why Brunch reluctantly accepted. But was it really Midora who asked him? Something felt off. At the peak of Marine Mountain was a gigantic hole. From it echoed whistling winds and rumbling thunder. The sound coming from the deep bottom sent chills down his spine. Was this the current headquarters of the Bishakukai? Yet the Bishakukai chose a terrifying, hellish cave like this as their base. Looking into the pitch-black abyss, Brunch's sweat poured like rain. He had never had any contact with the boss of the Bishakukai before. Brunch's body radiated energy, hovering in mid-air, slowly advancing into the deep cave. That was the strongest man in the world. Would he even survive and make it back out? On the dining planet, Joie had already grasped Toriko's group's actions. Air is now being distributed freely everywhere, getting it is too easy now. News said. Another nodded, "I didn't expect air to be so delicious this time. We've never even known such a complete cooking method for air. Who exactly is that kid?" Even though Komatsu was in danger after his heart surgery, it was clear, to the Nitro group, he was still a serious threat. Joie crossed his arms, his voice sarcastic, "It seems we can no longer just call him a chef, can we?" Although it was unclear if the cooking method for air was in that book, somehow, that kid already knew how to cook it. Even though our people had dealt with him, still. We must act again to seize air to be safe. After careful thought, Joie suggested, "Let me go this time. I am the most suitable." But news intervened, "No need to rush. The solar eclipse is about to happen. Anything we want to steal can wait until then." Another said, "Actually, I'm also curious to know how much of the complete menu's deliciousness those kids can recreate." News glanced at Pear, "You finally returned. I remember years ago, you first met Acacia in Area 7, didn't you? Aren't you curious? How did they get Pear?" Pear leaned against a stone pillar, calmly saying, "I once met those two in the human world. They were indeed a wonderfully compatible pair. But no matter how much they struggled, they couldn't defeat the Monkey King." However, Toriko and his comrades were not amateurs who rushed in empty-handed. 3 days prior, they had gathered full courage, determination, and preparation. The only thing they still lacked was raw power. They still didn't have the most important thing to confront the Monkey King. But what about now? Even resolve, courage, or recklessness were no longer necessary. All that remained was an impending burst of hunger and a slight delusion about their own strength. Toriko roared, like a bugle call to battle, "Monkey King Bambina, we've come to play with you." The moment the group was about to step onto the mountaintop, the ground suddenly cracked open, revealing a gigantic arena. The arena's supporting pillars looked like they were made of terrifying white bones, extremely bizarre. The whole group was stunned. What is this? Is the Monkey King preparing this?
The arena fell from nowhere like a meteorite, leaving everyone no time to react. To understand why this arena existed, or what the Monkey King intended to do, one had to understand
Bambina's unique daily habits.
Whenever it needed to sleep, Bambina would lightly leap, and in less than 1 second, it would shoot straight up to the stratosphere at an altitude of 50 kilometers, sometimes even surpassing the mesosphere.
Flying up to the thermosphere at around 90 to 500 kilometers, almost completely out of Earth's atmosphere.
Bambina usually slept beneath the stars as if lying on a bed lined with the Milky Way, with a peaceful expression like a deeply sleeping baby, carefree about the world.
Not like I worry when no one watches my videos.
At this moment, even though the arena was already set up, the Monkey King was still fast asleep, like the dead.
Toriko's group was startled. What the heck? An arena on a mountaintop, this is truly a monkey style. Kaka seemed to have anticipated it somewhat.
Suddenly, an object from the sky plunged down like a meteor, getting faster and faster. It slammed directly into the ground with a thunderous explosion. Looking closely, it was the Monkey King Bambina, who had just fallen back from space. He lay there, still snoring loudly, fast asleep like the dead. His two large, round orbs between his legs were particularly eye-catching. From the moment they realized it wasn't ordinary, no one dared to look directly at it anymore.
Toriko and the group exclaimed in surprise, "Bambina!" Hearing his name, Bambina opened his eyes, sat up with a wide grin.
His mood seemed not bad today. Fortunately, he didn't hold grudges. Even though Sunny didn't come to find Bambina last time, he wasn't angry.
However, Bambina's smile, in the eyes of the four, was nothing short of a nightmare.
And then, he started drooling and snorting again. This foolish expression made people forget how terrifying he was.
Toriko immediately warned, "Be careful. Don't blink. He's about to make his move." Having learned from their previous defeat, this time Toriko and his comrades didn't dare to be careless for even 0.1 seconds.
Monkey King Bambina's drool slowly dripped, and he was the first to rush towards Zebra, initiating the game of rock-paper-scissors with pointing. Zebra meticulously observed Bambina, this time with his reflexes enhanced by Enbu, he was no longer led on as before.
Even though he lost rock-paper-scissors, Zebra reacted incredibly fast, playing many rounds without making a single mistake.
Then Bambina switched to Coco and played the knee bump game again.
Although Coco didn't break his leg this time,
the Monkey King's strength was too great, just a light bump sent him flying. Next was Toriko, and Bambina invited him to an arm wrestle. With sufficient reaction time and high determination, Toriko was ready.
This was a battle between Red Oni and Monkey King Bambina.
As the two were locked in a test of strength, Sunny suddenly leaped out and shouted, "Found you!"
The hide-and-seek game continued. Terry and Kiss also arrived and together surrounded Bambina. The Monkey King began to feel confused. Why am I on the defensive this time? Toriko thought, ordinary humans wouldn't even dare to play with a tiger.
Even if the tiger only wants to play, for humans, it's a deadly game.
He bowed his head and apologized to Bambina for not being a worthy opponent before. This time, we'll have a real game with you. Those words moved Bambina to the point of almost crying. After all these years, can I finally play that game? At that very moment, enthusiastic singing and shouting echoed from below the mountain.
A large horde of gorillas swarmed onto the arena. No, it would be more accurate to say that all the gorillas on the continent had arrived.
Drums and gongs reverberated as if a festival were being held. The entire group's faces paled. Kaka thought to himself, this is bad, this arena is truly meant for ceremonial festivals.
All 51 monkey tribes had arrived not to watch a game, but to witness a life-or-death battle with the Monkey King.
Kaka explained, this was a special ritual, the Monkey King Festival.
Only those with master-level proficiency or their representatives could reach the peak of 100 G. Every few hundred years, a ritual was held where Enbu masters challenged the Monkey King. If they won, they would inherit the position of one of the 8 kings. Though initially just a demonstration of strength, due to the immense glory, it had transformed into a true deathmatch, watched by 50 billion monkeys across the continent. The name of this ritual was Monkey King Festival, also known as the Great Enbu Battle.
Toriko began to panic. Wait, I just wanted to play, how did it become a deathmatch? Sunny was also confused. We don't need the title of 8 kings, so why risk our lives? Toriko yelled, how can we play without rules? Kaka calmly explained, each time the festival is held, the format changes.
It could be sumo wrestling, boxing, or this time it seems to be monkey wrestling.
Hearing that, both Toriko and Sunny turned as pale as a ghost.
Wrestling with Monkey King Bambina, that was beyond imagination. Inside and outside the arena, cheers and enthusiastic shouts resounded as if they were witnessing legendary warriors.
Coco, who had previously engaged in knee bumping with Bambina, was in terrible shape.
Just a slight touch to his groin had left him unable to stand up. His groin was already a weak spot, and Bambina had only gently touched it. Nevertheless, Coco was the only one who had managed to nullify the Monkey King's physical attack even with careful preparation and neutralizing most of the force. Faced with Monkey King Bambina's terrifying strength, Coco still couldn't hold his ground and was severely injured. Seeing Coco collapsed on the ground, Toriko was extremely worried. This was the 100G peak where just nullifying gravity alone consumed a large amount of stamina. Furthermore, the entire group had just completed a 3-day NBU training session without sleep or rest. Even though they had eaten BB corn, a type of insect that had been thrown up and down hundreds of times and reached absolute deliciousness, to partially recover their stamina, because they hadn't properly rested, they had no advantage whatsoever when facing a fully energized Monkey King who had just awakened. Currently, the group only had less than half of their peak stamina. Forget about fighting on the same battlefield, they weren't even strong enough to play with the Monkey King. But when their eyes met the thing dangling between the Monkey King's legs, the legendary pear, the group suddenly understood they had to get it at all costs. Only that, the divine ingredient called pear, could save Komatsu's life. Toriko intently watched the Monkey King's pear.
Suddenly, Bambina let out a shameful shout and leaped straight onto the arena, landing perfectly.
And then, that pear began to chime with incredibly melodious and clear sounds. Right in the center of the arena, the Monkey King danced like an artist, the chiming sound echoing across the continent.
All the apes around the arena also fell silent in astonishment. Toriko looked at the swinging pear and choked, "I can't believe it's used this way. Why can't I do that?"
It turned out this was the true form of the gourmet treasure pear. The resounding sound from it not only carried flavor but also diffused a tremendous amount of healing energy. The taste permeated the sky, blended into the air, seeped into Toriko's body, and helped him fully recover his stamina. Toriko was also instantly healed.
Toriko was shocked. Sound from that can restore power? How thoughtful.
He had previously worried that the Monkey King would take advantage of their exhaustion to easily defeat them, but he never expected him to dance to help the entire group recover their stamina. Coco explained that pear, the ingredient that nurtures all living creatures on the continent, can emit healing tones from its very essence. So if the sound is already so effective,
how incredible must its true flavor be?
The more they thought, the hungrier they became.
Toriko had previously not believed pear had healing properties, but now he had no doubts.
If just the sound could heal, then a dish prepared from it would definitely save Komatsu's life.
Coco realized, this time, we are aiming for a truly formidable gourmet ingredient.
Zebra, however, had no mind for deep thought. He just wanted to rush forward and fight the Monkey King. "My hands are itching.
My throat is burning."
Before stepping onto the stage, Toriko went to Terry, Kiss, and Queen, instructing them, "Protect Komatsu for us."
Because Bambina was a true ape king, having fought on par with kings of other species like wolves, snakes, and crows.
This battle was extremely dangerous.
Toriko understood very well the warrior blood flowing in Terry and his comrades, always eager to fight worthy opponents.
But this time, he implored, "Let us, the four of us, bear the burden of this battle ourselves."
He said, "Komatsu's injuries were due to our carelessness. We want to use our own hands to save him. We are not content to be defeated by the Monkey King without resistance. That's why we trained Enbu. As for you, only you are strong enough to protect Komatsu. Please, let us fight with peace of mind, alright?"
Terry, Kiss, and Queen all nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. At this moment, Kaka approached Toriko, whispering, "Toriko, I want to talk to you for a moment. And by the way, I'll explain the rules of the game." Immediately after, a monkey struck a large bronze bell, its resounding sound accompanied by the excited cheers of tens of thousands of monkeys.
Amidst the earth-shattering cheers, the four of them stepped onto the arena.
Toriko shouted, "Let's go.
Show that ape what it means to be a different person after 3 days' absence."
The aura of the four heavenly kings soared to the sky. But Monkey King Bambina maintained a naive, carefree demeanor, as if this were just a small game among the tens of thousands he had played. He grinned widely while spinning in place until dizzy, never stopping smiling.
Seeing that foolish expression, Zebra was enraged.
Toriko explained, "Normally in this festival, the masters would challenge the Monkey King one by one, in order, one-on-one.
Although this time it seems to be 4 against 1, in reality, it's still individual matches on the arena. Basically, it's not much different.
The rules of this match were different from ordinary wrestling: no fouls, no surrender, no being eliminated from the arena, and no referee signaling to stop the match. Only a knockout could end the battle." Zebra was delighted. "Sounds good. Let me start the first match." But Sunny stopped him. "Wait. Let me go first." Sunny had kept his eyes closed since entering the arena because he had previously been so frightened by the Monkey King that he didn't dare to look him in the eye. This time, Sunny wanted to crush his own weakness along with that ugly monkey.
This will be an extremely beautiful match.
The whole group understood Sunny's intention and nodded in agreement. But Toriko warned, "If you're in danger, immediately clap your hands to switch."
Did Sunny have any chance of defeating the Monkey King? On the arena, Sunny stood alone.
The resonating sounds of gongs and drums filled the mountains and forests, thousands of high-level monkeys crowded the mountainside to watch the historic match. This 100G peak was the most bustling place on the continent. As the opening bell rang, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept through.
In an instant, Monkey King Bambina teleported close to Sunny, grabbing his arm.
Still with a naive smile, he swung his arm powerfully and threw Sunny flying like a kite with a broken string. Sunny had no time to react, being hurled straight into the ropes. The impact was so strong that the ropes snapped back extremely far. If there were no ropes, or if the ropes were a little weaker, Sunny would surely have flown halfway down the mountain and broken a few bones. At that dangerous moment, Zebra leaped onto the arena, clamping the Monkey King's arms tightly. Zebra smiled arrogantly. I remember the rules don't forbid anything, right? Then nothing is against the rules. Zebra held Bambina, then yelled loudly toward Sunny, Kid, you finally came back. Now show him what perfect dance is. Sunny clenched his fist. This was the moment to unleash his ultimate technique Enbu, a breathtakingly beautiful strike. The Monkey King's eyes widened. Enbu, the basic technique is to unify all cells in the body, suppress them, and generate energy called weight force.
However, the essence of Enbu does not lie in defense.
Once the will of 60 billion cells is synchronized and transformed into an attack, it can create a technique with terrifying destructive power. Sunny's punch carried his full strength, aimed straight at the Monkey King's stomach. The Monkey King revealed a look of hunger, but Zebra immediately sensed something was wrong. He was using all his might to restrain Bambina, clearly feeling the Monkey King's bodily state. It felt as if his skin was merely an outer layer. Inside, it seemed to contain a terrifying amount of energy being compressed.
Ready to erupt. Zebra was stunned. What? Are we really fighting?
If compared to his true strength, their power was merely like a single hair on his body.
Realizing this overwhelming disparity, Zebra immediately shouted to Toriko and Coco, he's intentionally taking the blow. All three of you, attack.
Toriko immediately unleashed his Enbu technique, Infinite Nail Punch. Zebra followed with a Rhythm Pulse Punch, and Coco used Poison Machine Gun. All three knew well that one person alone could not defeat the Monkey King. They had to unite and unleash their full power. In that instant, the wills of all three merged into one, cells synchronized, and the battle became more intense than ever.
But Enbu consumed stamina dozens of times faster than basic defense.
This battle was clearly a test of endurance.
However, could they truly interest the Monkey King? Could they make him happy?
Because the goal was to make him enjoy playing to his heart's content as Kaka had instructed, unleash your full power in attacking the Monkey King. Even the ultimate Enbu technique will only inflict minor injuries, but absolutely do not stop. His goal is to play. Let him have fun. The more they pleased the Monkey King, the easier it would be to access Pear, the precious gourmet treasure. This was the most difficult battle. Sunny and Zebra continuously unleashed their techniques, hair rhythm golden twin hooks. The Monkey King was bombarded, but remained smiling, even seemingly touched. Meanwhile, Coco shouted for Toriko to take the opportunity to pluck the two pear balls. Toriko lunged forward, reaching out his hand, but upon seeing the ripe pear fruit, he abruptly stopped. The sweet aroma from the two balls awakened the demon within Toriko. A burst of hunger erupted. Even the cells at the severed part of his arm began to activate, sending regeneration signals. Coco worried, is Toriko's body trying to reattach his severed arm on its own? This is bad. If the cells heal automatically, the synchronization of cellular will collapse. Toriko realized the critical situation. The flavor of pear was disrupting his cellular balance. Just the sound and scent alone had such a terrifying effect, if eaten directly. Their bodies would surely dissipate from overload. Toriko tried to restrain the monster within him. He thought, what would happen if I touched it right now? Kaka frantically shouted, it's too soon. But as soon as the words left his mouth, it was too late. Toriko quickly squeezed the two balls with one hand. The moment he touched them, he felt something incredibly strange, not just the sensation of soft flesh, but a feeling as if his heart had stopped, an intense tension. Everything around him went dark, as if he had just passed through death. He felt as if something was closely watching him in that strange new world. But that sensation quickly vanished, replaced by a thunderous boom. A massive explosion so powerful that it shook the entire space. The immense force of the blast sent Toriko and the surrounding monkeys flying. All eyes immediately turned back to the arena. The thick smoke and dust slowly dissipated. And then, at the center of the smoke, a terrifying aura surged forth. It was the Monkey King's true form. Seeing this true form, the baby monkeys panicked and fled in all directions. Run now or it'll be too late. They screamed. The four heavenly kings also stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Kaka thought to himself, this is really bad, this is a big problem now. Before anyone could react, the entire monkey horde retreated like a tide, scattering halfway up the mountain. Kaka's face turned ashen as he looked at the electric shark, left unattended to one side. There's no other way, we have to do it sooner than planned. Meanwhile, the four heavenly kings were still confused.
What exactly is that creature standing in the arena? It still looks like the Monkey King, but this form is even cuter than his usual appearance. Because Toriko and his comrades had opened the transportation route for ingredients from the human world to the gourmet world, people could now enjoy ingredients from the gourmet world at home, through food delivery services. The gourmet age was slowly undergoing a revival. But after the sudden famine disaster last time, humanity began to fear, if today were the end of the world, what would you want to eat? If today were the last day? If disaster struck again, there would be no tomorrow. Not only humans, but all creatures on Earth, mammals, birds, fish, even insects, were desperately searching for their favorite food. They devoured it greedily, stuffing themselves as much as possible, fearing that this deliciousness would quickly fade. They just wanted to live each day to the fullest, leaving no regrets. Because they truly felt a shiver of fear of impending apocalypse. And their instincts were not wrong. In the gourmet world, an event with the power to destroy heaven and earth was taking place. The Monkey King's true form had been revealed. Toriko and the others were stunned, speechless. Zebra's hypothesis had now come true. The Monkey King's outer layer was indeed something that covered him, perhaps clothing, or artificial skin. It didn't matter anymore. Whatever it was, this was the true form of Monkey King Bambina. He was sitting on the arena, rubbing his belly, then flashed a sinister smile. Toriko felt immense pressure. My infinite nail punch. Was it easily nullified by him like that? With just a flick of his tail, he had easily crushed them. But what surprised the group even more was the Monkey King had only just swung his tail. And the demon in the four heavenly kings' left arms had automatically manifested. They didn't intentionally summon the demon, it was forced to appear by overwhelming power. But this unexpected appearance was a huge boon for them. With just one flick of the tail, the barrier around the arena was shredded like paper. The destructive power of that energy vortex from the 100G peak spread throughout the sky above the continent, splitting a satellite in space. The group quickly ducked to dodge, narrowly escaping being cut in half. But Sunny's long hair was still cut in half. At least they were lucky to be alive. Toriko immediately knew the situation was unsalvageable. Before, Kaka had warned, when dueling the Monkey King, the gourmet cell monster inside them might manifest. And once the demon appeared, the left arm would no longer maintain conscious unity with the body, which meant Enbu would lose its effectiveness. Without Enbu, they would face 100 times gravity, unable to withstand it. If the demon didn't appear, they would still have a chance to block attacks and find a way to counter. But if they were hit when Enbu was lost, death was certain. In other words, the overwhelming power from the Monkey King forced them to take a risky gamble. The demon was forced to manifest, and now they could only bet on whether they could survive without Enbu's protection. Toriko stood up, looking at the still grinning Monkey King, speechless. He didn't know whether to call this a predicted outcome or an unimaginable defeat. Coco was calm, this was within expectations. Sunny grumbled, anyone whose balls get squeezed would go crazy. He truly understood psychology better than anyone. But understanding was useless. The illusion of a playful Monkey King had completely collapsed. Sunny frowned, not knowing what to do, while Zebra had a fit. Excellent. Brothers, let's go all out. Then he turned and asked, if today were the day we die, what would you want to eat for your last meal? All three looked at each other, then replied decisively, pear. As long as they defeated the Monkey King, they could eat it. As all four were united, unleashing their full life or death fighting spirit against the Monkey King. Elsewhere, Kaka quietly passed through the defense line of the guardian beasts, Kiss, Queen, and Terry. Although all three were still highly vigilant, no one noticed Kaka quietly passing by them. Kaka stepped into the carriage where Komatsu was still sound asleep. He raised his hand, intending to strike, no longer concealing himself, only wanting to quickly complete his mission. But just as his hand was about to touch, Komatsu, though dying, suddenly woke up. Kaka was startled. What? What the hell is this? Immediately, he realized something was wrong. He bared his teeth in a malicious grin, preparing to attack, but Komatsu's body suddenly melted. That wasn't the real Komatsu, it was a poisonous dummy created by Coco. He couldn't believe Coco had pulled such a trick on him. His identity was clearly exposed. Kaka was bewildered. When exactly was I exposed? Who discovered me? But more important right now was, where was the real Komatsu? While he was still pondering, the four heavenly kings simultaneously charged to attack the Monkey King, just as originally planned. They synchronized their movements, coordinating perfectly, using all 240 trillion synchronized cells to unleash a decisive blow to defeat the Monkey King. When the four heavenly kings were preparing to combine and attack the Monkey King, Sunny used his hair to cover the entire arena. This was his hair dome. This wasn't to cut off his own retreat, but to prevent those outside the dome from seeing the battle situation. Even before entering the battle, they had planned that this battle absolutely could not be seen by anyone. The Monkey King still maintained his wide grin. He danced and gestured with his hands. When the four heavenly kings charged, he agilely extended his hand. He won this round of rock paper scissors. The four heavenly kings didn't expect to lose a round right after entering the arena. But it didn't matter, as long as they didn't make a mistake when the Monkey King pointed. All four simultaneously and in unison turned their heads, successfully winning the first trial round. The Monkey King's eyes shone brightly. Although Toriko was prepared to be knee-locked, the Monkey King was still extremely surprised. It seems to be more interesting than the previous round. The four and the monkey swayed freely. Toriko started with a loud shout, "Take this!" The four immediately leaned on each other, directing their knees towards the Monkey King. Bambina still grinned, dodging their knee attacks. After the surprise attack, it was Zebra's turn to arm wrestle with the Monkey King. At this time, Zebra and the other three were completely synchronized in rhythm. So when Bambina pulled him down, everyone fell with him. Zebra immediately got up, bouncing away a distance. After the previous exchange, they had completely understood the true nature of the imbue dance. The Monkey King played the same game 2 or 3 times, first rock paper scissors, then point and look, followed by knee lock and arm wrestling. Regarding whether this was a coincidence or some strange pattern, the four heavenly kings had formed a hypothesis. That was 3 days ago, when they first started practicing imbue. Coco told everyone to watch him write with poison, and also told Zebra to make everyone's voices gloomy. Even without saying it, everyone understood. Coco didn't want this content to be heard by anyone. After preparing for security, Coco explained, "A few days ago, when Kaka took us to visit the ruins of civilization, I coincidentally saw some murals. Because I sensed strong electromagnetic waves, I specifically investigated. As soon as I entered, I saw murals everywhere. A large number of murals covered an entire wall, depicting 2 ape-like creatures posing like martial artists. Of course, they could also be seen as 2 monkeys playing. At that time, I didn't feel anything strange, but now that I think about it, the first few paintings were exactly the movements the Monkey King performed in that 0.1 second. Hearing this, the other 3 were startled. Coco seems to be talking about some terrifying secret. Coco continued, "Before Toriko and the Monkey King arm wrestled, the reason I could react instantly and create the poisonous doll was because I had seen those paintings. That greatly influenced my divination ability." Was that really the Monkey King's game? Was it really rock paper scissors, knee lock, and arm wrestling? For that reason, I made a bold hypothesis: the so-called imbue dance performed by the Monkey King is actually a dance with fixed postures. Simply put, imbue is the dance the Monkey King uses to perform the monkey dance. The four heavenly kings thought, could it be that the dance drawn on that mural is the Monkey King's true goal? Meaning, that's the real way to get pair? On this, Coco couldn't confirm, but this hypothesis was worth trying. He remembered the last mural depicting everyone happily eating. Sunny quickly asked Coco how many murals there were. Coco said there were nearly 1,000 in total. Some were damaged and incomplete, but he clearly remembered the complete ones. Indeed, Coco has a superhuman memory and a meticulous mind. This is truly hitting multiple targets with one arrow. But just remembering the murals wasn't enough, they had to keep up with the Monkey King's rhythm. Dancing with the Monkey King? What kind of strange and unbelievable maneuver is this? Moreover, the Monkey King performed nearly 10 paintings in just 0.1 seconds. So, completing all 1,000 paintings would only take 10 seconds. That means one must be proficient in imbue to do it. If this was truly the way to get pair, it was more torturous than a regular fight. And this absolutely could not be known by that person. Coco had already sensed that something was off with Kaka, so he had already initiated a contingency plan, preventing Kaka from knowing how to capture pair. Therefore, Komatsu could be safely transferred. At this moment, Kaka could only grit his teeth, raging in vain. 3 days later, the four heavenly kings intensified their training, striving to perform each movement in every painting in a neat and unified manner. To put it bluntly, this dance troupe of 4 brothers had started working. And now, after the first trial, they confirmed that the direction of their efforts over the past 3 days was correct. Zebra told them to look closely. The Monkey King's balls seemed to be getting bigger. The plump, elastic balls glowed with a strange luster. No, looking from a broader perspective, it seemed the Monkey King's entire body had grown larger. The suppressed power also slowly swelled up. Hurry up! Just 10 seconds to finish the dance. Come here, Monkey King. Come on, let's dance the mad imbue dance. With Pear's bell sound, no other accompaniment is needed. Although the group had begun to dance in sync with their feelings, the first step was rock paper scissors. Point where you look, and twist. Even though Zebra's expression and body were stiff, his movements were barely correct. As they swayed more, they began to find the rhythm. Their faces brightened, and they seemed to grow happier with each move. Oh, you guys, stop fighting. If you want to fight, go duel like warriors. The 4 of them danced rhythmically with imbue. Fortunately, all 4 were dancing together. If it were one-on-one, it would likely be impossible to dance this dance with the Monkey King. Even if it was just dancing, no single one of the 4 heavenly kings could withstand the Monkey King's overwhelming power and speed. During imbue training, Coco and Sunny gradually synchronized through their BB bullet training, as if their cells were connecting.
After the consciousness of 60 trillion plus 60 trillion, or 120 trillion cells, was completely unified, the power of imbue would double. If the four Heavenly Kings' consciousness could be completely unified, their success rate in dancing imbue with the Monkey King would significantly increase. As long as the 120 trillion cells in the four Heavenly Kings' bodies could maintain conscious unity for a long time, they would be able to complete the imbue dance in the murals. While they were dance battling, Kaka was still there, radiating a gloomy aura.
Seeing the melted poisonous doll, he was so furious that his mouth split open. Where's the original body? That state definitely prevents movement.
He suddenly remembered, I haven't seen that penguin in a long time.
And at this moment, Electric Shark disappeared with a laugh in self-destruct mode. 100 times gravity instantly struck, shaking the ground and forming a giant pit. The car roof crashed down rapidly, crushing the poisonous doll. Kaka roared in anger.
He propped up the car roof, broke through it, and climbed out.
At this moment, he was completely blackened. He angrily emerged from the dust. These guys are waiting to die.
And his movements had already alerted Terry, Kiss, and Queen, the protectors.
These three treasures quickly surrounded Kaka,
who was radiating immense power.
Kaka felt he had to question them. Hey, you guys look like you know something.
If you get in my way, I'll eat you.
Kaka's drool flowed incessantly, dripping down.
Sensing his killing intent, the three small pets also took up battle stances.
If this four Heavenly Kings dance sequence were animated, it would undoubtedly be a masterpiece.
With adorable expressions and magnificent yet domineering dance moves, it would surely become a shining star.
Zebra, forced to perform, would definitely be a highlight. He wildly danced to the Monkey King's rhythm from memory.
Although it was only 10 seconds, with the movements of 1,000 paintings, it seemed incredibly long and complex.
Within it, missing paintings and vanished murals were restored by Coco using electromagnetic waves.
He even predicted the Monkey King's movements from the dance's footwork, striving to synchronize with the Monkey King's rhythm.
Everyone was very satisfied with their performance.
At least the plan was going very smoothly so far. Pear continuously hummed like good news, emitting joyful chimes to the dance's rhythm.
Simultaneously, Pear's aroma swirled up.
The four Heavenly Kings danced with the Monkey King, bathing in Pear's vital energy. It was as if the entire earth rotated and revolved just for this moment. This was about experiencing the feeling of being king alongside the Monkey King. Roughly, they danced to a state of selflessness, feeling the sense of invincibility under heaven when standing above all others. And the gourmet demon cells also immersed themselves in it, as if they had experienced this feeling somewhere before. The Monkey King was lost in the dance, his eyes blurred with tears. At this moment, his emotions were mixed. It seemed he hoped this dance could last forever. But this imbue dance, without anyone noticing, had less than 1 second left.
The Monkey King was so engrossed, and the process was very smooth.
Just a little more, just one last bit, to give the Monkey King the greatest satisfaction. At this point, the four Heavenly Kings' tension reached its peak. Out of nearly 1,000 murals in total, a few were missing. Although Coco had restored some by intuition and had perfectly completed these dance moves with the Monkey King, there was still one blank mural. This mural was definitely not missing due to erosion from wind and rain.
It simply didn't exist.
Perhaps it had been taken away very early.
Therefore, Coco couldn't obtain any electromagnetic waves from this mural.
The content of this final mural could only be improvised based on the Monkey King's movements. Once they failed here, everything would end. For that reason, the four Heavenly King's cells now exerted their strongest concentration of the day. After performing the last familiar movement, the four Heavenly Kings all stared intently at the Monkey King, eager to see his next move.
Bambina turned his head and smiled, his eyes filled with an unspoken ambiguity.
Although holding their breath, no matter what, they had to know what the final step should be.
They couldn't let all their efforts go to waste. But the Monkey King's cryptic smile gave them a very bad feeling.
And at that moment, the Monkey King stopped moving. The four Heavenly Kings were stunned.
What now? How do we dance the next step? Is he not dancing anymore? Did we fail?
The four Heavenly Kings were baffled. But they saw the Monkey King acting like he was going crazy, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth and lunging at them. The Monkey King's drool splattered everywhere. This posture was exactly like the ferocious demons they had encountered before, wanting to devour people alive. The four Heavenly Kings were utterly terrified. It's over. The strategy failed. The Monkey King was now unusually excited, charging straight at them. The four Heavenly Kings dodged a few times, almost getting hit. The Monkey King had completely lost his mind. He charged straight at them. The four Heavenly Kings quickly dodged, causing him to crash to the ground.
What's wrong with him? Is he angry? Because the dance isn't over? The four Heavenly Kings didn't understand. Just because the dance isn't over, he's angry and wants to eat us?
We were so busy dancing that we forgot this guy is the biggest problem child among the 8 kings.
What do we do now? Prepare to swing our fists? Let's fight. Zebra always thought, why bother using your brain for things that can be solved with brute force?
It should have been like this from the beginning, directly using brute force to pull the Monkey King's balls down.
Isn't this easier than racking your brains to guess the Monkey King's thoughts?
You guys cover your ears tightly.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zebra started his supersonic blast.
The sound exploded in the hair dome, almost blowing up the entire space. But the Monkey King still maintained his interest. Seeing that this move didn't work, he immediately gathered his fists.
All 4 rushed forward simultaneously.
To the Monkey King, this was a feeling of being favored.
The 4 shouted in unison, if you want to eat so much, then taste our ultimate move. The 4 Heavenly Kings' 240 trillion ultimate technique.
Fists gathered from all 4 limbs, gradually merging, transforming into a gigantic fist.
Didn't expect that, right? We said combining is truly combining.
The 4 swung their gigantic fist together, striking directly at the Monkey King.
This is the nail punch of the 4 Heavenly Kings' Enbu.
The heavy fist landed on the Monkey King's chest. He endured the impact of 4 people's power, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. But the Monkey King is the Monkey King after all, he's had many fights, so this punch was just a minor skirmish. Even after being hit hard, the Monkey King still looked unsatisfied.
He grabbed the giant arm.
The 4 Heavenly Kings never expected that a punch combining the power of 4 people would have no effect on him.
Moreover, the Monkey King was now holding their hands and opening his mouth wide, seemingly wanting to swallow all 4 of them. The Monkey King's strength was extraordinary, a casual swing could create a giant vortex. Zebra cursed, bastard. The 4 Heavenly Kings' 240 trillion Enbu ultrasonic wave sound cutter.
This move was incredibly powerful, directly tearing a hole in Sunny's hair dome. Facing the attack, the Monkey King roared. Apart from his usual madness, he seemed completely unharmed.
Zebra was astonished. What? Not even a scratch? Coco pulled out his poison gun and told everyone to attack him together.
Let him taste the 4 Heavenly Kings' poisonous gas bomb of Enbu. However, the Monkey King continued to grin, his flexible and light body deftly dodging all the walls.
Coco felt as if struck by lightning. How strong is this Monkey King? After all? My attacks are almost light speed, yet he can easily dodge them?
Whether individually or combined, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. The Monkey King, with his drooling mouth, charged forward again.
He roared as if celebrating victory.
For his impending explosive attack, the 4 Heavenly Kings had prepared Sound Wall, Fork Shield, and Super Flail. But these techniques were insignificant in front of the Monkey King. He attacked the 4 Heavenly Kings, and they could only dodge. Moreover, the Monkey King's attack speed was too fast, they couldn't fully dissipate all the force. Zebra told everyone to maintain their Enbu state. Even if they couldn't completely neutralize this beast's attack, they could significantly reduce the damage taken. Toriko said that now they only needed to focus on getting the balls. The balls were the key. Toriko, taking advantage of his inattention, once again reached for the balls. The moment he grasped the balls, his arm exploded into smithereens. Fortunately, this was a poisonous doll that Coco hastily made. If I had gone myself, I might not even be able to use my full power. The poisonous humanoid was not only used for frontal attacks but also to attract the Monkey King's attention, allowing the 4 of them to attack him from behind earlier. The moment they touched the balls, the 4 were both tense and excited. Got the balls. Good, pull him down quickly. However, the 4 tried their best but couldn't pull it off. The balls remained motionless, without even a hint of sensation. All 4 were stunned. We put in so much effort to touch Pear, but we can't get it down. What should we do? How exactly can we pluck the Monkey King's balls? Although they were on the verge of breaking down, the balls were like giant eggs growing from the earth, they couldn't do anything to him. No matter how you look at it, even brute force can't capture Pear. The Monkey King swung his arm, embraced the 4 of them, spun his head, and bit fiercely. The stiff arms of all 4 were torn apart, blood gushing out. Toriko launched a fork rocket, but the Monkey King didn't even have a scratch. Toriko's side was in trouble. Because of the excessive movements and intense emotions, the Enbu dance was disrupted. They were about to face 100 times gravity. Toriko, who was leaping into the air to attack the Monkey King, suddenly fell to the ground due to the sudden 100 times gravity. But the Monkey King grabbed him. His body deformed as gravity pulled his leg. Isn't this the long legs that all girls love? Toriko was pulled hard, his entire body felt like it was about to be torn apart by gravity. And the Monkey King bit a piece of his leg. Toriko cried out in pain, "Go!" Zebra roared, "I can't stand you anymore, you bastard. Enbu, death full course. Since we've decided to fight, let's all go at him." Sunny unleashed his demon hair, rushing to bite and tear at the Monkey King. The enraged Monkey King suddenly stood up, interrupting all incoming attacks.
Sunny was sent flying by the shockwave.
Moreover, this attack from the Monkey King easily shattered the hair dome woven from multiple layers of super flail. As Sunny was stunned, the Monkey King silently approached, grabbed his demon hair, and bit it.
Is he starving? He bites everything he sees.
Without waiting for Sunny to act, Coco told the poisonous demon to give the Monkey King a flask of poison. The Monkey King raged, slamming the ground violently, causing the sky and earth to change, mountains to collapse, and the ground to crack. Those who had lost their imbue's effectiveness, along with the shattered mountainside, fell straight deeper underground.
Under 100 times gravity, they naturally couldn't move. Is this truly the end?
However, the Monkey King still refused to let Toriko go.
He tightly grasped Toriko's leg and fell with them. Bambina, do you really want to eat us that much?
After the chaos, although they were surprised to find themselves still alive, they didn't know where they were. They were still somewhere like the halfway point of 100G Mountain. No matter where they were, they had to reorganize their imbue first.
But they found themselves in a familiar state of dehydration.
Toriko's eyes, nose, and mouth were all leaking water. Sunny was about to ask for an explanation, but then realized that he and Coco were in the same situation.
Could it be Sandorico? They immediately looked up and saw a large patch of wild Sandorico.
They had luckily survived the Monkey King's punches and 100 times gravity, but unexpectedly fell right into the Sandorico flower patch.
Pollen was about to erupt.
And the Monkey King also strode towards them. Affected by Sandorico, his face was also covered in water. But it was clear that he wasn't worried about this flower at all. Instead, he walked straight towards the four of them. They wanted to reorganize their imbue, even if it was just to eliminate a little pollen and the effects of gravity. But it was too late. The Monkey King lifted the four of them. Because the water in their bodies was constantly gushing out, their stamina was rapidly depleted.
Although unwilling, they were completely unable to exert any force.
The Monkey King opened his mouth wide.
Is this the end?
The water in Toriko's body was almost completely drained, blurring his vision.
But he wasn't resigned. Since I'm going to be eaten anyway, why don't I taste you first? Toriko bit the Monkey King's extended tongue.
The Monkey King's eyes widened like brass bells. Finally, he saw the lover he had longed for day and night. Toriko bit his tongue firmly, refusing to let go, and then saw Komatsu with a horrified expression right before his eyes.
That's Komatsu. No mistake.
The Monkey King was moved to tears, and his tears and balls fell simultaneously.
So Pear has been successfully captured? Toriko couldn't believe he saw Komatsu here.
And he was shouting something.
Toriko didn't hear it clearly at first, but they all realized, the balls have fallen. The Monkey King's balls actually fell off like that? But the dance isn't over yet? At this moment,
the Monkey King was crying happily.
At this moment, the four Heavenly Kings' minds were filled with questions. Why? Could it be that those chaotic, exaggerated battles actually satisfied the Monkey King? No way. Who would be beaten and still look so enraptured? Is he a masochist?
Moreover, there should have been two balls, and one had disappeared. While frantically searching for the other ball, they heard Komatsu shouting, "Toriko-san!
Quick, catch it! There's another one here.
Yours and mine must be caught at the same time." Toriko had no time to be shocked. He quickly followed Komatsu's instructions and caught the ball. The moment he touched the ball, its outer skin cracked.
Komatsu hurriedly told Toriko to combine the two pairs. Because the moment Pear fell, one of them would disappear into the inner world.
The pair from your world and the pair from my world were originally one.
Now let them merge into one.
This is the true method of capturing Pear. Well, in short, this thing is complicated in theory, but not difficult to operate. Toriko and Komatsu simultaneously approached each other, then the two balls merged. After a world-shaking, earth-shattering upheaval, the true pair appeared. The moment pair combined, strong winds swirled around, and powerful energy fields surged. A moment later, the dust settled. The peerless treasure pair was successfully completed. Everyone was so amazed by the Monkey King's pair that they were speechless.
Komatsu, however, said mournfully, "That's great. Even at the brink of death, I can still do my humble part. Toriko-san. Coco-san. Sunny-san. Zebra-san.
Everyone came here for me, getting bruised all over.
Thank you so much. Being able to come here with everyone, I am truly so happy." Komatsu's eyes shone with golden light. He showed a gentle smile. "Farewell, everyone." "Farewell, Toriko-san." Toriko hurriedly asked, "What are you saying?" Komatsu gently floated up, "Toriko-san. I want to hold your hand one more time.
The hand that can defeat all ferocious beasts, that dares to defy the 8 kings.
That strong hand of Toriko-san." Komatsu softly whimpered, his voice gradually fading.
Toriko anxiously reached out, trying to grasp Komatsu's figure. At this moment, Yun also rushed over.
Toriko had no time to adjust his emotions.
Although as soon as he saw Yun, he eagerly followed. Previously, they had told Yun to wait at the foot of 100G mountain. But Yun looked anxious. It seems something had really happened to Komatsu. They opened Yun's door, and all four squeezed into the narrow space.
Komatsu's condition is very bad now, but there are no more artificial organs or replacement medicine.
We can only feed him pear for now. While the four were frantically taking care of Komatsu, the blackened Kaka caught up. I didn't expect that penguin to be a camp monster equipped with a high-level shelter.
He questioned Toriko and the group, "When did you suspect me?" "Oh my. This is the first time I've seen such a wonderful pear.
It's truly a world apart from other pears.
Those wild Toriko have stopped releasing pollen.
This proves that they have received enough nutrition to fill their stomachs with just the soup.
Thanks to that, I was able to find this place. But that penguin too. Quick, hand over that kid to me. There's still time. I'll take pear as well. You guys can die now."
Facing Kaka's interrogation, Coco calmly retorted, "It's not about when I started suspecting you, I found you fishy from the start.
As for who you really are and what your purpose is, there's no time to ask now. Besides, we're not interested at all. It's best you don't come here anymore, because this is the Monkey King's party stage.
I advise you not to disturb him."
Kaka's face darkened. Monkey King? What kind of trash is that?
He strode forward ominously, his mouth gradually splitting open.
Unexpectedly, the Monkey King suddenly turned his head and gave him a radiantly bizarre smile. "You want to dance with me too?" Kaka's mouth split wide open, revealing a full set of sharp teeth.
The Monkey King's pupils constricted. With a king of the world posture, he showed contempt for the ignorant Kaka. With no intention of backing down, the Monkey King was truly enraged this time. His tail muscles bulged, erupting with energy, then he whipped it powerfully. Almost blown away, Kaka used all his strength to cling tightly to the thick, strong tail. Noticing he was still behind, the Monkey King grinned from ear to ear. Then he opened his mouth and fired a cannonball at him. The super strong shockwave directly shattered him.
The entire land was stripped bare.
After finishing, the Monkey King looked at his destroyed tail and revealed a mischievous smile.
"What a badass monkey.
He doesn't even go easy on himself," the four heavenly kings thought to themselves. Although they knew early on that the Monkey King wasn't even trying when facing them, defeating Nitro in 2 moves was truly too shocking, leaving them with no choice but to be utterly convinced. This was the true strength of the Monkey King. At the same time, besides the roar of the Monkey King's power, there was a sound so faint it was imperceptible, the sound of a lifeline snapping.
Toriko was too engrossed in watching the drama, almost forgetting about Komatsu. Is it too late?
At this moment, the 100G mountain range once again began to collapse on a large scale under the Monkey King's attack.
It's too late. Yun. Let us in. The four heavenly kings once again squeezed into Yun's cramped space.
Despite their panic, Coco discovered that Komatsu had died.
Sunny didn't give up and gave him pear to drink. But even though pear flowed into Komatsu's mouth, the chest under his bandages was still empty. Could it be that's not how you use it? Coco's voice trembled with tension. Toriko was speechless. Komatsu's electromagnetic waves had. Toriko's emotions surged, and he shouted incessantly, "Komatsu! Open your eyes. Do you really want to say goodbye to me forever?" Remembering the dreamlike scene from just before, Toriko couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to grab Komatsu's hand, frantically shouting, "Komatsu! Come back!"
Sunny, Zebra, and Coco also desperately shouted, hoping to wake Komatsu up. Suddenly, Komatsu's body emitted a bright light, the source of which was his chest. At this point, Komatsu's body had drunk the pear, and pear gushed out from the hole in his chest. And at that moment, the four heavenly kings seemed to travel through time again. Arriving in that world. The familiar scene filled them with doubt. Toriko noticed a heart floating in mid-air, beating thump-thump. Coco said he had seen the electromagnetic waves of this heart many times before. Sunny said he knew whose it was. Not a shred of beauty. Zebra narrowed his gaze, staring intently at this powerfully beating heart. Absolutely no mistake. This is Komatsu's heart. The three of them simultaneously grabbed at the heart, but missed. Toriko reached his hand towards Komatsu's chest. "The entrance is here." Komatsu was grabbing my finger, guiding me in. Toriko slowly approached Komatsu's heart. He felt a warm, real touch. The thumping heart beat against his palm. He slowly placed the heart into Komatsu's chest, and in an instant, a dazzling light burst forth. And that terrifying hole was gradually healing. Seeing the hole being filled, the four heavenly kings were all moved to tears. Although they themselves were already crying non-stop because of Toriko. After having his heart replaced, Komatsu's hole gradually filled, and his whole body came back to life. The cells continuously plumped up, and blood flowed unobstructed.
He's really alive again.
The dazzling light made it impossible for Toriko and the group to open their eyes. When he came to, the sunlight had disappeared, and Komatsu's stomach let out a rumbling sound. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, I'm hungry. Even though a large scar remained on Komatsu's chest, it didn't matter. As long as he was back, that was all that mattered. Everyone looked at Komatsu with overwhelming joy, tears and snot mixing together, looking somewhat frightening. After experiencing life and death, this friendship became even deeper and more precious. Seeing the four of them with tears streaming down their faces, Komatsu also had tears welling up on the spot. Then the five of them sat together and cried like a river. Komatsu's tears flowed like a spring. Looking at the four of them covered in injuries, he was speechless, both heartbroken and moved. Komatsu greeted everyone one by one, and when it came to Toriko, he hugged him and cried. Treating a partner is different, after all. After a bout of excited crying, Toriko composed himself slightly and said in a deep voice, Komatsu, I really thought you were dead. Komatsu, with teary eyes, sobbed uncontrollably, actually. I really was dead for a moment. He took out a small object, already shattered, but it was still possible to see that it was originally a bead. I don't know what this is. Who on earth put it in my chest? It broke, and because of that, I was saved. Toriko remembered, that's the amulet Mappy gave me when we left the 8th continent. When we were climbing the 100G mountain, when I entrusted Komatsu to Yun, I secretly left this amulet on him. But he also didn't know what was inside. Komatsu was also curious, what on earth is this? It looks like some kind of round bead. In short, I was saved thanks to this bead. Toriko nodded, it's true, Mappy's amulet saved him. But it doesn't matter what it is, what matters is that you're alive. Koko said, at that time, Komatsu's electromagnetic waves had completely disappeared. Toriko asked, so, at that time, Komatsu's farewell was real? Hearing the word farewell, Komatsu's tears couldn't be stopped again. When he was in a coma, he vaguely remembered everything. Even when he had completely lost consciousness, he still remembered tightly holding Toriko's hand. The more Komatsu spoke, the more emotional he became, his face like a pear blossom drenched in rain. Toriko said he was crying too much. Komatsu retorted, aren't you crying too? Aren't Sunny, Koko, and Zebra all crying nonstop? Even though Zebra's tears were flowing, he maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor, idiot. I'm not crying at all. Komatsu wailed, you're already crying a river, and you're still being stubborn. I never thought Zebra-san had such a gentle and sensitive side. Zebra raised his voice, oh. What you see is just the surface. It's all because of that thing's pollen. Knowing that Sandarico was a killer flower and its pollen would cause creatures to have runny noses and watery eyes, Komatsu's first reaction was in fear, but this flower is a cooking ingredient. Eating it will definitely stop the symptoms. Huh? Why didn't you say something so important earlier? I can't believe the solution is the same as for the stinky durian bomb. Now I'm not afraid of this thing anymore. But if Komatsu hadn't keenly realized this was an ingredient, I'm afraid no one would have thought this thing could be eaten and would have died from dehydration. The killer flower itself was the antidote for its pollen, and it tasted incredibly delicious. The four of them bowed to praise Komatsu. Komatsu said that after coming back to life, his ability to listen to the voice of ingredients seemed to have improved. When he was in a coma, he had heard the voices of many ingredients. Although he couldn't be sure if they were the real voices of the ingredients, he felt that Pear's voice was among them. Komatsu sat next to Pear, staring intently at this round, shiny water-like sphere. When there was no specific antidote, the mortality rate of Sandarico pollen was 100%. Therefore, the reason they could endure until now was thanks to Pear, which helped them retain the water in their bodies. Koko praised, he obviously didn't drink it directly, but he used sound, smell, and touch to provide a huge amount of nutrients. Komatsu believed that when he died, the thing that saved his life was Mappy's amulet. But he was able to recover so quickly all thanks to Pear. Toriko thought, if it weren't for Pear, I'm afraid we would have long been ghosts under the Monkey King's hand, or the next victims of Sandarico pollen. At this point, they realized they had always been saved by ingredients. What Koko found strange was why Pear had suddenly fallen from the Monkey King's nether regions. At this point, they realized they had always been saved by ingredients. What Koko found strange was why Pear had suddenly fallen from the Monkey King's nether regions. Moreover, at this time, the Monkey King had also disappeared without a trace. Where on earth did he go? While they were confused about the Monkey King's whereabouts, the ground suddenly shook. The collapsing areas became more and more numerous, it seemed the whole mountain was collapsing. The entire mountain collapsed. However, everyone felt a terrifying suction force. Looking towards the ruins, they saw a stone house, like a mushroom, round and cute. But in this desolate mountain, seeing such a strange house appear, it was hard not to feel creeped out. And this massive earthquake was clearly related to this house. Koko was the first to notice the Monkey King inside the house and the exquisitely polished coffin. Toriko and the group couldn't see, so Koko described the situation inside the house in detail for them.
That's probably the house where the Monkey King once lived with his lover. It's definitely a tomb.
The person sleeping in that coffin is probably the Monkey King's lover. The place where that house was built was unimaginable, with an extremely strong gravitational pull. Moreover, near that house seemed to be the center of gravity for this mountain. He placed the coffin here, perhaps so that his deceased lover, even in the afterlife, wouldn't have to worry about food. Over a long period of time, countless creatures were attracted here, thus forming the gigantic 100G mountain range.
Komatsu understood, in short, so this whole mountain is the lover's tomb.
Then the four heavenly kings and the Monkey King have been dancing on a grave all this time.
And Coco also noticed a portrait in the center of that house.
It seems their guess was not wrong.
The in-view dance really was for dancing.
And they had also completed all the movements smoothly. At the end of the dance, the Monkey King made a gesture as if to swallow them, but in reality, he just wanted to kiss them. It was just that his image was a bit rough. In the end, Toriko accidentally completed this movement, thus successfully capturing Pear.
Speaking of which, from the Monkey King's perspective, do you feel the Monkey King was a bit wronged?
He clearly just wanted a kiss, but was beaten up by four muscular men. Fortunately, their power was not enough. That little bit of damage was just a small skirmish for him. But if it was just insufficient power, it can also be seen that the Monkey King has a pretty good temper. If it were ordinary big shots, they probably would have started a fight directly if they were displeased. But the Monkey King still persistently pursued them, sincerely wanting a kiss. Or in other words, for the Monkey King who was immersed in missing his lover, the battle of Toriko and the group was just flirting.
But in any case, the mission was finally successfully completed.
Komatsu's fully healed, and the four heavenly kings are grinning from ear to ear.
But they almost forgot about the electric shark being pummeled by Kaka.
Terry sniffed the air, pinpointed the direction, and then signaled to Queen and Kiss, who were following behind.
These three darlings dashed like the wind, all grabbing onto the sinking electric shark. The electric shark was on its last legs at this point.
Terry, Kiss, and Queen had long been prepared for a bloody battle with the blue nitro. Previously, Kaka had pulled out something. It looked like a clump of hair, or maybe skin, but it possessed endless power. The three beasts were intimidated into not daring to move a muscle. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the blue nitro departed. They didn't even know how long it took for the trembling to stop. But Terry and his companions didn't give up in despair. On the contrary, they made a bold decision. Even though it was such a powerful and distorted monster, even though they might face unpredictable, brutal horror, and even though they didn't even know what part of what creature it was, they decided that they would go their own way and grow on this continent, separating from Komatsu, Toriko, and the others. When Toriko and his group descended the mountain, they saw the electric shark that had been rescued by Terry and his companions. The electric shark's condition was very bad. Bruised all over, looking like it was about to kick the bucket. Komatsu learned from Toriko and the group that this fellow was actually a great benefactor. Without him, they wouldn't have been able to get here. It's just that he was quite severely injured now. But Komatsu thanked Sunny, and after being given some Pear, he took out his melt kitchen knife and, using Pear combined with a secret technique, easily revived the electric shark. The electric shark was instantly revived, excitedly squawking.
Sunny was astonished. Komatsu, you can even use this secret skill?
Komatsu smiled sheepishly. Oh, the secret technique was from the cooking festival. I just learned it on the fly because I wanted to show off to Toriko, haha.
Sunny was skeptical. Is that a skill you can just learn on the fly? Coco said, Komatsu's kitchen knife was made by the second-generation milk using the teeth of the Dragon King Diraus. Could it be that the Dragon King's teeth also have regenerative abilities?
Sunny, being both sharp and meticulous, knew that a healer was essential for the journey. Dying and coming back to life was a daily occurrence for their team.
How could they not have a medic? Komatsu said that his secret technique only worked smoothly the first time he used it on Toriko.
Probably because I was really going all out at that time.
After that, he couldn't use it anymore. Just now was also mostly thanks to Pear's nutrition. Toriko, who hadn't said anything until now, finally spoke up. That's enough.
Komatsu turned his head upon hearing this, but was scared out of his wits by Toriko. My goodness.
Where's your arm? What happened to your arm? Coco was even more astonished. You're only just now noticing?
Toriko said he had also forgotten when it happened. Anyway, it was ripped off by the Monkey King.
But Komatsu, hurry up and use your secret technique. With a secret technique, won't my arm grow back? Komatsu said regretfully, that won't work. This isn't a technique that can regrow arms. Sunny said seriously, I've already helped retrieve Toriko's arm. You guys don't need to worry. I'll take it out for you later.
But now he was more curious. Who on earth transported the electric shark to the foot of 100G mountain? Even the tail cargo rack holding 10 tons of supplies was brought here.
Toriko knew it was Terry and his companions. Their scent is still on it.
It seems they left it intentionally.
Hearing that Queen and the others were okay, Sunny was overjoyed. Komatsu also quickly asked where they had gone.
But Coco and Toriko both sensed that Terry, Kiss, and Queen had intentionally separated from them. Anyway, they had no intention of descending the mountain together.
Zebra muttered something, why bother with them? If they're scared of that lizard, then that's all they amount to. Compared to that, hurry up and drink pear. Toriko's focus, however, was on, how are we going to get down from the Spirit Mountain range? The electric shark has just been healed, it definitely can't run fast.
Plus, the effects of its self-destruct mode are still lingering.
And Yun's safe house is too cramped, that won't work. We can only go down the mountain on our own.
Toriko said this as if it were easy, but doing it was hard.
Putting the few of them aside, what about Komatsu? Sunny was a bit worried, how many days will that take? Besides, is Air's inventory enough? If we run out halfway, we'll definitely die.
As they were talking, a horde of monkeys came again, shouting and yelling. They waved their hands and feet, partying wildly. They must have been intentionally waiting for Toriko and the group to come down the mountain. Toriko pulled Komatsu over. Come here, let me introduce you.
They are. Komatsu was speechless. I'm not feeling well, but I can still recognize apes. Toriko added, they're shouting like that, it's probably their names. Toriko looked at the monkey horde, we've received quite a bit of care from them. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to master Renbu. So how exactly are you guys planning to get down the mountain?
As soon as he said this, all the apes fell silent.
It seems they have no way either. Sunny collapsed and roasted them as usual.
In hindsight, there's no camping monster that can seat so many people.
Ah! There's even a master-level ape inside.
At this moment, a strange black smoke billowed over.
Is this a cloud? No, could it be a living creature? This is too terrifying. It has legs. Run!
The 5 of them hurriedly retreated. But the monkey horde was as happy as can be.
Coco was astonished, could this be the camping monster that the apes of the continent ride?
It's just that this image makes it hard to associate it with a mode of transportation.
Toriko intended to use a skill to probe it out. Oh! There's really such a thing. Terrifying. It's really a camping monster. Now I can rest assured. But to put it bluntly, this thing is just poop.
There was a rumor that it was the Monkey King's poop.
Or is it cloud-shaped poop? Komatsu's introduction made people's confidence dwindle the more they listened. Toriko shrieked in horror, is it the poop I'm thinking of?
Coco felt, monkeys riding clouds?
It feels quite natural. But I never thought it would be poop. Why does it feel like a dirty joke?
But as long as we ride this, we can get back to the ground. So even if this cloud is dirty and smelly, we can't miss it. Everyone climbed onto the poop nimbus, and looking back, they discovered the 100G mountain range had begun to regenerate.
What a nutrient-rich, wild place. Toriko and the group exclaimed again, there's no doubt, this mountain has made us tens of times stronger. Thank you.
After thanking the 100G mountain range, the poop nimbus officially took off.
Toriko and the group headed straight for the origin tree at the foot of the mountain.
Although this poop nimbus was super smelly, its taste could only be described as overpowering, but its speed was quite fast. The intelligent Coco thought of another problem, speaking of which, the poop nimbus that the apes of the continent ride. They should have ridden it back when they all fled. So where did this poop nimbus come from? Coco thought until his hair stood on end, could it be, this is fresh? And at the place where the poop nimbus originated, the Monkey King was spreading his cheeks and pooping comfortably. This maneuver could be described as reasonable, understanding, and optimistic in helping others.
Toriko and the group had fulfilled his wish, so it was only fair that he gifted them the poop nimbus in return. Bambina waved at them, and even added a radiant smile, say no more. It's fresh and warm. Because of the poop nimbus, Toriko and the group quickly arrived at the origin tree.
And here, it was already crowded with cheering apes. Almost all the apes on the continent were here. They cheered and danced, just waiting for Toriko and the group to start the feast. And up in the tree, the real Kaka was revealing a gentle smile, finally, we can eat pear. Toriko had long been impatient. The cells in his body were even more excited. Sunny used the Demon King's vomit to retrieve the preserved right arm. Toriko felt his right arm and shoulder retracting each other like two magnets. Both sides really want to combine. With just a light touch, the tissues on both sides intertwined tightly.
Plus Komatsu's secret technique, Toriko's right arm was completely healed in a matter of minutes.
Toriko was now full of vigor, wishing he could drink dozens of bowls of pear in one go. But Coco was holding a filter, slowly waiting for pear to drip.
Not a single drop in half a day. Do we have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse to get enough for one person? Not to mention the 5 billion apes gathered behind.
And Kaka walked over, saying that pear needed to go through a natural dripping process to accumulate one portion, about 180 grams, which takes nearly 2 hours. If it's for 5 billion apes, it would take 1,141,550 years.
In reality, the number of giant apes is a bit large, so multiplying by 200 is most appropriate.
By that calculation, it would take more than 200 million years.
Among all of you here, how many can wait that many years?
Seeing Kaka, everyone became vigilant.
The hot-tempered zebra instantly vanished and attacked. Damn it! You're still alive.
However, his arm passed straight through Kaka's body.
No matter what, I can't hit him. Komatsu called Zebra back. Stop fighting. That person is on our side.
With Komatsu's words,
the four heavenly kings began to carefully observe this Kaka. Could it be that this Kaka is different from that Kaka? So, the one in front of us is the real deal Kaka? Komatsu confirmed, that's right.
Although I have almost no memory of being in a coma, I remember this very clearly. In the chaotic world, the person who told me how to capture pear was this Kaka right here.
Kaka didn't wait for them to be surprised. Next, I will teach you the true cooking method for pear.
But before that, I think it's necessary to explain my current state in countless situations.
To explain everything, it would take about an hour and a half.
Toriko was a bit troubled, and said awkwardly, Kaka-san, could you tell us the cooking method for pear first?
As concise as possible.
Kaka naturally knew what Toriko was thinking, but this cooking method is not simple. To extract the soup from the pear sphere, you first need to prepare a large metal pot. Then stir for 5 hours.
Then air dry for 10 hours.
Then beat it for 25 hours. After that, you have to stare at it for a whole day.
And you can't even blink. Then continue to cook for a week. Then air dry again.
Before Kaka could finish, Toriko interrupted again. Wait.
Why is it so troublesome?
Kaka felt,
this is a food treasure, so having many steps isn't it natural?
Toriko's head was about to explode. That's what you say, but I really can't wait to eat it.
Komatsu noticed a small hole on the pear sphere. Kaka was also confused. It shouldn't be.
A complete pear shouldn't have a hole. Komatsu tentatively poked it with a kitchen knife, and then pear gushed out like a spring. This one poke saved at least a month's time.
Everyone found it hard to believe. You said it was so complicated, but isn't it just gushing out now? But whether they believed it or not didn't matter anymore. Quick, find a container. We can't waste it. Kaka was extremely amazed.
The shortest time for pear is 1 month. But now it was successful with just a light poke.
Unbelievable. Komatsu. Could it be that it confided in Komatsu? And Komatsu also heard its voice? This is a cooking method that even a certain sage doesn't know. Kaka was still confused, but Toriko, holding a bowl, shouted at him, don't be confused. Let's go drink pear.
Toriko looked at the monkey army and shouted, alright, stop messing around.
Come and get some pear. 5 billion monkeys, each and every one of them, got a gift.
Don't look down on this tiny little pear, the juice inside is overflowing.
This scene, isn't it exactly like the outdated civilization of this continent? No distinction between species, no distinction of class, just eating and drinking together, just partying hard. Now, as usual, let's get this party started. Toriko raised his bowl. Come on, everyone, look, everyone has a share. The monkeys also raised their bowls, cheering in response. Then, let's toast. Toriko looked at the clear soup, hesitant to drink. What kind of divine soup is this? I can't believe something like this exists in the world. Come to think of it, I'm about to enjoy this water, it's so magical. It's as if I'm no longer the me of the past. Toriko bent down and took a sip. In a flash, it felt like I had sucked dry the essence of heaven and earth.
The high feeling from the delicious taste went straight to his brain, causing his arm to unconsciously turn into a demon. But the strange thing is, before only the left hand would transform. Under the stimulation of pear, the cells in the right hand also awakened. At this moment, a strange feeling lingered throughout Toriko's body.
What's going on? I don't know. This feeling. It's as if I've turned into a different entity.
A new perspective, a new taste, and a completely new sense of taste.
Toriko was intoxicated in it, feeling unable to break free. He excitedly shouted, Komatsu.
The moment he saw Komatsu, all his words were stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single sound. And his eyes were glued to Komatsu's huge chest. Komatsu's face turned red, and he gently hugged the large bowl, shyly replying, oh haha, this is really delicious, Toriko-san.
Komatsu. Komatsu. Your soul, now you've really turned into a girly girl. Toriko, after a moment of being stunned, weakly asked Komatsu, what's with your enormous chest? Komatsu didn't understand, he looked down and was frozen on the spot.
Noticing Komatsu's surprised cry, everyone looked over. Then they discovered that they had all gender swapped like that.
Kaka then remembered, he had forgotten to say something extremely important.
Drinking a certain amount of pear, due to its overly mysterious taste, the body will transform into the opposite gender, thus opening up a completely new sense of taste.
This is the two sides of the same coin of pear. Why didn't you say something so important sooner? The four heavenly kings stood up in fear. In other words, everyone has now turned into a woman? Coco touched his chest, not daring to believe it was true. Sunny was the first to react. He felt down below. Oh my god. It's gone. It's really gone. I've really become a girl. After they panicked for a while, Kaka slowly explained, just drink one more sip and you'll change back. Don't worry. More importantly, one and the same inside and out doesn't just refer to male and female, but also life and death thought. Now you guys can definitely see the spirit world, right? Hearing him remind them, the five of them began to look around. Indeed, there are many more people here. Even the enthusiastic old man who showed Toriko the way before. The people of the past civilization have also gathered, just like in the old days. Toriko was surprised beyond words. A familiar voice woke the dazed Sunny. Ha, I can finally greet you. Sunny jumped and turned around. Aren't you Geeman? And next to him was Malay, also from Ring Ring. This was the magic of pair. Besides changing gender, it could also reveal another magical world. While Toriko and the group were having a blast, the people sent by the human world to pave the gourmet road had landed one by one on the seventh continent. The second team, including Yuta, Kairu, and Wabutora, had descended to the monster camp, warning those behind them to be careful. In time, Shin's first team must have already reached the origin tree. Shin was worried they would be attacked by the monkey horde. They immediately contacted the first team, but the reply was, everyone seems to be partying. What? A party? Why didn't you invite us? Looks like we've got to get there ASAP. Over here, Zong had followed the first team and was already near the origin tree. He laughed smugly, nothing showing up. Looks like the gourmet world is pretty scared of this big shot. His disciple chimed in, that's right, that's right. Lord Zong is never wrong. Zong excitedly charged forward, crashing into a giant ape. Zong cursed, you bastard. Where are you looking? Realizing the monster before him was freaking huge, Zong was scared stiff, not daring to breathe loudly. And the apes, turning to see Zong, were also scared out of their wits. More and more apes looked at Zong, then screamed their heads off. At this point, the whole place was in utter chaos. Nono and Milk too were the first to find Komatsu. Komatsu, completely ignoring his current appearance, greeted them with tears in his eyes. Everyone. You all came. I missed you all to death. Hearing that Komatsu had been knocking on death's door, Nono and the group had been extremely worried. Now seeing Komatsu was still, hey, Komatsu, your assets. Nono was about to get emotional, but as soon as he saw Komatsu's plump melons, his tears immediately sucked back in. Nono's eyes widened, and he came closer to observe. Komatsu scratched his head shyly. A lot has happened. This is acacia soup, pear. We got pear, and then we drank it and turned into this. Chiyu advised Komatsu not to get excited and to speak slowly. But knowing that the liquid gushing like a spring was the legendary pear, she herself was about to faint from pure bliss. Komatsu introduced to Yuta that not only was there pear here, but also ginseng, the soup from Jairu's consumption lava hot pot menu, the killer flower Toriko from the western region, and also the BB corn from the 100G mountain range. Yuta looked at the overflowing ingredients, praising them endlessly. Coco, who was a mess of tears and snot, also came closer, emotionally praising, inhaling Toriko's pollen to dehydrate the body and then eating is freaking awesome. Even though doing so is a bit reckless, but what can you do, it's so dope. Milk too was scared to death by Coco's appearance. Don't do that, your body is more important. But Coco, with a face full of emotion, said, oh, it's really so good. I've decided to choose Toriko as the appetizer in my full course menu. He announced this to everyone with great excitement. However, at the scene, nobody gave a damn. His shouts were completely drowned out by Rin's voice. He angrily roared, everyone, listen to me. Rin excitedly rushed to Toriko. Seeing Toriko alive is truly more joyous than anything. It's just that Toriko's melons are a bit of an eyesore. Seeing Rin arrive, Komatsu enthusiastically invited her to taste pear. Who knows, pear might have other miraculous uses. Yuta heard that the ape horde ruling Area 7 was quite ferocious. I didn't expect them to be having a party. Toriko reminded him that it wasn't just apes here, but also famous inhabitants from the past. Everyone is together. It's just that if you don't eat pear, you probably won't see them. Eating pear lets you see souls? Shin was astonished. He had heard such rumors. Delicious ingredients house souls, which are the souls of creatures that still linger in the world. After death, they continue to reside around delicious ingredients. It is said that the gourmet soul will occasionally whisper to the chef, telling them the correct way to prepare the ingredient. It is said that you can even open the door to the spirit world with extremely delicious ingredients. So this is pear. At this moment, Sunny happily ran over with the bodies of Geeman and Malay. Toriko joyfully shouted, have their corpses arrived? Geeman wanted to smack Toriko on the spot. Not corpses, bodies. Not seeing Geeman, Chin Chin excitedly looked around. Where's Geeman? And Master Malay is here too? Komatsu re-explained Geeman's words to Grandmaster Chin Chin.
Half a year ago, Geeman was attacked by a blue nitro, and they almost died. At the last second, the acupressure master Malay used her ultimate skill to help, keeping them in a state of feigned death. Malay is an acupressure master, able to use acupressure to stop organ function, prevent decay, and then use suitable ingredients to restore the body. In other words, they are now in a state of acupressure, neither living nor dead, always in a soul state.
Now they finally have Toriko and the group.
The important thing is to quickly retrieve their bodies and then release the pressure points. Chin Chin was relieved to hear they were alive.
Geeman is a monster that can't be killed.
But Malay's acupressure is very strong. To release it, you need the power of a highly skilled reviver master, who is the disciple of Mohayan Sheishai, Pukin.
Hearing the name Mohayan Sheishai, Kaka immediately became vigilant. Mohayan Sheishai was currently planning to revive something very terrifying.
He wanted to explain in more detail, but everyone was on cloud 9.
Not listening to him. Malay and Geeman had been revived and were partying hard with everyone.
They thanked Pukin for her superb skills.
Pukin humbly said it was Pear's doing. Komatsu wondered if his heart could be healed because Pear had opened the door to the spirit world?
Chio seriously said that wasn't the reason.
Geeman's and Malay's bodies were revived thanks to acupressure, so they could recover smoothly.
As for your heart, it was crushed, which means it was completely destroyed. Even if you can use Pear to retrieve the soul from that space, you still need to find a replacement for the crushed heart and then regenerate it.
Toriko wondered, isn't Komatsu's heart in the spirit world? Pukin's glasses flashed. There is only one truth. It is a heart that was both destroyed and regenerated.
The meaning was simple. Teppei didn't completely blow up Komatsu's heart. While destroying his heart, he simultaneously regenerated it.
Toriko's eyes widened in astonishment. Teppei. What on earth did he do that for?
Chin Chin, however, understood everything.
He asked Komatsu, you've awakened your gourmet cells, haven't you?
Komatsu and the 4 heavenly kings were astonished.
When? Why didn't we know?
Chin Chin continued, though it's unclear if it was caused by eating gourmet ingredients for a long time or by direct injection, there is no doubt he has gourmet cells in his body.
Now, adding the demon's activation will put a great burden on the body. Now it was clear.
So Teppei knew Komatsu's heart could hardly bear the burden of the cell awakening, so he destroyed and regenerated it to make his heart stronger.
Komatsu was curious again, can this really be done?
Sunny explained to him, it's a technique revivers often use. First, they deliver a huge shock to the cells, then they proceed with recovery. It's like burning grass to restore the land. The collapse and regeneration of the heart, without a pair-level nutrient, would become a failed gamble. In other words, Teppei believed from the very beginning that Toriko and the group could obtain pair. This was an action taken based on trust in Toriko and the others. Toriko still felt these were all just speculations and didn't prove anything. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I can't accept the fact that he attacked Komatsu. I can't just easily trust him like that. Komatsu immediately mediated, telling everyone to continue celebrating. At this moment, Zong, who had transformed after drinking pear, was carried out by a group of apes. Zong, with a face full of spring, everyone is shaking in their boots before this big shot. He, now you know how badass this big shot is. Why is Zong treated even better than the 4 heavenly kings in Komatsu? Everyone is very confused. Seeing the monkeys cheering and surrounding Zong, there's an indescribable strange feeling. Zong smugly laughs, the capture level of these monkeys is probably around 10,000, right? Judging from their fear, this big shot's level must be 100 million, right? The disciple quickly chimes in, not wrong at all. Lord Zong's capture level is 100 million. Maybe even 1 billion, no, 10 trillion, right? It must be 10 trillion. They joked and made a racket for a long time. Toriko just greeted, isn't this the stinky Zong? You're here too? Zong, as usual, retorted, not stinky, it's Zong. As soon as he finished speaking, he chugged down another bowl of pear. What kind of soup is this? Why is it so delicious? Ha ha ha. Toriko looked at the completely uninhibited Zong, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Sunny and the others had a similar thought. I always feel like I've seen Zong's face somewhere before. Zebra was more direct, I have some impression of this monkey face. And Kaka felt an irresistible pressure suddenly rush over him. It's the Monkey King. As soon as the Monkey King appeared, all the other monkeys quickly made way for him. And his eyes were staring intently at Zong in the encirclement. Completely unaware of the impending danger, Zong was still immersed in the glory of being surrounded by everyone. Unable to extricate himself. What could happen to a big shot with a capture level of 10 trillion? Seeing the newcomer was the warmly welcomed Monkey King with his extraordinary aura, Zong was utterly terrified. But the Monkey King, as if his wish had been granted, was moved to tears. One side was overjoyed, the other was dazed with fear, creating a stark contrast. The two looked at each other, the air silent for a few seconds. Everyone then shouted in surprise, "It's the Monkey King!" And Toriko also remembered, Zong's face and the Monkey King's lover, Bambina, whom he had seen in the pear orb, were almost identical. The Monkey King suddenly rushed in front of Zong, flashing a bright smile. Then he pulled the dazed Zong into a hug. Although Zong felt his bones were about to break, this was much easier than Toriko and the Monkey King playing games. It seems that a girlfriend and an outsider are ultimately not treated the same.
Or from another perspective, Zong is actually very strong.
Even stronger than the four heavenly kings. Monkey King Bambina laughed so hard his face was about to stiffen, and he roared wildly. Kaka translated for the others, the Monkey King says his lover has been revived.
And he's overjoyed.
The two little disciples were also stunned.
So the monkeys worked so hard for this reason? Toriko didn't know what emotion to express. That's great.
The Monkey King can meet his living lover again.
Humph, but should I say he mistook the monkey, or should I say he mistook the person? But that's not important.
That's a private matter between him and the Monkey King.
We outsiders just need to eat, drink, and be merry. The celebration for capturing Pear and Komatsu's revival lasted until night.
At this time, the second support team arrived in a hurry. They were both surprised by the strange scene before them and joined in, enjoying the continuously spreading joy.
This meant that Pear had an indescribable taste.
As if in response to their enthusiasm, the clear pear soup flowed out like a spring, continuously. And the pear stars decorating the origin tree also gradually turned into falling stars, sparkling like the Milky Way.
Everyone stared in a daze. What a stunningly beautiful scene this is.
But to speak a buzzkill truth, it's actually balls falling from the sky.
Toriko had an incredulous look on his face. Is this for real? Why are so many monkey balls falling from the tree?
Even in Acacia's full course, pear is a proud dish, with a top-ranking capture difficulty. Why is it falling continuously like this?
What on earth is going on?
Kaka shouted in surprise, the conditions on Bambina's tree have been met.
Toriko didn't understand. What conditions?
Pear is something the pyramid used to decorate the tree for the purpose of courtship in the old days. If it's the same species, the normal condition for capturing pear is actually very simple.
Just kiss someone of the opposite sex that you like. That's all. Everyone looked up at Zong on the tree,
who was being kissed by the Monkey King until he foamed at the mouth, and seemed to understand something.
Toriko felt a bit of sympathy and shouted Zong's name loudly.
But at this point he had already fainted.
It's over.
The Monkey King played him to death.
Sunny found it strange. When did Zong become the same species as the Monkey King? Drinking a lot of pear only changes your gender, right?
Speaking of kissing, Toriko and the others just realized they had really fought a useless battle. If they had known earlier that the Monkey King only needed a kiss, Toriko would definitely not have said another word and just appeared. After all, back when he was looking for the jewel meat, he had already agreed to a similar request from Rin. If so, they wouldn't have had to take so many detours. Pear fell quickly, and Imaro caught it with his hand. As soon as it touched his palm, it burst like a water balloon. The monkeys gathered around, squeezing the water balloons and playing. Livebearer looked at this scene and said doubtfully, I heard that to get the real pear, you have to dance with the Monkey King.
Compared to that, isn't the normal condition for capturing pear too simple?
Match also had the same question, not understanding why this was listed as a super special cooking ingredient.
Kaka explained this question to them. Only a baboon with an extremely high capture level can get pear just by kissing.
For other creatures, to meet the condition, they have to eat each other.
Hearing the words cannibalism, everyone was stunned. There's such a cruel condition?
Kaka said, only in this case, the same species or those with equivalent gourmet cell levels. After killing each other for food, there's a chance to get pear. This is really a very difficult method.
Even if you know the method, it's hard to do. Kaka's expression was particularly serious. When capturing pear, blue nitro met acacia.
Next, I want to tell you about the purpose of the gourmet nobles, the blue nitro, and acacia's next ingredient, another, and its importance. While everyone was listening attentively, Kaka, or rather the blue nitro atom who had been blown away, was still flying in the sky.
A figure rushed to block him. Pear snorted, couldn't handle Monkey King Bambina, could you? Adam glanced at him. Is he calling himself Bambina now? The name doesn't matter.
He's much stronger than when I fought him.
Adam tore off his disguise, revealing his messy hair. He cursed, what a troublesome monkey.
He's drunk up the earth's soup source. Pear is the ancestor of that monkey, and so is Heracles.
The soup flowing from the earth can actually emit such a rich aroma.
Pear said again, the more concentrated the soup, the more fragrant it becomes. Come to think of it, the Monkey King's pear indeed has a capture method and a cooking method that we don't know.
Adam's face darkened.
He sensed a taste he had never tasted before from the pear orb. No doubt, a soul has said something to the outside world, and that kid can hear this voice. Pear emphasized, giving an order, we need to get the cooking method left behind by the 3 traitorous master chefs.
Moreover, that kid is also very valuable. Anyway, next time is the last chance. Acacia has run out of patience. Brunch had met the boss of the Bishakukai, Midora. The new base of this organization is really similar to the old one. Anyway, it's all empty. Midora grinned at the astonished Brunch. You're finally here? I didn't expect you to actually bring it.
Midora's image and aura, at first glance,
resembled a final villain.
His whole body exuded an imposing presence without being angry. Even Brunch, who was known for being a troublemaker, felt a little nervous.
He silently reconfirmed, this is the boss of the Bishakukai, Midora? The pressure is terrifying.
I heard you entrusted Toriko to get Acacia's full course.
Is that true?
Midora smiled without speaking, lost in thought. When Toriko came to the Bishakukai to pick up Komatsu, he had met him. He had some admiration for this young man. I didn't expect you to be able to find and come here so smoothly.
Toriko said, it's Komatsu's smell.
Hearing that he had found his way here, Midora exclaimed, Ichiryu was right after all.
He has an extraordinary appetite hidden within him.
Hearing his adoptive father's name, Toriko's face immediately darkened. He questioned Midora why he had killed him.
Midora said, fighting Ichiryu was my destiny.
That's all. Toriko argued, adoptive father, he must have wanted to have a good meal with you.
Midora didn't care about this, just said, that kid is fine, take him away quickly.
Speaking of Komatsu, Toriko was curious why he had let him go so easily.
In other words, everyone is fighting for Komatsu, why are you the only one not fighting?
Midora remembered Komatsu's bowl of soup, then said, my goal in the past, which is Acacia's full course, and gathering all the appetizers.
That way, maybe I can go to that distant past.
Toriko really wanted to say something, but suddenly found his tired body had recovered. Although suspicious, Toriko still said to Midora, if your goal is in the past, then hand the future over to me. I will capture Acacia's full course, and bring each dish one by one to you. Midora felt Toriko's words were unbelievably simple, but then heard him say, if we are aiming for the same ingredient, whoever captures it first, shares it with the other. Of course, the full course will also be sent to the human world. When we have gathered the full course, let's all enjoy it together.
Midora, you too. Midora, after hearing him speak, laughed out loud, Toriko, whether it's you or that kid, don't you guys cooperate to make me laugh? Ha ha ha, what's not to like, Toriko?
Acacia's full course is all yours. Looking at Brunch before him, Midora could confirm he hadn't entrusted the wrong person.
Brunch was furious, I don't agree with Toriko's choice. Why should such an important ingredient be given to you? First of all, are the other chefs safe? If not, I won't give you air. Midora could feel this kid was hot-tempered, and asked him his name.
Starjun stepped out from behind, introducing, he is the Tengu chef Brunch. Seeing Starjun, Brunch was a little nervous, but then heard him say, don't worry, the chefs are all very safe.
Midora said, they are indeed all brave and outstanding young men.
But they only managed to capture one of the dishes in the full course.
Not to mention Pear and another. It seems this is the result of not having internet. Toriko's side has already eaten Pear. Coincidentally, this base is near the 6th continent.
But just relying on gourmet hunters, it's extremely difficult to capture Acacia's fish ingredient, another.
Brunch, it's your turn to play. Give Toriko a hand. Starjun, you go too.
As expected of the boss, sitting for a long time, his aura immediately rises. Even though Brunch is not a member of the Bishakukai, he can still be ordered around. The earth itself is already a grand banquet. From hundreds of millions of years ago, when gourmet cells landed on this planet, it has been cooking until now.
This shocking news made everyone's minds go blank. Kaka continued, saying that the earth would be fully cooked during the next solar eclipse, meaning when the fire was sufficient. Then, after a while, it might explode.
This news was like a bolt from the blue for Toriko and his group, a completely absurd story that overturned all their perceptions.
The earth is clearly a planet, how could it be cooked?
But Kaka's next words further opened their eyes.
From hundreds of millions of years ago, gourmet cells had invaded the earth,
causing major geological changes, which was the beginning of the dish. Giant meteorite impacts, volcanic eruptions, ice ages, all were cooking steps to extract the deliciousness of the earth. Of course, the gourmet solar eclipse was the same.
Unbelievable.
The so-called gourmet solar eclipse that obscured the sun was actually a cooking step. At this level of big brain thinking, both those who believed and disbelieved in science were speechless. Yuda felt the topic was too macro, and he couldn't digest it for a moment.
Kaka understood, ordinary people hearing these words would find them nonsensical, and it was perfectly normal not to react immediately. Regarding this, Coco also had something to say. He sensed a huge life force deep underground. Could it be that this was the deliciousness of the earth being exuded? Was the key point the gourmet cells? Livebearer asked, so the gourmet cells have conquered the deliciousness of the earth? Coco agreed with this view. He speculated that the volume of the earth was probably also swelling. Kaka confirmed Coco's speculation. The earth's volume was now 659 times larger than before. Under the influence of gourmet cells, it was constantly ripening and growing stronger. In other words, gourmet cells were like probiotics promoting fermentation. It sounded like the earth was a loaf of bread, but the truth was similar. The deliciousness of the earth, in the process of cooking, would leak out a portion from the surface every few hundred years, which was the 8 great ingredients. These 8 ingredients appear once every few hundred years? Could it be? Toriko already had the answer in his heart. Kaka continued, that is the full-course menu of this earth, also known as Acacia's full-course menu by everyone. Wait, saying that is too abstract. Everyone found it hard to process. Toriko asked, Acacia only collected the full-course menu a few hundred years ago, right? But the menu itself has existed on this planet for hundreds of millions of years. So who exactly started cooking this earth from that distant past? Kaka answered, the main culprits are the gourmet nobles, the blue nitro, and their slaves, us, the red nitro. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Nitros existed hundreds of millions of years ago? Kaka said more directly, it's not that we have existed for a long time, but that gourmet cells have existed for a long time. Match thought of a problem that had always been overlooked. What exactly is a nitro?
Nitro is a monster born from gourmet cells, a Tororo monster. It was said that the name Nitro was given by Acacia. But some also said the name might be a combination of 2 types of Tororo, hence Nitro. There was a rumor that because Tororo walked on 2 legs, they were called Nitro.
Anyway, they didn't know the specific origin.
The only thing that could be determined was that Nitro was the embodiment of gourmet cells.
Toriko thought, speaking of being born from gourmet cells, one can't help but think of the demon in their bodies. Are they also similar creatures? Kaka agreed with this, adding, in your bodies, there is also a monster of desire, which can also be called a demon or devil. A monster in the body, could there be 2 types, red and blue? He said he didn't know. Moreover, he didn't even know if there were really only 2 types of nitro. Livebearer was curious, are red nitros just slaves of blue nitros? But why do blue nitros cook the earth? Someone guessed, could it be to eat it? Aren't they a collection of desire? Wanting to eat the whole earth, that's some big brain thinking. Kaka said they used to think there could be no other reason. But then they found out. And it was precisely because they learned that reason that he, Chi-Chi, and Gigi betrayed the blue nitros. The one who exposed the true purpose of the blue nitros was none other than Acacia. Everything had to start with Acacia and Pear. The blue nitros had taken the name of the full-course menu they were in charge of as their action name. That is, the blue nitro in charge of the soup of the 7th continent was named Pear. Originally, Pear was a soup that overflowed from the continent, but the ancestor of the Monkey King, one of the 8 kings, had drunk it dry from the source. From then on, Pear became parasitic in the Monkey King's body, and the method of catching it completely changed. To catch Pear, Pear fought an opponent on par with him and lost. Beaten all over, he was discovered by Acacia. But at that time, Acacia was also about to die from Toriko pollen. Thus, the 2 sides, to replenish their energy, swallowed a part of each other's bodies. This was the meeting between Acacia and the blue nitro pair. In the end, the blue nitro successfully captured Pear. Toriko felt something strange, that swallowing each other met the conditions, meaning Acacia had gourmet cells on par with the blue nitro. Kaka thought this was the most important issue. In Acacia's body, there was an existence above even nitro, a very terrifying gourmet cell demon. The blue nitro pair, when swallowing Acacia's body, realized the existence of the monster hidden in that body. The nitro didn't even know where they came from, nor did they have names. If they had to say, they were just vessels for gourmet cells. On this point, humans with gourmet cells were the same. Desire through gourmet cells, constantly reincarnating through generations, constantly searching for and devouring delicious ingredients. And once the host died, it would become a gourmet soul searching for a new host, quietly waiting for the day of rebirth. The blue nitros had always been searching for that monster, even if it took billions of years, preparing delicious ingredients for its appearance. Finally, they discovered the existence of that monster in Acacia's body. In short, the true purpose of the blue nitros is to revive the monster hidden in Acacia's body. Just as Kaka finished speaking, he was suddenly stabbed in the back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Everyone was unexpected that this would happen, and for a moment, they were frozen, looking at the mirror. A long-haired demon poked its head out, laughing sinisterly, hee hee, this gourmet soul talks too much. Then he called out to Toriko and the group, alright, I'm here now. The other dish of Acacia is waiting. Kaka spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Toriko and Coco were about to make a move. The demon waved his hand, you can't touch me. Hee hee, all-season chefs, how interesting. If you want to come, you are very welcome. Come to Area 6, the kitchen of the food soul. If you can successfully cook another
The food soul hadn't finished speaking before disappearing with Kaka in a whirlwind. It was clear that this time, they had to go.
Acacia has eaten the full course menu. Why are the blue nitros still pursuing it?
This question was like asking Komatsu, Toriko, and the blue nitros about the differences in their methods of catching and cooking. For example, Komatsu could use his intuition and his ability to listen to the voice of ingredients to find a more perfect way to cook. Or like Toriko, they used the imbu dance to find a way to make pear ripen. These were all points that the blue nitros had not done perfectly before. But these issues could be thought about later.
The most important thing now was, what to do now that Kaka was captured by the food soul. Will Kaka die? Toriko and his group were like ants on a hot pan. Zebra remembered that demon seemed to be the transformed form of Joie. That bastard. Is that a gourmet cell demon? Was Kaka just killed like that?
No, a calm voice rang out, don't worry, the food soul won't die a second time.
Everyone turned to look. Isn't this Kuribu, the #1 blacksmith in the world? Everyone was astonished. But Shin Shin looked knowing and said, you have succeeded.
Kuribu greeted Shin Shin, then recounted what he had seen. 2 years ago, as the #0 member, unable to fight in the gourmet world, I was very unwilling.
Next, I will help you. The undercover spy operation in NEO is basically complete. NEO's goal has also been basically grasped.
In short, the time is 1 month later, which is the perfect time for the gourmet solar eclipse. That is to say, before that, let's collect all of Acacia's full course menu. But
Komatsu approached and looked at the mountain-sized Kuribu, timidly asking, are you Kuribu-san? Kuribu looked down and asked him what was wrong. Komatsu skillfully took out his autograph book. Could you please give me an autograph? The 4 heavenly kings were shocked by Komatsu's inappropriate cuteness. Is this the time for autographs?
Kuribu was also very straightforward,
taking the book and signing it. This made everyone even more speechless. You really signed it when asked? Toriko wanted to ask. Kaka said the Earth would explode during the next solar eclipse, is that true? Kuribu thought this view was very reliable. For the past few months, the Earth's activity has been unprecedentedly active. In fact, NEO had already completed a spaceship that could escape the Earth.
A spaceship that can stay in space for a long time.
Is NEO that rich? Kuribu thought money was very simple for them.
Although Acacia was praised as a hero who stopped the food war, in reality, he gave God only to rulers and super rich people. He used God to attract the rich, then turned them into his henchmen.
All just to get a large amount of money from their descendants.
At this point, everyone understood. Acacia had been planning since that time.
Moreover, even the NEO organization was part of his plan. Sunny thought again, so Acacia is still alive now. Toriko didn't understand. What is the direct relationship between the explosion of the Earth and the rebirth of the monster in Acacia's body? Is it that the monster will eat the Earth, causing the explosion, or is the cause of the explosion simply because the cooking of the Earth is complete?
According to Kaka's words, it's probably the latter. But if it's the former, there's a possibility of preventing the explosion, as long as those monsters are not reborn.
Kuribu couldn't confirm Toriko's speculation, but he vaguely remembered that the complete rebirth of the monster required satisfying several conditions.
One of them was Acacia's fish treasure.
Another is the key to reviving the monster. Yuda's face was very ugly.
In just 1 short month, collecting the entire full course menu is impossible. The others agreed with his view.
Zebra was the first to break the silence, collecting them one by one. Of course, there's not enough time. We have so many people, we just need to split up and collect them at the same time. Komatsu thinks like Zebra, if there's not enough time but there are many people here, they should split up. A soul doesn't die a second time, so in the worst case scenario, Kaka won't die.
Deciphering pear can open the door to the world of souls.
Does that mean the next ingredient, another, exists in the world of food souls?
In Area 8, Mappy once said that in the gourmet world, there is a door that only souls can pass through.
That is the food soul door from an ancient civilization.
He introduces to them, we were originally dead people, and as souls, we can freely pass through that door. If living people want to pass through it, they really need pear, but it's unknown whether they can return from the soul world. That requires rare luck and cooking skills.
Komatsu bravely volunteers, I have a hack, I'll go first. Isn't this a scenario specifically for me? I'm here to pick up the goods.
As for the other ingredients in the full course menu, please let me rely on you all.
Komatsu was particularly resolute. But Sunny is extremely worried. If we talk about luck and cooking skills, Komatsu was indeed the #1 choice.
But it's too dangerous. In the soul world, there must be someone who attacked Kaka.
Since they attacked Kaka, they can naturally attack Komatsu. Komatsu is unarmed, how can he fight him?
The old man also feels that Komatsu going alone is unreliable.
Gourmet cell demons are also wandering there.
Among them, there are those who, even without a host, find every way to revive. If only Komatsu goes, no one can guarantee the consequences.
Komatsu was not wavering at all, this time he must go. I've already died once. It was everyone who risked their lives to save me. This time, it's my turn to risk my life.
Please let me go, let me contribute a part to everyone. Seeing Komatsu's determination, thousands of images of him and Toriko together flashed through Toriko's mind.
Komatsu used to be timid, always hiding behind me when he saw a ferocious beast. Cowardly but not afraid of work. But the Komatsu now is not cowardly and has extraordinary courage.
No longer a child who only hides behind others and cries, but a man who dares to face danger.
Toriko smiles with satisfaction. Komatsu, you've grown up. The old man thinks Komatsu's judgment is correct. Moreover, no one is more suitable than him to go to the soul world right now. Toriko asks loudly, are you saying we are completely useless?
The old man is also very helpless, it's not that you're useless.
More accurately, strength or weakness is completely meaningless.
In the soul world, compared to strength, exquisite cooking skills are more needed.
Toriko doesn't think much, blurting out, I know. Komatsu, you go. Sunny is very worried. Coco advises him to calm down and think.
Even if we aim for other ingredients in the full course menu, if we don't know the right way to catch and cook them, we still can't do anything. The old man tells him to rest assured. Because the sixth continent still has civilization.
There's a person there named Gigi. He's the one who was once called the Golden Chef. Along with Kaka and Chichi, they are all on our side.
He will definitely tell us how to cook the remaining dishes in Acacia's full course menu.
Kaka also said that Gigi had recorded all the recipes of the full course menu in some notebook.
As long as they find him, they won't have to worry about catching and cooking anymore.
Thinking of the notebook, Komatsu is impressed. Coco and Sunny are relieved after hearing the old man say that.
Thinking of Chichi, Sunny grins. It seems that a perverted Chichi is probably a lustful chef. Whatever kind of chef he is, as long as he can help, he's on our side.
The urgent matter is to find that golden chef. If we've decided, let's set off quickly.
Toriko entrusts Yuda, Demon, and the others to bring pear and the rich ingredients of this continent to the human world.
They will do the other things.
The apes call Toriko over, hoping to be given some work. If the apes are willing, Toriko also thanks them for their kindness, asking them to help at the passage.
With the Enbu apes and the members of the 0th biotope together, entrusting them will surely be flawless. But what about the camping monster in charge of transportation? An ape signals Toriko to look at the flying turd at their feet. Toriko disgustedly shakes his head. No. Absolutely not.
Flying turd is a camping monster, of very high quality, but it stinks too much.
The ingredients will be tainted. A giant figure quickly approaches Toriko. Toriko looks closely. Oh, isn't this electric shark?
Not seeing it for a few days, it not only regrew its body but also upgraded and replaced it.
Could this also be the effect of pear?
Yuda says they have a bus, which can definitely transport a large amount of ingredients.
Toriko tells Yuda that he wants to take the real pear. That thing will also be used in the 6th area. Moreover, it has to be taken to another person. Yuda doesn't know who Toriko wants to take pear to.
But the current situation is urgent, and they must reserve some pear. Kuribu says the next camping monster they will go to is the balloon turtle.
Where?
Everyone looks up and sees another thing like a hot air balloon. This thing is called a balloon turtle, a camping monster that can move freely on sea, land, and in the air. It's a safe place, and its quality is also top-notch now.
This time all the support members will go together. It can be said that they are here to pave the way for the gourmet world. Toriko thinks, the more chefs, the better. As long as they don't drag us down. Imaro confidently replies, don't talk nonsense. This trip will definitely use my abilities.
Then, they move the goods onto the balloon turtle.
The number of people going together increases.
And the corresponding ingredients and supplies also increase.
But Electric Shark seems a bit unhappy. It opens its mouth wide, constantly biting Toriko. Toriko shouts, calm down, little shark. You've brought back enough stuff. Why do I feel like you've become fiercer after getting a new model? But Electric Shark still roars angrily. While Toriko and Electric Shark are arguing, the old man tells Toriko that the cause of their civilization's destruction was the murals carved on the ruins.
The Blue Nitros, in search of important information from the murals, had infiltrated their kingdom. The monkeys in the kingdom thought Kaka had betrayed them and rebelled.
In the end, their civilization just collapsed so anticlimactically.
The old man shouts eloquently, we were completely wrong. The murals in the notebook are absolutely not unfortunate things, but for humans, apes, and Nitros to be happy and peaceful together.
It can still be like the old days, enjoying gourmet food with the apes on the continent, how happy that would be.
The corners of the old man's and everyone's eyes sparkle with tears. They thank Toriko for his appearance.
Thank you so much. Toriko turns his head back and gives them a bright smile. We will definitely save Kaka, and then have a party together.
The balloon turtle takes a deep breath, and then the balloon slowly starts to rise.
Toriko and his group stick their heads out to say goodbye to them. In the crowd, Iaie is crying like rain.
Toriko once again thanks them in his heart, and also thanks the seventh continent and Monkey King Bambina. Speaking of Bambina, he is busy playing with monkeys at the moment,
dragging along Zong and his two loyal little brothers.
As he is about to leave, 3 shadows stop him. Judging from the shadows, they are Terry, Kiss, and Queen.
They are not here to learn from a master,
but to settle old scores.
But that doesn't matter.
For them, this is both training and destiny.
Toriko and his group on the balloon turtle shout loudly, "Let's go!" with the determination to win. Another, "Here we come."
But they find that their flying speed seems unable to keep up with their momentum.
My god, this isn't flying, this is clearly floating in the air.
Balloon turtle, you're flying too slow.
At this rate, when will we get to the 6th continent?
After some time, they finally reach the central sea of Area 6. This place is often called the Black Triangle. Kiribu points at the Earth map. This place is called the Dark Sea that can swallow everything.
There was once a meteorite as large as the moon that silently disappeared in this dark sea. No one knows what happened.
Even in the gourmet world, this is one of the 10 most dangerous areas.
Toriko hears these words as if he is bragging. A meteorite as large as the moon can still silently disappear?
Coco says, although in the human world there are many seas like the Bermuda Triangle where ships and planes go missing, they cannot be compared to this mysterious sea. And swimming in this dark sea is another. It is said that after another swims by, there will be a splendid river of stars flowing through the dark world. Kiribu tells Toriko that the river of stars is sometimes very common, but most of them are the young of another. Adult another appears once every 100 years in the central area of the Black Triangle. That is also its habitat, so that is the real place to catch another. But the specific location of another in the sea is unknown, so there is a saying luck is more important than force.
In other words, I must first find a way to conquer this sea. Several people are discussing animatedly. Imaro interrupts them again, "Can I have a drop of pear?" "Just 1 drop is enough." "What do you need pear for at this time?" Imaro takes pear and points at the globe. This is a real globe developed by IGO.
Based on images obtained from satellites, it reproduces the terrain in detail. Not only the terrain, but even a gravity device is equipped. Livebearer says, "I remember this thing has a display ratio of about 1/150 million. The gourmet world has many places where satellites cannot capture images. But it's okay, it's not a loss to use pear for testing." Imara drops pear into the center of the Black Triangle area, then sticks gourmet slime mold on top. The slime mold quickly spreads on the surface of the globe, and then quickly points out a path.
Coco has heard of similar phenomena.
Amoeba-like protozoa, even in a complex maze, as long as you use bait, the slime mold will point out the most effective and suitable path.
Imaro adds, gourmet slime mold is a creature that reacts to gourmet ingredients.
And the more delicious it is, the more suitable the path it points out.
Not only that, the path it displays on the map has a very high compatibility even in the real world.
That is to say, the path pointed out by the slime mold is the best path to another.
Sunny is amazed by this strange ability. He blindly asks Imaro, "Can this thing point out the path of other ingredients?"
Imaro says nothing is impossible, as long as you know the location.
Livebearer praises, "Being able to control bacteria, what an unbelievable ability. I feel it can also be widely used in cooking dry dishes."
Imaro says in detail, there are also types of bacteria that can affect the brains of creatures. There is a type of fungus that can parasitize the heads of ants, thereby controlling their minds. In fact, there is a dark technique that uses them for cooking.
A dark technique that uses bacteria? Everyone is horrified. How can there be such a heretical dark technique? And before the gourmet festival, Pukin had brought that person. Imaro only then realized this truth. Toriko blindly asks which person. Imaro doesn't answer. Grandma Chio understands. That dark technique, could it be him? Recalling the plot, Tepe was with Pukin after waking up. So the person Imaro is talking about is Tepe.
This also shows that Tepe had already discovered the treacherous nature of his comrades.
And the mastermind behind it is obviously Joie.
While Toriko and Granny Chio were gossiping about Tepe, a sudden tornado whipped up, making the whole ship shake like a leaf. This was a horizontal tornado, with a chaotic trajectory. Livebearer spotted that this was the mother tornado, a trace left by the 8 Kings mother snake from ancient times.
Just passing by could create something so terrifying?
There's a rumor that this tornado was born from a clash between the mother snake and the 8 Kings of Area 6. In short, the culprit is definitely related to the 8 Kings. And this tornado path has been raging since ancient times.
After all, this is a no-fly zone in the gourmet world. Stop complaining. What do we do now?
The horizontal tornado rushed towards them,
fierce as if to swallow everything. Getting caught in it would mean game over.
So, they had to land in the sea. But life is not a dream, their plan to go by sea also went down the drain. The sea was now filled with countless giant whirlpools. At first glance, you couldn't tell if the island was spinning or the sea was partying. One thing was certain, landing anywhere was unsafe. This was the specialty of the sixth continent, the spinning island, an archipelago that dances non-stop due to the swift currents, nicknamed the crazy merry-go-round. Although it still looked insanely dangerous, at least it was safer than falling into the sea. However, they discovered something unbelievable: the continent was moving at breakneck speed, both spinning and flying.
What the hell? Successfully landing on a spinning and moving island, is this for real?
Everyone was on pins and needles. If they couldn't do it, the movie would end here. Moreover, if the gray sphere fell into the sea before switching to dive mode, the situation would be worse.
For a non-swimmer like Komatsu, the chances of survival were almost zero.
While everyone was scratching their heads, the island suddenly froze.
Everyone was both amazed and overjoyed. Hurry up! Seize the opportunity to get on the island.
But joy was short-lived. A monster suddenly appeared, making them lose all hope.
What is this? Capture level 1600. But don't underestimate this sea wave monster. It lunged as if to swallow everything.
While everyone was helpless, the monster's body suddenly lit up, roared, and its whole body burst into flames.
A short circuit?
But what was more amazing was that the sea waves also
caught fire. Lightning and fire? Could it be Brunch in action? Brunch and Starjun conferred. The host's weak point seemed to be its head. Ah, easy peasy.
Seawater is indeed a good conductor.
Seeing Brunch, the four heavenly kings weren't too surprised.
But seeing Starjun beside him, the four heavenly kings were stunned. Starjun,
why are you here?
Starjun was as cold as ever. Later,
they're coming again.
Dozens of other hosts were chasing them.
The group was in a panic when they heard a deep voice.
Hey!
Over here!
They turned around. On the violent sea with tornadoes and monsters, there was an oasis of peace. A leisurely Nitro was fishing. Beside him was a capture level 1800 sunfish, carelessly blowing bubbles.
Attention! There's a well behind, and a black head is sticking out of it. Guess who? Everyone curiously looked over. Brunch was confused. Who are you? What are you yelling about?
But Komatsu guessed that this must be the Golden Chef.
Gigi enthusiastically waved. I'm here to pick you up. Hurry up and get on the island.
Well, whether it was really Gigi or not, just get on the island first.
Only after landing on the island did they realize it wasn't an ordinary island.
There was a well on the island, and inside was a whole other world. In fact, the island floating on the sea was just part of a giant shell. This was the capture level 1000 camping monster.
It could create a special magnetic field, turning its surroundings into a safe zone.
Therefore, Gigi could stay inside all year round in complete safety.
Gigi sipped some tea and introduced to everyone, this is my villa. No matter how the sea roars, it's safe here. Just relax and rest. Everyone was confused, not grasping the situation. How could they relax? Komatsu bravely asked, are you the Golden Chef? Gigi-san? Starjun put down his hot soup.
The soup contained jigsaw plankton. These were plankton with a diameter of 0.1 millimeters, shaped like jigsaw pieces, creating a myriad of flavors. A single jigsaw puzzle contained hundreds of trillions of pieces. To create such a superb soup required super-level cooking skills. There was no doubt, this was the Golden Chef. As soon as Starjun finished speaking, Toriko stood before him. Did you also come under Midori's orders?
I can't think of any other reason.
Starjun smiled faintly. Don't ask me. The boss's goal has always been the full course menu.
I'm just following him. By the way, it seems you've obtained pear soup, right?
According to the boss, the gender-bending effect of pear solved some mystery.
This seems to be his personal matter. He said at the time, I understand. The enemy I need to aim my spear at. But Starjun didn't know what he had learned. He could only retell that much to Toriko.
Yuta also stepped forward to ask about the safety of the other chefs captured by the Bishokokai.
Brunch told them to rest assured, he had checked on each of them before coming.
Moreover, he had made a deal with Midora. If he collected the entire Acacia's full course menu, he would release all the chefs. But whether he would keep his word was unknown. Komatsu grinned, don't worry.
Midora will definitely keep his promise.
Seeing Komatsu so full of life, Brunch was overjoyed. He had been worried sick before.
Komatsu chatted with him for a bit, then turned to Gigi. Gigi-san, you organized that notebook, right?
Then, the two discussed the notebook.
Toriko finally realized, the notebook you're talking about is the one from the Gourmet Pyramid.
Gigi added, that's the notebook where we recorded important recipes in code. Only exceptionally talented chefs can decipher it.
Hundreds of years ago, this notebook was stolen.
But I never expected it to end up in Komatsu's hands.
Komatsu wanted to return the notebook to him. But Gigi refused, no need. Komatsu-kun has already surpassed me.
The cooking methods left behind, the blue nitro are surely waiting for an even more delicious full-course menu.
In other words, Komatsu's cooking talent can create a more delicious full-course menu. The recipes in the notebook are outdated. Coco asked him if he knew the location and cooking methods of the remaining full-course menu items.
After getting an affirmative answer, Toriko wiped their mouths. Please tell us.
The table was filled with dishes cooked by the Golden Chef. But they didn't have time to savor them.
They said so, but their plates were spotless. Those words were just polite talk.
The gourmet solar eclipse was only a month away.
They had to simultaneously collect all the remaining menu items. Knowing Toriko's goal, Gigi pondered for a moment, then opened his eyes.
Surprise!
His stylish sunglasses were on his eyebrows, and his eyes were under his mustache-like eyebrows. Toriko were also shocked. Ah, so your eyes are there.
I thought that was a mustache. Gigi ignored Toriko, glaring at each of them.
The captured difficulty of the full-course menu items varied. Choosing people with suitable personalities to capture them would increase the success rate.
Gigi asked for their names and sized them up from head to toe.
Soon, he made his decision. All members, more than half, must stay in Area 6.
Because conquering Area 6 requires a lot of people.
The 8 kings of the Black Triangle Sea is the Whale King Moon, who can swallow everything. Its power shows the level of this area, which is why more than half the manpower is needed. The other areas will be handled by elites. They're called elites, but they're really mismatched pairs. First is the 5th continent, known as the #1 food treasure of the gourmet world, the Forest of Greed. To capture the meat dish from Acacia's full-course menu, news, the best candidates are Zebra and Brunch. After all, these two hot-tempered guys are not partnering up for the first time. Next is the 4th continent, the beautiful Garden of the Floating Islands. Sunny and Libearer will go there to capture the dessert from the full-course menu, Earth.
Same old rule, whoever is ugly has to go with Sunny.
The 3rd area, a sky bridge on the Cloud continent, the best candidates are Coco and Tyran, 2 poison masters. Their target is to capture the drink from the full-course menu, Adam. Then, Toriko and Starjun will go to the 2nd continent, the continent of origin, to capture the main course from Acacia's full-course menu, God.
The member assignments are roughly like this.
If everyone succeeds, they can then go to the 1st area to get Acacia's appetizer, center, and the revival ingredient, another. Sunny, ever since he learned he had to go with Libearer, had been protesting.
But Gigi ignored him, even cheering, let's go. Sunny raised his hand, I have an objection. Brunch also chimed in, me too. Objections overruled. Look at Toriko and Starjun's team, aren't they harmonious? 2 arch-enemies have reluctantly reconciled. After finalizing the groups, Aymara used the gourmet mnemonic translocation according to Gigi's instructions to map out the route.
This was the shortest path to the ingredients. The gourmet mnemonic translocation could guide them to ingredients that gourmet hunters would take hundreds of years to find. Although its accuracy was high, this route was based on the real Earth, so abnormal weather changes could spawn terrifying monsters, which was unpredictable.
He reminded everyone to be careful.
Before leaving, Rin told Toriko to be careful.
Toriko wore the new clothes Rin gave him, thanks.
If we return safely in a month and capture God, we'll have a wedding. Rin was moved to tears.
Toriko added, the venue? Of course, it's at Komatsu's Gourmet Hotel. This also moved Komatsu to tears.
Moved is moved, but why is your face as red as a monkey's butt? Toriko called Komatsu over, I'm counting on you for the other things. The next time we meet will be when we complete our full course menu. This time, everyone was ready, and the camping monsters for each group were assigned.
Well then, let's set off. Brunch couldn't understand why he had to be teamed up with Zebra.
Zebra, on the other hand, was unfazed, business as usual. Their warship was a level 200 pufferfish, its head armed to the teeth with guns, ready for a bloodbath at any moment. Zebra casually sipped a small glass of wine, his face gleaming with excitement.
Finally, it's time to party. I was about to grow mold from boredom. Our ship is pretty dope. With it, we're probably invincible, right, Brunch? Brunch was still grumbling about not wanting to be teamed up. Why do I have to go with you?
I'm here to help Toriko hunt for stuff.
Zebra scoffed, what's it to me? I didn't decide. Come on. Let's just sip and cruise to our destination.
But joy was short-lived, the entire ship shook violently.
The pufferfish's cannons had opened fire with a bang. Brunch panicked, what's going on? Are we already fighting? Who's bold enough to challenge this giant warship? He looked out the window and saw only a supersized eye. Oh my god. What is this? Are we going to kick the bucket here?
Sunny and Libearer's steed was a level 720 walrus.
It looked quite dapper, but Sunny complained incessantly, don't you think our ship is ugly as sin? Oh wait, you're ugly too. Why is my partner in crime you, Libearer?
Since boarding the ship, Sunny had been ranting non-stop.
Livebearer was indifferent, just call me Livebearer, it's fine. Sunny was devastated, feeling deeply hurt.
Livebearer consoled him, the fifth continent is apparently the most beautiful place in the gourmet world, so that's why they chose us.
I also want to test Sunny-chan's skills sometime.
Sunny was furious, shut up.
Compared to these two bickering couples, Coco and Tyran were much more harmonious. They were leisurely riding a level 590 anglerfish, chatting away. Tyran surmised, if they chose us, the place we're going to is definitely not easy peasy.
Coco, however, thought there might be a surprise. I heard Institute Zero is on the Cloud Continent, an impregnable place.
Who knows, it might be a cool place. Let's go check it out. The final couple was Toriko and Starjune. The atmosphere was awkward. Starjune looked twice as tall as Toriko. After a long silence, Toriko finally broke the ice. Isn't Medora's order to capture another? Is it okay to be teamed up with me?
Starjune was stone-faced. He told me to assist you. Anyway, the goal is to collect the entire full course menu, so there's no difference.
But personally, I'm very interested in the spirit world. Toriko was curious, to find some ingredient?
Starjune was indifferent, I don't remember either.
Is the memory I have really mine, or is it from my gourmet cells? If it's the latter, there might be clues in the spirit world.
Toriko lamented, it seems we're just vessels for our gourmet cells. I've never eaten God, but I decided to make it the main course of my full course menu.
I decided that a long time ago. Why is that?
Maybe it wasn't me who decided, but the craving inside my body.
Starjune was silent for a moment, then asked, what happened in the last 2 years?
You've progressed by leaps and bounds. You're a completely different person now.
Toriko recalled the bloody battle, feeling nostalgic, so it's been 2 years already.
The battle with you, that single defeat, is something that thousands, tens of thousands of victories cannot compensate for. Even now, that scar still stings in my heart.
Now, the result would probably be different.
As for Gigi and Komatsu, Gigi explained, there are 4 gates to the spirit world. The first 3 are the continents that form the Black Triangle, East Continent, South Continent, and West Continent. Although each continent has a blue stone gate, the environments are all harsh. Some are surrounded by tornadoes with a radius of over 10 kilometers, others are scattered with monsters of capture level over 2000. It's not impossible to go, but it's not necessary to take such a risk. In the upcoming civilization of the 6th continent, there is the safest gate. But it is the largest and most prosperous civilization in the gourmet world, the underwater gourmet city, the Blue Restaurant. It is a supersized underwater city of master chefs. That place is no less than the human world during its golden age.
Komatsu was excited, amazing.
There's such a gourmet city deep under the sea.
Let's go quickly.
Gigi was surprised but still smiled, as long as it makes you happy. Soon, they arrived at the Black Sea, the Black Triangle. The place was pitch black, the seawater black as coffee or thick soy sauce.
Yuta thought it was more like squid ink.
Komatsu found it a bit weird to describe the sea using ingredients or spices. Gigi said it wasn't weird at all, because the Black Triangle also had a nickname, the Sea of Broth. This was the intersection of the oceans in the gourmet world. The source of the flow of flavor, and the origin of all flavors.
This sea was 30,000 meters deep, ranking 3rd in the gourmet world.
The flavor of the seawater was divided into regions like the parts of an animal, though different, there was a pattern. The deeper, the more delicious.
Some parts could be drunk directly as soup, others used as sauce.
A long time ago, many chefs could complete their entire full course menu just by being in this sea. The more Komatsu listened, the more he craved, so there are so many delicious fish and shellfish here. Not only that, the coral, shells, and rocks here can also be used to make special cooking utensils. Gigi revealed, the 7 golden utensils I used to use, which can prepare anything, are currently in this civilization.
And only those 7 utensils can prepare another. Yuta was curious, another is an ingredient from the spirit world, right?
Gigi explained in detail, the spirit world lacks flavor, so the spirits crave flavor in life.
But you can't bring the flavor of the real world into it.
But nothing is absolute, there is one flavor that can be brought into the spirit world. And that is the fish treasure in the deepest part of the Black Triangle, another. In fact, the thing that continuously creates flavor for this sea is another. In other words, another is the only bridge connecting the two worlds. Gigi lectured very seriously, but the others didn't seem to be paying attention. Nono called Komatsu to look out the window, and he saw a vibrant field of flowers. The whole world was filled with beautiful flowers. It doesn't look like a dangerous place at all.
Komatsu wondered, why did the Black Triangle light up?
The dark seabed suddenly brightened.
What's going on?
Gigi slapped his forehead, could it be the sparkling Nebula River? He looked towards the light source.
I knew it. It's the Nebula River. It's the trace of another passing by. Even if it's just a fry.
And this trace has been here for a long time. If even a fry can leave such a beautiful light and lingering fragrance, imagine how heavenly and mature another would be. Granny Chio looked at the sparkling Milky Way, sighing, so beautiful.
Is my little son watching this Milky Way somewhere?
That's why I joined the rescue team this time, to enter the gourmet world, because I heard about the spirit world.
Komatsu played dumb. Is it about your deceased son? Granny Chio looked at the sparkling Milky Way, sighing again. I'm old but I still can't sit still.
My son was frail. From birth to the age of 12, he was hooked up to tubes in the hospital. The day he was discharged, on the way to my restaurant, his condition suddenly worsened.
My only regret is that I couldn't let him taste my cooking.
My little son didn't even know the joy of eating. What flavor was, before he passed away. I wanted to let go of my son's matter, and I decided to be grateful for the past, to let go of my attachment. But I'm still unwilling. I want to cook a meal for my son and savor it together.
If this small wish can come true, even just once. For that, I would do anything. Granny Chio's story was heartbreaking. Komatsu was deeply moved.
Chin Chin was stone-faced. If you don't have enough determination, don't enter the gourmet world. At least everyone here has a strong, unshakable determination. The atmosphere was solemn, like a pep rally.
Komatsu enthusiastically shouted, "Me too! Me too! No matter what happens. I won't be scared, I won't back down. I will definitely bring another back."
Komatsu, who was full of confidence, turned around and saw a giant coral monster approaching.
There's a monster. Let's run. Match was speechless. Didn't you just say you wouldn't back down no matter what?
No choice, the situation has changed. Trash talk only works for so long. Gigi introduced, that's the Coral King, a coral giant, lured here by the fragrance of another fry. On the 6th continent, besides the 8 kings Moonwhale King, there are 7 kings you shouldn't get close to, called the 7 beasts. Each has a capture level far exceeding 4,000. Simply put, the ecosystem of the 6th continent is maintained by the balance of power between the Whale King and the 7 beasts.
Nono looked out the window. Hey, is that coral giant chasing us? Komatsu was worried. In a place with such terrifying monsters, is there really a civilization? A black shadow loomed closer, speaking gloomily.
Komatsu was scared out of his wits by the sudden voice. Whoa!
What is that?
Little Black stared with dazed eyes,
looking innocently at him. Gigi smiled. See? Let me introduce you.
He is the slime leader, the stone spirit.
He insisted on coming with me to pick you up.
Gigi was about to say more but was silenced by the slime. The slime shushed him.
Gigi was confused. What's wrong?
They'll find out sooner or later.
What's wrong with saying it now? Alright, I get it. Komatsu and Nono were confused. Who is it, anyway?
Gigi changed the subject. We're almost there.
That's the roof of the civilization.
Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, a giant shell that could blot out the sky. This was the largest shell in the world, the giant shell.
Its area was actually 10 million square kilometers. And within it was the prosperous civilization of the 6th continent, Blue Grill, also known as the Blue Restaurant. This seashell is freaking huge. A quick scan around wasn't enough to take in its entirety.
Before Komatsu and the group could even be amazed, the seashell slowly opened. Gigi shouted loudly, "Hurry up!
Get in now!"
The giant seashell flipped its lid, releasing countless tiny air bubbles. At first glance, it seemed to want to swallow them all. Behind them, the coral giant was still in hot pursuit. Once inside, the seashell quickly closed.
The group wasn't eaten. Instead, they had found their destination.
This was the underwater gourmet city, a Blue Grill restaurant. The dense towns and crowded streets did not hide the prosperity of this place. Stretching from the beach were rows of residential houses and shops. Even in the human world, it was unlikely to see such a sight. The group was overjoyed, eager to go ashore. However, the coral giant that had followed them had no intention of letting them go. It suddenly burst out of the water. Just as it was roaring fiercely, the roar abruptly stopped. The group watched in astonishment as its entire body was cut into small, neat, square blocks. This was definitely not the work of an ordinary person. At that moment, a two-headed bird with a large basket around its neck flew by, scooped up a full basket of the fragments, and flew back as if on a mission. Everyone couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. The huge and ferocious coral giant was taken care of in an instant. Yuda could feel that this slash came from a very distant place. To be able to cut so neatly from such a distance, without a doubt, the person who did it was a godly chef.
Yuda added, that person is terrifyingly strong.
However, Chin Chin and Chio didn't seem to care.
Hee, since they helped us, it must be a welcome, right? This way of greeting is quite special. But speaking of which, if the coral giant wasn't dealt with, we probably would have been goners, right? Komatsu was overjoyed.
There's such a skilled chef here, I must go see immediately.
Shichi laughed loudly, ho ho ho. You seem happy, huh? Besides President Ichiryu, you're the first person to be this happy. What? President Ichiryu has been here before? Yes, that was hundreds of years ago. Hearing the name Ichiryu, Slime angrily clenched his fist, muttering, Ichiryu. Ichiryu. Komatsu noticed his strangeness and quickly asked, what's wrong? Slime-san? Slime turned his head and said, you have to call me Don, it's Don, or Donslaw for short. Komatsu didn't quite understand, but he obediently agreed. Damala asked, are we the second guests after President Ichiryu? Gigi replied, no. 2 years ago, this country's investigation team brought 3 people. Or rather, carried them here, because all 3 were about to kick the bucket then. Shin pushed up his glasses and hummed with a knowing look. Walking on the street, the group was even more amazed. This place was incredibly lively, like an early morning market. The streets were lined with shops, and people were bustling about. Gigi seemed to be a regular here. The shopkeepers all warmly greeted him. The ingredients in the shops were countless, making one's eyes dazzle. This place was even livelier and more prosperous than the demon world. A casual glance could reveal good things, for example, the original puffer whale, a treasure rarely seen in the human world. Nono called Komatsu to look quickly, there was a chef showing off on the other side. That chef's hands were as fast as lightning, he could manage 6 woks by himself. Moreover, each wok was cooking a different dish. One person doing many things was already impressive, but after finishing, he threw the dish straight into the sky. And the dish flew straight up the mountainside, landing precisely on a plate on a table. This was no longer in the realm of culinary arts, it was clearly martial arts and magic. Have you ever seen a 10-meter-long frying pan? Komatsu followed Nono's gaze. Oh my god. That pan is terrifyingly long. Kairu saw the secret at a glance, this 10-meter-long pan starts with low heat at the handle, medium heat in the middle, and high heat at the farthest end. There are ridges in the pan like terraced fields, which can conveniently move the utensils while cooking. Spices flow in from a groove on the handle. It's really a good thing. The pot-making expert and the second-generation knife master Melk also stopped by. The kitchen utensils here are very creative and practical. Gigi looked at the group walking back and forth and sighed, they are truly chefs and craftsmen. They are completely immersed in the unprecedented cooking methods and kitchen utensils. This made Match unhappy. He didn't know how to cook, nor did he know whether the kitchen utensils were good or bad, so he could only mutter, we really lose to them. We're starving and want to eat soon. Right. Gourmet Night, he turned to look at Aimaru. It's a pity, the Gourmet Knight has never had any special need for food. So Match became even more annoyed. Komatsu and the crowd exclaimed in surprise, hey! This seems to be burning. He couldn't stand the sight, so he ran to help without the owner's permission. Match wanted to tell Komatsu not to meddle in other people's business, but at this moment, Komatsu was immersed in the joy of cooking, how could he hear what he was saying? Gigi opened his eyes and told Match, if they want to go to the backworld, sooner or later they have to show their cooking skills. Right, Leader Don? Don nodded frantically upon hearing this. Salama also showed off his superb knife skills. Yuda, not to be outdone, acted as his assistant, the shopkeeper thanked them and then was taught a lesson, you can't let a customer wait for even a second. They also took turns finding places to show off their skills. Chio had no intention of sitting still. She looked into the distance, this old lady also has to pay it back a little. At this moment, 2 people wearing masks were resting on a high mountain. Are they guests? Here to offer their lives? Hee, if they have no cooking skills, they will eventually just become new hosts for the spirits. At this moment, the coral giant quickly rushed out of the basket. It seems he has the ability to regenerate, directly regenerating from a state of being cut into pieces. But the moment he was about to rush at the 2, he turned into neat square blocks again. Both of them felt it, it was a long-range attack. Just like the move they had made earlier. Cutting into blocks from such a distance, it seems he's also a godly one. Chio swung her knife without any hesitation. It needs to be cut thinner. It probably can't regenerate now, right? She even conveniently pressure-pointed him. Chin asked Chio if she wanted to go over and see. Gigi was now at ease. It seems they don't need to prove their talent anymore. And the one wearing the grinning monkey mask said sinisterly, interesting. Gather all the members. Who are they? Don't be in a hurry, we'll talk about it slowly later. The news of Komatsu and the other chefs showing off their skills quickly spread throughout Blue Grill restaurant. People were chattering, all wanting to see these experts from the human world. Damala and the others followed Gigi to the Northwest restaurant. The number of seashells in front and the liveliness of the restaurant are an affirmation of its taste. To put it bluntly, the number of seashells is equivalent to the stars people often talk about. Here, the highest level is 10 seashells. The chef's rank is also calculated by seashells. Wapitora was eating greedily and was surprised, why is there beef in the deep sea? Are there farms here? Gigi said again, farms are just a small thing.
The land animals that have multiplied in nature have long since built an independent ecosystem in this deep sea area.
This is the Blue Grill restaurant. So this seashell is even more amazing. It's almost no different from the human world. There is day, there is night. Everyone has their own job, there are even administrative agencies and laws. 500 million people live and work in peace and prosperity. The second generation Milk was curious, why can such a prosperous civilization develop here? Gigi said, it's thanks to the gourmet spirits. Of course, everything has two sides. The sun is about to set. However, that's just the glowing part of the seashell dimming, this seashell is still alive. As soon as it gets dark, you will understand the secret of this civilization. While everyone was chatting, Komatsu was in the toilet unleashing the flood. And outside the toilet, an innocent little boy was anxiously waiting. The little boy's name was Chaco, and he was about to not be able to hold it in anymore. He shouted loudly, I can't hold it in anymore. Please come out quickly. Komatsu finished his business, feeling refreshed in body and mind, and walked out of the toilet. Oh, that was great. I ate a little too much. Seeing the child in front of him, Komatsu boasted, hey, do you know where the waste in this civilization's toilets is discharged? The child now only wanted to go to the toilet, how could he care about these things anymore? He impatiently shouted, how would I know? It's probably discharged directly into the sea. Get out of the way, uncle. Hearing the word uncle, Komatsu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What did you call me? Uncle? Am I really that old? But thinking about it, he was almost 29 years old, indeed at the age to be called uncle. But he had always been treated like a child and protected by everyone, so he couldn't bear the shock for a moment. The child hurriedly opened the toilet door, muttering, I heard a chef from the human world has come. I have to go get his autograph quickly. But first, I have to go to the toilet. But as soon as he stepped in, the smell made him retreat. It stinks. Oh my god. What did you do in there, uncle? Komatsu immediately turned red, it's not me. The smell is from that thing hanging around your neck. The smell is so strong. It looks like a sea urchin, what on earth is it? Chaco picked it up and asked in surprise, Uncle. You don't know? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of splashing water. Komatsu was also stunned. The child couldn't make it to the toilet and wet himself on the spot. This time, it really couldn't be explained. Chaco and Komatsu got acquainted. Chaco heard that he came from the human world and looked incredulous. I heard a talented chef has arrived. Uncle, no, Komatsu, you don't look like one at all. Komatsu was a little upset, insisting on being called by his name, didn't you say uncle? I remember Blue Grill restaurant has many skilled chefs? Chaco said, there are many chefs here. And my dream is to become a chef who can single-handedly run a restaurant. After speaking, he showed Komatsu his collection of autographs from 5 seashells chefs. They are the only 5 chefs here who have 10 seashells restaurants, the heroes of this country. Komatsu naturally wanted to meet these people too. Chaco held the autograph book and carefully observed Uncle's signature. He didn't finish his sentence before retracting it, forget about your signature, Uncle. After all, you're just Komatsu. Komatsu was hurt again. But that wasn't important. He was curious what the stinky thing hanging around Chaco's neck was. It looks like some kind of ingredient. Chaco said, this is a protective charm called sea urchin charm. As he finished speaking, he looked up and saw a giant monster appear behind Komatsu. Once night falls, Blue Grill restaurant has a situation, monsters will appear. That's why Chaco kept complaining and wanted to go home early. Seeing the boy crying miserably, Komatsu was a little panicked. Monsters? You mean spirits? That's right. This sea urchin charm has a special rotten smell that can ward off evil spirits. Komatsu looked around. It was starting to get dark. The pedestrians on the road had indeed thinned out a lot. But now was not the time to talk about these things. Chaco pointed to the huge monster behind him. Komatsu. You don't have a protective charm, you'll be possessed. Komatsu was so scared that his eyes rolled back. What should I do now? Run. The two, without another word, turned and ran in sync. In a corner, a person wearing a mask peeked out. Shinshin, Chio, and Kuribo were still walking outside at this time. They called it strolling, but they were actually looking for something. Seeing a familiar figure, they immediately chased after him. Director! It's good that you are safe and sound. Shinshin shouted. The other person turned his head, looking at them with a face full of doubt. Shinshin was surprised. Who are you? At this moment, a figure in the corner called Shin, come here quickly. The two looked over, it was Tak again. At the 7 Seashells restaurant, Yuda and the others looked at the gourmet spirits flying all over the sky and finally understood the secret they had been talking about. These gourmet spirits appeared at night, so it was particularly deserted here at night. Looking at the strangely shaped gourmet spirits, Rin couldn't help but tease, "This looks more like a monster, doesn't it?"
At this moment, a person wearing a mask came over. His name was Mary, and he was a chef here. He sighed, "Even though the restaurant probably has protective charms, it seems the gourmet spirits are also very interested in you. Please rest assured, as long as everyone is alive and kicking, you won't be possessed by the gourmet spirits.
But in the back world, it's a different story.
If you don't have the guts to lose your soul, don't even think about coming to the back world." Then he immediately changed his tone, "Even if you have the guts, if you don't have the cooking skills, you're not allowed to pass.
If you get your body taken over, we're the ones who will be in trouble."
Mary pointed out, Leader Slime has also agreed.
"So that's okay, right?" Gigi propped up his chin and said casually, "Whatever."
Hearing Gigi say that, Mary's aura became several times stronger.
He challenged the whole group, "I want to see your skills. Please compete in a cooking competition with the best chefs of this country. Your opponents are the 5 great masters of Blue Grill Restaurant."
Mary announced that the competition would take place tomorrow at Grill Stadium.
Speaking of competitions between chefs, one couldn't help but mention Komatsu. It's just that Komatsu was still running for his life with Cheiko. After running for a while, Cheiko let out a scream, making Komatsu quickly ask him what was wrong. "Oops. I forgot to get my underwear. Oh my god.
Such a small thing.
Let's run first. Look, the monster is catching up again." But Cheiko didn't listen to Komatsu's advice and even deliberately went back into the encirclement of the monsters to get his underwear.
It could be seen that this underwear had a significant meaning to him. The two ran panting for a long time before stopping.
Cheiko kept explaining to Komatsu, "It's not underwear. I did that to get back the autographs of the 5 great masters.
This is my treasure." After looking at the autographs, Cheiko pulled Komatsu and ran away again.
Komatsu followed him into a small alley and then to a slum. The scene here was completely different from the outside.
People in rags and tatters leaned dejectedly against the exposed walls.
Komatsu was extremely surprised. How can there be such a place in such a bustling port city? Moreover, looking closely, their faces were all covered with masks. What on earth is this?
Cheiko told Komatsu to follow, then led him to a pile of pipes that looked like sewer pipes.
This shabby pile of pipes was Cheiko's home. At the door, an uncle greeted Cheiko, "You're back." Cheiko immediately happily introduced Komatsu's origin. Komatsu also shyly greeted him.
The uncle noticed that Komatsu didn't have a sea urchin charm and told him not to wander around at night.
"There's a lot going on tonight.
It's best to stay here for another night." His voice was gloomy, and his face was covered with a scary mask. At first, Komatsu didn't pay much attention, but when he was about to enter the door and turned his head to look at him, Komatsu felt a chill down his spine.
Cheiko advised him not to mind, that uncle was always there.
"Don't look at the shabby pipe house from the outside, it looked quite spacious inside."
Cheiko said this was a renovated abandoned drainpipe.
His mother also lived with him, but she had gone to work.
Speaking of his mother, Cheiko had a few more points of pride.
He said his mother was a chef, participating in a major national plan. He heard that her cooking was superb. He also wanted to quickly become a chef who could single-handedly run a restaurant and then participate in that plan.
Komatsu smiled and said, "It would be great if you could work with your mother. Oh, let me cook for you today. But before that, I have to let everyone know." Komatsu did as he said. The super chef started cooking. Cheiko was so happy he almost fainted. Great. He wants to taste the skills of a chef from the human world. Komatsu immediately entered the cooking state.
His godly vegetable cutting skills made Cheiko freeze.
How can there be such an amazing way to cut vegetables?
It's just that the ordinary knife couldn't keep up with his technique. The tattered knife was quickly chipped. But it didn't matter. Komatsu's apron was a special sharpening stone apron from the 2nd generation milk. Just a few rubs and he had a sharp knife as good as new.
This apron is really convenient. It probably has considerable defensive capabilities. Right? Komatsu explained while cooking.
Soon, a table of food was ready.
Seeing such a sumptuous dinner, Cheiko couldn't help but want to dig in immediately. But Komatsu shouted, "Stop.
You have to say a sincere thank you before you can eat.
Say it after me once. Facing all the ingredients in the world, express your gratitude. Sincere thanks."
It was the first time Cheiko had heard that he had to do this. Komatsu blushed and explained, "This is a famous saying from the world's #1 gourmet hunter."
Although Cheiko didn't quite understand, he still indulged Komatsu and said it once. Then the two happily feasted. But as soon as Cheiko took a bite, he was unhappy and pouted, "What is this? It's not very delicious." Komatsu was horrified. How could this be?
This was the first time he had received such a low rating.
But it didn't matter. Komatsu didn't mind much.
After the meal, the two played for a while before turning off the lights and going to sleep.
Cheiko quickly fell asleep. Komatsu looked at the soundly sleeping Cheiko and thought about many things.
At Chin Chin's place, they were sitting around a fire eating barbecue.
Seeing Tak, they were already very happy. It's good that you alone are safe and sound. It was clear that they had already talked. Now they sighed, soul trading or something, it's hard to believe. Is that true? Tak calmly explained, the Goro tribe are the survivors of ancient gourmet mages who summoned gourmet spirits. This is information obtained after talking with the gourmet spirits. It's definitely not wrong. Chio said, there are other souls parasitic in the bodies of the prison director and Lala.
This Chin Chin can understand. It's just that I don't know why they all wear those strange masks.
Tak said, the dark spirit world has no day.
It's a world without the concept of time and space, a pitch-black world. Therefore, the revived spirits have to wear masks for a while, otherwise they won't be able to live because of the dazzling light.
Kuribo didn't understand what the so-called plan was, even to the point of not hesitating to trade souls. What on earth did they want to do? Tak replied, it's to develop a completely new taste.
Sooner or later we will have to participate in that plan for our purpose.
It might be as early as tomorrow that we can participate.
But we have to win the final match first. The next day, when the sun shone into the pipe house, Komatsu was still sleeping soundly. It's just that his side was empty. The uncle wearing the mask slowly approached the sleeping him, then quietly sat in front of his head. Dirty liquid flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Accompanied by a gurgling sound, it slowly dripped into his mouth.
Komatsu suddenly opened his eyes.
Seeing no strange uncle beside him, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Was it a dream?
But Cheiko had really disappeared. He hurriedly ran out to find Cheiko and even asked the uncle sitting at the door if he had seen Cheiko.
The uncle slowly said, he was taken away. It was forced collection. Cheiko is also like his mother, having to sell his soul?
The uncle's words made Komatsu confused.
What on earth is he talking about? Can souls be sold? What happened to Cheiko's mother?
At the grill stadium of Blue Grill restaurant, this place was packed like ants.
It was like a festival.
Balloons flew all over the sky, and the endless cheers showed the liveliness and importance of this place. On the 10th basement floor of the grill stadium, in the lounge of the five great masters, Asaruti, who had a stunning appearance after taking off his mask, was choosing books from the bookshelf. He used the quantum reading method. Reading books in seconds, so he had to take about 2 books at a time. Just a glance and he knew the content of the book. A moment later, he had finished reading the 2 books, then stretched and lay on the chair in thought. At this moment, the head chef of the deep-sea seaweed restaurant, Condor, came over.
He happily shouted, everyone! The top is packed to the brim. What a lively atmosphere of millions of tons. Even the 10 stars have gathered. Such a magnificent scene, is it seen once every few decades or every few hundred years? Meimei said unhappily, Condor. The door is too bright, and you are too noisy. Condor didn't care about his teasing. Hey, Meimei, what do you think? Meimei couldn't help but turn around and say seriously to him, good. If you open the door, you have to close it. This is the 23,652nd time I've reminded you. If you do it again next time, I'll throw you into the spice pot. Condor quickly said, oops, no, Meimei. I mean, what do you think of this? Kakino advised Meimei not to waste his words. You can see old age at 3, a habit of living for thousands of years, no matter what you say, he won't change. But I didn't expect him to remember how many times he had said it. No one is paying attention to me again. Condor then turned to Asaruti lying on the chair and said, how amazing is the chef from the human world? The chef you saw, what on earth, why are you crying? Asaruti shed 2 streams of hot tears, making Condor stunned. The head chef Picnic advised him to behave himself and not to provoke Asaruti. She's reading a book. It's best to stay away from her. She's immersed in that book. Condor thought, what book could make Asaruti cry? The name of the book is Marilyn's Pot. It seems to be a good book. Picnic had an impression of this book. Isn't that the moving work of more than 500 pages by Melisman? Melisman is a writer in the human world. That book seems to be the book brought by a young man from the human world 216 years ago, right? Ha? A young man? This guy seems to be an old man? That old man Ichiryu, is he even stronger than the big boss? And he's a borrowed talent from the human world. Looks like, these imported chefs this time are no joke. Well, he was brought here by a super chef after all. The hype is real. Asaruti opened his eyes and coldly stated, your constant yammering in my ear is getting on my nerves. I'm the one who called the ST10 members, so do me a favor and shut your mouth. Condor leaned in close, so that means this match is going to be a real spectacle, right? Faced with this intentional trolling, Asaruti's mood dropped, and he couldn't take it anymore. How many times do I have to tell you? One more word, and I'll deal with you. Condor, however, seemed to be looking for some fun, and with a mischievous grin, he said, deal with me? Who even uses such an old-fashioned word these days? Come on, come on.
We can be revived anyway, ha. Asarudi's voice was full of impatience. If you're so eager to die, I'll oblige.
How about a few 10,000 times? Pumba's picnic party.
Asarudi had just finished the second book, and her emotions were all over the place, her mood as gloomy as a pot of chives. No wonder her mood was so bad now. Mei, on the other hand, was impressed by young talent, and the sheer richness of their emotions made him incredibly envious. Kakino stood up from her chair. She had also read this book.
But she couldn't remember the content anymore.
While they were shooting the breeze, a staff member opened the door and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen,
please get ready.
It's almost your turn to take the stage."
Outside the hall, the MC was hyping up the audience. Is your white rice ready?
Everyone raised their full bowls of rice, cheering loudly. We're ready to eat our fill.
Let's get started. We're starving.
In other places, people might be looking for drama, but here, all they had to do was wait for the feast to begin. The MC passionately announced, a dish made from the 5 grade 10 scallops. Just the smell alone, without even looking, is enough to knock out 10 bowls of rice. Such a top-tier rice-bringing chef is truly a rare find. Not only the audience in the hall, but people all over the country watching the live broadcast were also holding their rice bowls, licking their lips in anticipation of the moment it would begin.
Thanks to the MC's hyping, the atmosphere was at its peak.
Yuda and his group were stunned by the fiery atmosphere of the scene. This stadium can probably hold 30,000 people. To build such a magnificent stage in such a short time, from yesterday to today, is truly top-notch.
Gigi explained, the telecommunications infrastructure here is as fancy as in the human world.
All the people already knew about this from the gourmet tabloid. Kairo pointed to some people in the stands. Who are those big shots sitting so calmly? The spiritual judges, or ST10 for short, are 10 experienced cooking judges. They are all connoisseurs from both the spirit world and the real world. They are the judges who will decide the winner today. All 10 of them are present, which is truly a rare find. The group didn't care much about their identities, but they were very curious why the slime leader was the most prominent, looking like the big boss. Gigi told them not to overreact. Actually, Dawn is the king of this green restaurant. As soon as the words were out, the whole group was stunned.
He's the king here? He looks so plain.
Gigi continued to explain, although he is a slime now, and some people have never seen his face, he is definitely a symbol of this civilization, a king recognized by all the people. Moreover, this time, the one who wants to enjoy your skills the most is the slime leader.
It's about to start. Have you decided on your 5 contestants? Yuda quickly looked for Komatsu and Chio, hoping they could take the stage.
However, the reality was that Komatsu was still missing in action. Mrs. Chio was on her way, but it was unclear if she would make it in time.
Yuda sighed, there's no other choice. While we wait, let's go up first. Kairu, Wabutora, Damalus, Nono, you guys get ready. At this moment, Komatsu was anxiously looking for Cheiko.
The old man's words about selling his soul had left him completely confused. The old man trembled and began to speak. This country has a long history of soul trading. The useless are despised, looked down upon, and then replaced by more elite souls.
Our ancestors were originally slaves of the nitro. The gourmet cells that were forced into their bodies back then, the genes of our ancestors and mothers, are still inherited. This has both its pros and cons. The con is that the genes of those who couldn't fuse with gourmet cells have been passed down through generations like a scar. Most of the abnormal people are like this. Don't you find it strange? Why was a civilization with such a tragic fate built so prosperously? From the clues about the poor, soul trading, and genetic inheritance, Komatsu guessed, could it be due to soul trading? The old man didn't deny it. Here, the disabled cannot receive the education and treatment they desire. For the state, instead of wasting effort on such people, it's better to replace them with more elite souls from the start. Most of the slum residents, after their souls are replaced, have joined the state's project, being forced to work there, and it never ends. In this way, they can have an endless supply of labor. Thinking of Cheiko's words, Komatsu quickly asked, Cheiko's mother also joined that project, right? Was her soul replaced? What exactly is that project? The old man sighed and continued to reminisce. The slum residents have their blood drawn randomly every 6 months for a detailed health check. Those with abnormal signs are forcibly detained, and their souls are used for trading. Cheiko's mother's eyesight was not good. After giving birth to Cheiko, she was almost blind. To raise Cheiko, she always tried to hide this. But 6 months ago, her secret was discovered, and she was also detained. Cheiko still doesn't know about his mother's eyes. He is still waiting for his mother to come back. Unfortunately, his mother will probably never come back. Thinking of Cheiko calling out mom in his sleep, Komatsu's heart ached. If Cheiko's mom can't come back, what about Cheiko? Will his soul also be replaced? The old man replied, if there's nothing wrong with the body, it won't be replaced. But Cheiko's sense of smell and taste are very poor. At this point, Komatsu understood why Cheiko had such a strong reaction in the bathroom earlier and why he complained that his cooking was not good. It turns out that could be a sign of his abnormal sense of smell and taste.
To confirm this, Komatsu asked the old man to taste the soup he had cooked last night. The old man sipped the soup and muttered, "This is yours."
Komatsu, while getting dressed, asked, "The taste is definitely fine, right? Cheiko most likely has a taste disorder.
Please tell me where Cheiko was taken." The old man first asked for Komatsu's name, then said, "Cheiko was taken to the permanent detention center on top of Conch Mountain." But he said a cryptic sentence, "Souls like mine, lost in what is called eternity, are the true darkness of this civilization.
Let me tell you, the entire secret of this country." At this moment, Nono's communication finally came through. Komatsu finally learned about the cooking competition.
But whether to go or not was another matter.
Right now, he wanted to know what happened to Cheiko more.
The chefs from the human world and the green restaurant had been selected. The human world sent out the old man Yuta, who specialized in medicinal cuisine, the ninja Kairu, Wabutora, and the curry master Damalis, along with Nono. On the green restaurant side, without a doubt, it was the 5 great 10 scallops representing their highest level.
The 5 of them were all geniuses of the 10 scallop restaurant.
Nono rarely appeared on such a big stage this time and was a bit startled by the cheers in the stadium.
Kairu also sighed, "It seems we're being treated as enemies." Damalis told them not to be nervous, "After all, we are chefs from a 10-star restaurant, how can we be intimidated by such small matters?"
The slime leader stood on high, looking at the entire stadium with an expectant expression.
The hype is real. Which side will win in the end?
Asaruti had been searching for that person in the crowd ever since she came on stage, the Mrs. Chio who had shown her skills in front of them that day.
Condor was extremely excited and asked if that person was there.
Asaruti said that person was not present, but he could feel that there were masters like clouds here.
Unlike the tense Asaruti, Condor was completely looking down on Yuda's group. What's this?
It turns out they're all supporting roles. While he was smugly bragging, Asaruti felt a cold chill. Black flames enveloped him, pulling him into a soul-refining furnace where there was no sunlight, feeling like he could never get back up.
This suffocating feeling emanated from those 5 people. His intuition told him that these people were no joke.
Mei woke up the dazed Asaruti and asked what was wrong with her, if she had seen through the final result of the match. Asaruti's current state was not good, she could guess a few things.
Everything has its laws.
For Asaruti, who read 10,000 books a year, predicting the course of a match was not strange. It seems the situation is not good.
Condor was completely unconcerned and even boldly declared, "One-on-one is too troublesome. How about I go up and put on a show?"
Asaruti advised him to calm down and said sternly, "I'm not kidding.
The match might go in a direction that even I can't predict. If you underestimate the enemy,
the ones who will fall into the soul-refining furnace might be us." Condor glanced at him, "I bet no one's watching this cheesy script."
Even if you think with your brain, you know it can't be this script.
While they were talking, a path opened up in the crowd.
A lovely coffin ran out.
It was said that this was the refrigerator of the food spirit world, which could store extinct ingredients. Its appearance showed that in this match, they would see extinct ingredients they had never known before.
Mei said, "Damn slime leader. Did he really get permission from the food spirit world?"
Kakino also trolled, although both sides are cooking ingredients they've never seen before, which makes it fairer.
But no matter what, the winner of this match will be us.
After all, we can hear the voices of the food spirits, while they can't do anything, not even knowing how they lost, and in the end, they can only curse their own incompetence, regretting coming here.
Both sides were ready. Several holes opened up in the ceiling, and several ropes came down.
The central ground of the hall was like a lid being opened and lifted.
A guy ran up and flipped the ignition switch. Immediately, flames erupted on the stage.
No, not ordinary flames, but like soul swaying. To be precise, this was the soul furnace of the food spirits.
The flames are burning. Not resentment, its fuel is not gas or electricity, but souls yearning to survive, a fierce gluttony. Ladies and gentlemen,
the soul furnace, a specialty of the Gourmet Stadium, has been lit.
What's with the fire in the soul furnace?
Rin worriedly covered her face, this furnace looks so haunting. Imara told them to look quickly, as something else was falling. The MC hurriedly ran towards the crab coffin and saw it slowly blow a bubble, like a soap bubble, gradually rising and finally stopping in midair. Then, the crab coffin opened its lid, and from inside jumped out several beautifully shaped, divine fish. The fish, blown out of the bubble, could swim freely as if in water. The shiny scales and incredible vitality of the fish amazed the entire hall.
The first dish is fish? What kind of fish is this, anyway? How do you even cook it? Everyone was racking their brains. Completely baffled. The MC explained, this rare fish is called a leaf fish.
In the first round, the side that cooks this fish more deliciously will win. This species went extinct about 15,000 years ago, once living in the multi-gravity valley on the 5th continent, an extremely rare type. Even back then, it was a super special dish that few people got to taste. Not to mention cooking it, just catching it was incredibly difficult. Faced with this high-end fish they had never seen before, how to catch and cook it, bringing out its maximum flavor, was truly a great challenge to the chef's imagination and skills.
Yuta and the others looked at the shiny water ball. Is that a fish pond? It feels like that bubble is like a fish pond. But the liquid inside is probably not water. Yuta thought, that's not a normal space either. So, before cooking, we have to find a way to get it out first. Yuta thought for a moment, then said he would go on stage first. He turned around and called for Milk the second. Milk. My kitchen knife, I'm counting on you. Milk replied, is that the universal kitchen knife my father sharpened? It's ready. Condor looked at the live swimming fish, drooling. The big fish looks delicious. I want to try it right now. Kakino sneered in disgust, Condor is so gross. Mei said, to be able to drool so much, that's truly enviable. Condor remained arrogant, let me go see, watch me handle it in a flash. As soon as he finished speaking, his muscles tensed, his eyes suddenly widened, and he charged straight towards the leaf fish. The moment he touched the water ball, his whole body was sucked in. The space inside was completely different from the outside, gravity of different intensities acted from all directions, as if being pulled into a deep abyss under a waterfall, his body spinning, completely unable to find balance. Don laughed and said, there is no concept of gravity in the spirit world. You have to cook precisely in that environment. If you can't adapt immediately, even if you can enter the spirit world, it's useless. Condor tried to maintain his balance, then saw the leaf fish open its mouth wide, as if wanting to swallow him. Is this thing a carnivorous fish? Such a big mouth. Condor focused his power in his palm, creating something like a space, and with a single swing, he blocked the leaf fish's mouth full of sharp teeth. Look closely. In this match, no matter how you think about it, I, who have experienced the spirit world many times, have the upper hand. Condor in a flash completed the pressure point strike, easily catching the leaf fish. Seeing Condor showing off his skills, the audience in the stadium erupted. Amazing. He perfectly struck the pressure points of a dish he'd never seen before. He's truly one of the 5 great 10 scallops. A young genius, Condor said he was no longer young, but my experience is super invincible. On the other side, Yuta also received his knife. He said, I'm 124, probably much younger than you. My name is Yuta. Ever since I fought with Setsuno and Mrs. Chio, I never thought I would face an opponent older than me. Yuta's voice was calm and composed, and behind him was the unconscious leaf fish. How exciting. I've caught it too. Let's start cooking. Condor was a little shocked, he also completed the pressure point strike? That's unbelievable. Seeing that Yuta seemed to be a formidable opponent, Condor introduced himself, 124 years old is still just a child? I'm Condor, I've lived for over 3,000 years, I can't remember my specific age anyway. Yuta advised, you'd better try to remember. A small mistake could be the reason you lose to a child. The MC received Yuta's information and shouted excitedly, he is Yuta. The 1mm medicinal cuisine master. Condor scoffed, I don't care if you're a few or whatever. Let's have an unforgettable match. But I'm forgetful. So please, you must make a super invincible dish. Yuta's performance surprised the whole hall. After the MC saw the detailed information, he realized that this was the head chef of a 10-star restaurant in the human world. The MC even exposed his entire menu on the spot. The dishes on the menu were all very common, with the highest level being only in the 20s. It wasn't just Condor who looked down on him, even a random person from the gourmet world wouldn't think he was anything special. Condor was amazed, what's this? This menu is so poor. Aren't the levels too low? Don't make me angry. Yuta looked down on the capture level means nothing. Everyone's menu is neither good nor bad. Each person has their own recipe. Which is the most perfect work for them. I also had a companion. My menu contains his wishes, it's an invincible menu that is second to none. Condor indifferently replied, humph. Is that so? I'm not interested in tasting it anyway, whether it's delicious or not doesn't matter. While the two were having a war of words, the crab coffin used its claws to cut the fish pond. Yuta and Condor, each at one end, were separated into 2 spaces, then fell into the blazing soul furnace. Delamas and the others were extremely nervous. At this rate, both of them will fall into the soul furnace. But it was a competition, after all, how could it be so simple and brutal? While everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the horrifying scene to happen, a seesaw appeared on the soul furnace. This is the seesaw kitchen. Both ends of it were kitchens, and the heavier end would tilt down. If you can't finish the dish quickly, cook it, and leave, you will sink into the soul furnace with the kitchen. This is a battle of cooking speed. The fire in the furnace burned stronger and stronger, and the flames, like demons, constantly flew out. The staff member who lit the fire just realized something was wrong, and was pulled into the furnace by a large flame, letting out a painful scream. The audience screamed in fear.
Seeing the man struggling weaker and weaker, the scream suddenly stopped. His mask had fallen off, revealing a face that had been drained of life force. Everyone was shocked that such an accident happened on the scene.
The gluttony of the souls has devoured even the life force? How terrifying. The MC was even more excited. He shouted, "See? If you fall in, you die. In this fire, I'm afraid no one can escape." Condor still scoffed. "This is a bit cheating. Making him compete in speed with a master like me, isn't that not giving the opponent a way out?"
He created another space. "This is my teleportation kitchen." It seemed he wanted to escape the soap bubble of the crab coffin.
Damilus zoomed in with his right eye's lens, wanting to see more clearly.
The MC held the ST's information and read to everyone, "It takes quite a lot of effort to eat this fish.
The outer layer, like a water bubble, is a multi-gravity space.
It's said that this fish lives in such an environment."
Although the two seemed to be standing very normally, from the kitchen utensils around them, it could be seen that this space was like a washing machine.
Constantly spinning, a special space with gravity pulling from all directions. This fish could not survive if it escaped this space. To maintain the maximum freshness and deliciousness of the leaf fish, it must, of course, be prepared in its most original preservation environment.
Yuda carefully observed the fish's body. "These scales look like leaves.
Let's get a closer look. Aren't these herbs? The strong bitter taste of this plant has preserved the fish's freshness. To cook the fish meat, I'm afraid I have to find a way to remove these leaves. Moreover, looking at the neat arrangement, perhaps the leaves must be picked in order." With hundreds of licenses to cook special dishes, the experienced Yuda, relying on his experience, deduced how to cook the leaf fish. Finding out how to cook dishes you've never known before is very difficult, but it doesn't take too much time. He just breathed a sigh of relief when his end of the seesaw suddenly sank. The seesaw kitchen tilted, which showed that Condor's progress was faster. At this time, he had already processed half of the dish he'd never seen before. The person next to him shouted, "Finish cooking quickly.
Plate it and bring it out for tasting." Damilus stared at the space next to Condor and asked suspiciously, "What kind of space is that, anyway?"
Yuda was not panicked at all and snorted, "How can you process this fish at that speed?"
"You think I would say that?"
Ever since he met Komatsu, after seeing his divine speed, this speed no longer impressed him. Having lived for over 100 years, he was used to using it, but after seeing Komatsu's true strength, he was greatly shocked. He is truly a genius. In his eyes,
Condor was no match for Komatsu.
Therefore, even facing the flames of the soul furnace, he was not panicked, but calmly continued cooking.
Condor sneered again, "I see you're just a half-baked person. I'll make your calm face instantly turn as green as a leaf." Hearing these words, Yuda became enraged and recounted his foolish genius days. The young Yuda didn't understand why his master wouldn't let him inherit the signboard of the restaurant, even though he was good enough.
His master only told him to go out and train first. Before leaving, his master said, "You are truly a genius, but because of that, you cannot feel the most important thing."
Yuda didn't understand and followed his master's instructions, starting his training journey.
On the way, he met Zen, who was risking his life to catch a medicinal beast. The medicinal beast was not a formidable monster, but for Zen as a child, it was still too difficult. Yuda brought Zen back to the village and was surprised to learn that all the villagers were sick. Therefore, he stayed in the village and became a doctor for everyone. He assured everyone that he was a medicinal chef, and even if everyone was seriously ill with his dishes, there was no need to worry. At that time, the food he made was extremely difficult to eat. Although bitter medicine is effective, one bite tasted so bitter it made you want to die.
The children didn't dare to eat his food. Only Zen ate it.
He said, "Of course I'll eat it. Even if it's terribly difficult to eat." Yuda retorted, "Don't get excited.
I can make delicious food too."
Zen had an expectant look on his face and asked excitedly, "Uncle,
are you really a chef?"
"My dream is to become a bishokuya. I've already thought of a name for my menu. It's called the Invincible Menu.
It's a menu that can cure all diseases in the world.
That's why it's called invincible."
"Uncle, be my companion."
"The weakness of my menu is that it's difficult to eat.
So I need you to cook it deliciously."
"You saved the whole village, so being my companion is the most suitable."
Yuda hated his proposal. "What, invincible companion? How boring. You think you're worthy of a genius like me?"
A genius chef's partner, how can he be a child who was still wet behind the ears?
Yuda was gloating when Zen shouted.
Yuda looked up to see the boy spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, then weakly crawled on the ground.
Yuda was even more astonished. "My gourmet medical skills are so formidable, how can he not be better?" After Zen's death, Yuda mourned for a long time at the boy's grave. Finally, he understood the problem. During the preparation of the antidote for children, the knife had to be slightly deviated.
Compared to the medicine for adults, even a difference of a few micrometers, the consequences were irreversible. Because only Zen was the only sick child, besides him, all the other children were cured. But Yuda was heartbroken, because his memory was not accurate, and his negligence led to the loss of a young life. The villagers respectfully called him the master who saved the whole village, and comforted him. "No one blames you, we are very grateful to you, you saved the whole village." Zen's family also came to comfort him. Zen's dream was to become a gourmet hunter who saved the whole village. His death saved all the children in the village. I believe he will also feel happy in heaven. Their comfort could not alleviate Yuda's guilt. Yuda was in extreme pain and began to understand the last words his master had said. "You are definitely a genius, so you don't know what failure is."
Confidence that has never failed will sooner or later turn into complacency. Complacency will create a micrometer of negligence.
And in the world of gourmet medicine, even a micrometer of negligence will cause irreversible losses.
Before you can understand these words, you are not allowed to return.
The villagers gave Yuda a piece of paper, on which was written the full course menu that Zen had planned while he was alive.
Yuda remembered that Zen's wish was to cure everyone in the world.
Looking at the names of the dishes on the paper, Yuda burst into tears. He knew he was still not mature enough and needed to learn humbly to improve his memory. From then on, he took Zen's full course menu as his own full course menu and tried to make it delicious.
As a pioneer in the field of fascinating gourmet medicine, he made his name in the prosperous gourmet era.
From his youthful failure to the present, he has always followed one principle, that is, not to tolerate a micrometer of failure. He flipped the fish scales and slowly fumbled. It turned out that these fish scales looked like leaves, but were actually made of many thin films stacked on top of each other. In other words, he had to peel off these thin films layer by layer.
Yuda used his Ashura fist, which amazed everyone. "A rookie like you wants to catch up with me, you have to wait another 3,000 years. This competition has been over for a long time, because I have already finished my dish." The thickness of the film is 0.1 millimeters, a leaf is made of about 100 films stacked on top of each other. "You're just starting to peel the films now, you definitely won't make it." But Yuda didn't seem to be peeling the films at all. Delamas was worried about him. "This guy, what is he cutting?" At this moment, Yuda's stove began to sink into the furnace. Is the outcome about to be decided? But surprisingly, the seesaw, which had been sinking continuously, stopped. The next second, it tilted in the opposite direction. Yuda said that the cooking was indeed not in time, but the other preparations were complete. He was just processing the space.
This multi-gravity space was very uncomfortable for him, so he modified it a little.
After the modification, except for the gravity around the fish, the gravity in other places all pointed in the same direction, that is, upwards. In other words, Yuda had made the multi-gravity space he was in float. What? Cutting space? Condor was astonished by this weird operation of his. But Yuda remained calm as usual. Cleaning the kitchen environment is also a preparation step. This is to avoid a micrometer of failure. Haste makes waste, now let me cook slowly. Because Yuda's side floated up. Condor's side sank down. He was held by the burning soul fire. He still couldn't believe he would lose. Impossible. Just a rookie. Yuda gently swiped his finger and slowly peeled off the thin film. Yes, I am still a rookie. But your 3,000 years of self-confidence is a super invincible failure. Again, the thickness of this film was more than 0.1 millimeters. In the multi-gravity space, there were also small boundary lines, the thickness of which was exactly 1 micrometer. In the past, I cried bitterly because of this 1 micrometer. Today, let me smile because of this 1 micrometer. Speaking of the situation on other continents in the gourmet world, in fact, the gourmet world had long been restless. It was unknown whether it was because of the roar of the new horse king, or the imbued dance of the monkey king, or the awakening of Toriko 2 years ago. No one knew if there was a causal relationship between these events. But everything that happened had a cause, and all things were connected. This connection transcended time and space. Currently, the strongest of the 8 kings, the whale king of the 6th continent, has also begun to act. In this regard, the first to resonate was the deer king of the 5th continent. Zebra and Brunch, who were exploring the 5th continent, were startled by this earth-shattering roar. What's wrong? An earthquake? What's going on? Zebra thought that this could not be an earthquake, because only this forest was moving. He used echolocation to check, and then exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn it! What the hell is this? It's too surreal. Brunch, this is not a forest." Brunch was dazed. "What did you say?" The deer king slowly stood up, and the whole forest trembled. Zebra roared, "We are on the head of something unknown." Brunch repeated again, "What did you say?" And the snake king of the 4th continent, Sunny and Livebearer were blocked by a huge mountain wall. Sunny was curious, "Is this really a mountain?" Livebearer told him to look carefully. This mountain wall was moving, it's alive. And if you look closely, you will see that this scale seems familiar. In the third area, Tylan and Coco also felt the same thing. They felt that the sky above them suddenly darkened, as if something was about to fall. The two of them had no time to dodge, and a huge object fell straight down beside them. After the dust settled, they found that it was a feather. Oh my god! How can there be such a big feather in the world? If the feather is this big, how big must the bird be? Looking up. At first glance, the whole sky was almost obscured by the Crow King. What the hell is this? It's too big. And on the second continent, Starjun and Toriko were intently observing the huge object in front of them. I didn't expect there to be a monster here that can't be defeated on land. Toriko used his eyes to measure and found that it was the Earth Sand King. This is the first time I have seen a living Earth Sand King. I heard that this is a monster that dares to attack even the 8 kings. It's not easy to deal with. Starjun hurriedly asked Toriko if he wanted to fight. Toriko said that if he was alone, he would definitely run. Now that Starjun is here, why run? Let's go straight up. Moreover, I also want to taste this thing. After all, this is one of the dishes in Jiru's full course menu. Starjun said, fighting it is fine, but the one behind it should be avoided. Let's just avoid it. This is the real battle wolf. A tall, majestic body and overwhelming pressure. The two of them trembled. Toriko's pupils contracted. Oh my god. Is this the legendary Wolf King? Starjun smiled and said, I am reminded of the battle wolf I met at Institute No. 1. I wonder how that little wolf is doing now. Toriko said, Terry is very big now. He carries the bloodline of the 8 kings and will definitely return. After he returns, he will definitely have grown into one of the 8 kings. And at this moment, Terry and Queen Kiss were undergoing special training with the Monkey King. The Monkey King had an excited expression and seemed very satisfied with these 3 opponents. The new wife that the Monkey King longed for day and night, Zong, was trying to escape with his underlings. They accidentally, or rather, Zong was lucky enough, found a strange space. Zong thought that if he wanted to escape, now was the golden opportunity. But just as they were about to enter the space, they saw the Monkey King's head peeking out from it. Honey, what did you say? The 3 of them were so scared that they almost fainted. While guiding his students, he didn't forget to glance at Zong to see if he was there. It seems that the Monkey King is always paying attention to his whereabouts. He is indeed doting on him. And on the second continent, in the Neo base on the northeast island, Nakam, with his silver hair, was cowering in a corner of the kitchen. He was so nervous that his whole body trembled. Tepe gently approached him, and the moment his hand rested on his shoulder, he scared him to death. Nakam had an impression of Tepe. Just as he was about to speak, Tepe gestured for him to shoo. Then he explained, don't be afraid, I'm on your side. I'm not manipulated by Joie. Chef Nakam, for some reason, you are also not affected by the bacteria. Listen carefully to me, we have to escape from here now. I have almost figured out their purpose. But before that, you have to tell me everything you saw on the first continent. From this, it can be seen that a terrifying monster had stood up. And its resurrection would lead to the end of the earth. It was the man revered in legend. Speaking of which, someone asked, why was Tepe forced to become a member of Neo? So is he one of us or not? At the earliest, he was scarred by Joie and discovered by Pukin. Then they went to find Imaro together and got clues about Joie using bacteria to control others. After that, he followed Joie and was roared at by Jiru. According to President Mansam, if you are stimulated enough, you can wake up. Even if Imaro couldn't lift the manipulation, after being stimulated by Jiro, he could also wake up. Finally, there was Komatsu, whose body couldn't keep up with the awakening of the gourmet cell demon, and was broken and had his heart regenerated by him. All the clues can be traced. Under Tepe's guidance, Nakam began to recall. But just recalling it made his originally black eyebrows turn white. His hair also turned completely white. It seems that he was not lightly frightened. So what did he see on the first continent, the island where all the continents originated? It is said that it is the habitat of the Dragon King Diraus. It is said that the Dragon King has also started to act recently. The other 8 kings have also made moves. Are they affected by the gourmet solar eclipse? Or is it because of the influence of the cooking that is going on the 6th continent? In short, it is the same as what the Blue Nitro have been doing in the first area for many years. Their unusual movements, is it a sign that the cooking has entered the final stage? Tepe slowly said, you are one of the few chefs who were brought to that cooking place. Can you tell me what you saw? Did you see the true form of the one who wants to be resurrected? Nakam was so horrified that he spoke incoherently. Tepe hit from here it's useless to escape. Even if you escape, it's meaningless to escape anywhere. Everyone will be eaten by that monster, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you can't escape. It's an apocalypse that no one can stop. After hearing Nakam's words, Tepe found an opportunity to rush forward. At the same time, Joie was still in the kitchen, playing with small gems. Looking closely, weren't they similar to the gem that saved Komatsu's life last time? He carefully put them in a box, and the whole refrigerator was full of these things. He keenly detected that a bug had slipped in.
And on this side, Tepe carried Nakam on his back, desperately trying to find a way out. While running, he paid attention to the surrounding movements. For a long time, I have resurrected many dangerous creatures.
All thanks to my grandfather cleaning up.
The creature you saw can be called the ultimate carnivore. But don't worry, I know many people who are not inferior to anyone in terms of gluttony.
Angering them is more terrifying than death.
My grandparents are the same. I'm afraid that at that time those monsters will be roasted and eaten by them. While they were talking, something was approaching.
Tepe reacted quickly, jumping into the air to avoid the attack from the ground. However, the opponent quickly launched a second attack, spitting out a large amount of mucus. Tepe had to use all his strength to dodge it.
But the opponent was even more skilled. He could control the actions of others with 2 commands: rewind and play.
Tepe retreated and directly fell into his spider web. The spider laughed heartily. Ha ha, resurrection is indeed a good thing, it can even easily help me get new abilities.
This is too accurate. After realizing who this person was, Tepe also said directly, Spider, my master has always been looking for you.
The one who wants to resurrect the super scary creature is you, right?
The spider at this time had been extremely terrifyingly modified. He said carelessly, for the important dish of Lord Joie, I was only invited to help out. By the way, Tepe, if the top is not upright, the bottom will be crooked. As a resurrector, seeing a young man going down the wrong path, I can't just sit back and watch. If so, let me help you correct it. Return to your former self, the one known as the national treasure, who in an instant can make the dead continent full of vitality. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out spider silk to attack Tepe.
Tepe also used wooden spears to deal with it.
However, the spider's ultimate skill was very powerful. Under the effect of the fast-forward command, his attack was countless times faster. Tepe had no ability to counterattack. He could only use tree sap acid to dissolve the spider web and escape. He originally thought he could escape through the back door, but he was still seen. Fortunately, I have made a safety technique similar to Camp Monster, at least I have to let Nakam get out. However, his plan was completely shattered. A huge long tongue wrapped around his leg and pulled him back. The modified frog Jojo said in a strange voice, He, there's a fly flying. Tepe felt that he was done for. Jojo, Zaz, and Kusero are all here, how can I deal with them alone? He pulled out roots to make a small knife, trying to cut Jojo's tongue. But Jojo said smugly, don't waste your energy. This is the tongue of a chameleon that can regenerate immediately after being cut. So it can't be cut. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his tongue was cut off. What? You said it couldn't be cut? Jojo was extremely surprised. But then he saw Alfaro walking on the spider silk. It turned out that it was his golden plates that cut Jojo's tongue. He was not satisfied inside. What about these golden plates? They are a bit sharp. Tepe did not expect that the people of Bishakukai would save his life. Zaz and the others were very surprised. But then they heard Alfaro say, the boss is not angry, the boss just gently told us to clean up you guys. Alfaro revealed his killing intent.
Jojo and Zaz also prepared to fight. But the next second, Midora appeared.
Everyone was immediately crushed. Whether it was Kusero's octopus tentacles or Jojo's tongue, they all turned into smoke. This was the pressure of the strong. Just by revealing a little bit of their aura, they couldn't stand it. This was complete dominance. Tepe was even more dazed. Why did Midora come here in person? At this moment, all eyes were on Midora, with confusion but more of fear.
This is Midora. And at the final kitchen of Area 1.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at the rolling meat masses in the pit. Countless bug-like monsters were squirming. It was the ultimate carnivore. It wanted more despair and tragic cries. As a gourmet monster, it naturally also wanted more delicious food. Nitro God saw its appearance and felt that the situation was not good. It seems to be about to resurrect at any time, and there is a tendency to go out of control. God shouted again, don't stop. How much is left in the full-course menu reserve? Someone has already gone to collect more news, Earth, and Adam, it will take a little more time. The remaining question is when God will appear. Damn it! Cooking the full-course menu is indeed very exhausting. What the hell is Joie doing? Earth said, he is busy refining the life orb. News didn't pay attention, what time is it now to be doing that? The food needed to resurrect Neo is only one last step away. Now call him here quickly, say that Acacia wants to see him. As soon as he finished speaking, he sighed, it must be resurrected in the most perfect state possible. He noticed that the meat tumors under the pit began to roll, and Acacia also seemed to have a reaction. His head was full of meat tumors. But surprisingly, one of the meat tumors began to move, and it also had creepy eyes. It turned around quickly, and after turning, it popped up again, and accurately landed on News's body. Oh my god! What's going on? And that meat tumor jumped up into the air again, turning into a living creature. Blue Nitro was dazed, what's going on? News was injured, and a gem was broken.
Oh my god. This thing is too dangerous. It seems to have been partially resurrected. Quick! Catch it! That guy will eat all the creatures on Earth. Jojo was overwhelmed by Midora. He licked his tongue and knelt at Midora's feet. Midora looked down from above. Where is that Joie? Zaz thought Midora had revealed an opening and rushed up with a knife. However, as soon as his sword touched Midora, it broke completely. You want to kill me with just that little skill? Isn't that too naive? Midora didn't pay attention to him. Kusero had already approached. He used energy devouring technique, wanting to drain Midora's energy.
But this method was as naive as Zaz. No matter how much he absorbed, even if he sacrificed himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to Midora. The spider wanted to use the pause command, but in fact this skill was completely ineffective against Midora. It was just that Midora was not moving at that time, which made him mistakenly think that his skill was effective. He shouted confidently, "Rewind." Midora glanced at him, still standing in the same place. The spider was anxious. Why is it not working? What will happen to a stinky ant that dares to challenge Midora? Of course, it will be crushed to pieces and have no place to be buried. But these stinky ants stood up again and again in front of Midora. Midora was also very confused. I seem to have killed you guys twice just now, why are you still alive? But it doesn't matter. Joie stepped out from the darkness, raised the life orb, and said with a smile, it's all because of this. Everyone looked at him and listened to his detailed introduction. This thing is called the life orb. This orb can die in place of its owner. Midora gently looked up, seemingly not very interested in his appearance. Joie said insidiously, the one who dies is not a moth, but a ferocious beast. He stepped into the light. We are not meeting for the first time. The moment Midora saw his face clearly, Midora's blood pressure soared. Isn't this Lord Frozy whom he longed for day and night? Looking at the figure that was extremely similar to Frozy, Midora paused for 0.01 seconds. But this was not hesitation, just a little surprise. In just this 0.01 second, Joie seized the opportunity to attack him. Seeing that the attack was effective, Joie said with a smug smile, the memory of gourmet cells has taught us that there is a kind of gourmet ingredient that existed in the past, and in 1 million years, it will only reveal an opening for 0.01 seconds. Therefore, you must concentrate and wait for that moment. But I believe that the human brain is completely unable to grasp that moment. I'm afraid that is a capture level that even the IGO's measurement standards cannot determine. At the same time, the small creature that jumped out of Acacia's body was running and jumping everywhere. Seeing the level 3980 lion tiger, it was not afraid, and took a bite of the lion, and then continuously sucked the blood and flesh of this ferocious beast. The lion noticed it and suddenly turned to attack. However, no matter how it attacked, the meat tumor was unscathed. In the end, the entire lion was drained. It burped with satisfaction. But it felt a powerful aura approaching from the side. It was so horrified that its eyes widened, and it saw Jiro, Setsuno, and Chi-Chi leisurely walking over. Jiro narrowed his eyes and carefully observed this ugly monster. What is this guy? The monster looked at Jiro in horror and dared not move. Chi-Chi was the first to realize that something was wrong. This guy is not right. I only saw the monster suddenly rush up and charge towards Jiro. Setsuno hurriedly called Jiro's name. Fortunately, the monster only bit Jiro's coat. The moment it rushed over, Jiro had already stood in a stance and leaned to avoid its attack. It's just hard on this old back of mine. Oh my! My back hurts so much. But those were just words, Jiro's actions were still as agile as ever. He flipped over and jumped up, acupuncturing this monster. However, this monster had thick skin and fat. And it had no effect at all. In an instant, Jiro realized the abnormality of this monster. It's like a huge planet that is rotating on its own, its powerful energy makes people helpless. I have only experienced this feeling of danger on the 8 Kings before. Jiro was about to take off his outer coat, it seems that he was about to get serious. And this monster also realized that Jiro's strength was extraordinary, and had changed its shape. Its volume swelled and it had more and more tentacles, looking really disgusting. Jiro neatly took off his coat, revealing his bulging muscles. The muscles were constantly contracting, and just by looking at the muscle fibers, you could tell how powerful they were. Seeing him raise his powerful arm, Setsuno immediately called him, be careful. Don't hit the earth, Jiro, don't think this reminder is useless. This is not a joke, because Jiro really has the strength to blow up the earth. His cosmic explosion directly blew it away. And on the other side, Midora and Joie were still confronting each other. Joie was smug, thinking that he had Midora in his grasp. He asked Midora in a theatrical tone, don't you remember my face? The moment you saw me was fatal. Joie thought his appearance would distract Midora and reveal an opening. However, Midora remained completely unfazed, standing perfectly still. He said coldly, I've got the wrong person.
Joie was taken aback by Medora's attitude. What surprised him even more was that his own attack hadn't actually hit Medora. To Medora, the blow was nothing more than a light scratch.
In fact, it was Joie who had been careless, causing several of his life seeds to shatter. Medora explained, in the 0.01 seconds you attacked, your entire body was full of openings. I simply gently counted every single one of those openings and struck. Now, he was certain that those life seeds were merely substitutes. Although Medora was about to erupt, Joie maintained a serene expression. To be precise, it was the gourmet soul within these life seeds that took the hit for me. Despite his calm exterior, Joie had already calculated everything. Medora's ability to destroy 8 of his life seeds simultaneously proved he was no slouch. Although he had known this for a long time, the most urgent matter now was to calm Medora down. He couldn't let him go berserk here, or the situation would become extremely dangerous.
Medora completely disregarded Joie. But before killing him, Medora had one question. You are the reincarnation of Frozy, aren't you? Joie answered the question directly. That's right. I am the one who was awakened by the appetizer center from Acacia's menu. That day,
he had emerged from Frozy's grave, with a completely new life and purpose.
Medora was slightly taken aback.
Mentioning center from Acacia's menu reminded him of the holy water that flowed from the earth. He had taken that holy water many times to pour over Frozy's grave, but the one who was revived was not Frozy, but Joie.
Did you take over her body to come into this world?
Joie smiled faintly. Frozy's soul refused to be revived because she feared what was hidden within Acacia and did not agree with Acacia's purpose. Therefore, Acacia also gave up on Frozy and summoned my soul instead.
Medora got straight to the point. Where is Acacia now? Joie asked, and what will you do when you find him? Medora's expression was grim.
I just want to ask what his true purpose is. To this, Joie explained, Acacia's purpose is very simple, to eat. We just want to explore the memories of gourmet cells to be able to touch flavors never before tasted. Following the cell's memories, we will eventually reach the destination they guide us to, the final land.
Medora asked again. For what?
Joie was a bit annoyed.
I just told you, didn't I? It's to eat.
Most caterpillars eat their own eggshells after hatching.
That is the initial memory of food deeply etched into their DNA. That memory also tells them what to eat next.
To put it bluntly, that appetite hidden inside guides the creature to find food.
Appetite is the most seething energy hidden within gourmet cells.
13.7 billion years ago, along with the birth of the universe, one of those particles was gourmet energy.
That explosion is also known as the Gourmet Big Bang. At the same time, it was also the birth of appetite.
That energy continued to expand, eventually forming the origin of gourmet cells.
Gourmet cells show us forgotten food memories and distant flavors. The energy of appetite also continues to grow.
That power is the final answer, the eternal truth.
And no one can stop this world. Humans live to eat. It's simply that when you're hungry, you must eat. Only humans do things other than eating.
At this point, Joie kindly reminded Medora, don't be like that foolish woman, who only held Acacia back with her overflowing love, utterly foolish.
Medora didn't reply immediately, the air was silent for a few seconds. That foolish woman, you're talking about. Joie smiled. The purpose is to eat, aren't you the same? Medora, why not come with us?
To the place the cells guide us.
Pursue appetite, do as you please.
If you must, you can consider this the wish of that stubborn Frozy.
Faced with Joie's nonsense, Medora had only one thing to say.
He was not a man who acts on impulse. And they had stepped on the tiger's tail long ago.
Medora went berserk, unleashing a powerful aura. The small fry were no match for Medora and could only stand and watch. Tepe was also a bit tense. The situation right now is really not good at all.
Joie wanted to lure Medora away, anything is fine, as long as it's not at the headquarters. So he used a projection to make a swift escape. Medora immediately unleashed a spice meteor shower.
No words, just action. Is this the king who fears no one? The gourmet cells in Medora, just released, unleashed a destructive aura. Medora roared, continuously attacking Joie.
Joie's face was grim.
Is this Medora's spice meteor shower?
It exploded violently, giving no one a chance to resist. The last time this thing appeared, the entire human world was almost doomed.
It was uncertain if the headquarters could withstand it.
But unexpectedly, Zaz awakened after the strong impact. He held his head, looking in astonishment at the light before him.
Realizing he had survived, Tepe immediately ran over, wrapping him in tree roots.
Zaz was dazed, not understanding what was happening.
Tepe breathed a sigh of relief. My guess was right after all. Because of Medora's attack, Zaz's consciousness has been restored.
The bacteria used to control his brain by Joie have disappeared.
Tepe took Nacom and Zaz to make a swift escape.
We can explain the mind control later.
The base is about to collapse now, we have to get out immediately. But before escaping, he hoped Zaz would tell him where Joie's golden cooking utensils were. That thing is definitely here. I want to take it back. Joie used his projection to weave around Midora. Midora stuck out his tongue, fiercely attacking him. Joie dodged, and Midora's tongue slammed into the headquarters wall. The powerful impact created a boom, punching a giant hole in the wall. Before Midora could retract his tongue, Joie used his projection to glide to his feet. He grabbed Midora's ankle, pulled him into the projection, and transported him to the forest sea of the second continent. Joie poked his head out of the projection. The boat you destroyed will be a big problem for me. So, let's change locations. Midora replied, as long as we're on Earth, it's useless no matter where we go. Joie knew just how formidable Midora was. After all, he had once destroyed the human world in an instant. And if he wanted to, destroying the entire Earth wouldn't be difficult. To be precise, all three of Acacia's disciples had this capability, but only the youngest, Midora, was the only one who could do it. Joie unleashed his teleportation kitchen. This was the battlefield he had prepared, a world where only souls could enter. It was also activated by Pear and another from Acacia's menu, a completely new sensory world that ordinary people couldn't perceive. To explain it in familiar terms, this is the back channel, also known as the soul world. Here, the passage of time becomes incredibly slow. Almost like frozen time. Midora glanced at Joie, and so? Joie drew his kitchen knife named Cinderella. Midora's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that knife was in Joie's hands. Joie ignored Midora's reaction and continued to explain, this space is also one of the memories of gourmet cells. Why do you think this space is needed? In Acacia's menu, there are ingredients that need to be prepared for hundreds of thousands of years. Another is one of them. The purpose of this space is to shorten the required time. Understand? We have spent a very long time cooking since ancient times. It even takes hundreds of millions of years to prepare the earth. Do you understand? Joie's face turned into a demonic mask as he spoke slowly. Your life, as fleeting as morning dew, has no time to care for petty emotions like the chirping of insects. Midora spoke in a slightly relieved tone. That's more like it. You should have appeared before me with this face. My anger is just fleeting, let's just say that. But until now, this unbroken affection will surely become a fear that never disappears, deeply etched into your cells. If time passes very slowly here, then let me slowly savor this battle. In a few seconds, my full-course menu will be the parting gift to send you on your way. Joie again appeared confident. Then let me taste your full-course menu at my death's door. As the two of them slowly fought, let's check on Jiro's situation. Jiro had sent the tentacled monster flying into space. But the moment he hit it, his hand was also devoured by it. However, that wasn't a big problem, because Setsuno had already started pouring holy water on him. The wound wasn't the issue was what that thing was. Shichi knew it was Neo. Neo was a predatory creature that had been revived many times since 10 billion years ago. Back then, they had exhausted all their efforts to prepare them, all for that guy. The little thing just now wasn't the main body, but it was definitely the gourmet cell demon hidden inside Acacia. Jiro was utterly shocked. Could it be that he has been revived? Shichi wasn't sure either, but he speculated that the possibility of revival was very high, although he didn't know if he had reached a perfect state yet. Acacia himself has probably started to act. Strange, God still appeared, didn't it? Shichi guessed, perhaps he intends to go to the continents himself. This might be the last time Acacia's full-course menu and God appear on Earth. Jiro moved his newly regrown hand. He thought it was time for him to release his knocking. Setsuno said admiringly, Jiro-chan, are you finally going to unseal it? Jiro was a bit helpless. It seems this old man has to get serious too. Shichi was very frightened. That being said, if he really has been revived, then we're all doomed. Can Kaka and Gigi make it in time? The demon in Acacia has been fully revived. I'm afraid no one can stand against it. Even the blue nitro on our side would have a hard time winning. The only one who could possibly stop him is Ichiryu, and the gourmet cell demon he has hidden away, the slime mold Dawn. At this moment, at the final kitchen, something incredibly horrifying had happened. Acacia was feasting on the blue nitro piece by piece. The blue nitro that was killed was air. Everyone was scared to death, their screams echoing endlessly. The nitro god saw air being killed and was extremely furious. But Acacia was still eating voraciously. He roared, more. More. Give me more. Keep going. Give me more. God stood at the top of the deep pit, shouting angrily, Acacia. You bastard, what on earth are you trying to do? Acacia's eyes were fierce, completely devoid of emotion. He just wanted to eat.